Good morning, everybody. Today is December 8th, 2025. We are live. A little bit earlier than expected today. Time is 9:23. Let's do a quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor. I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information and educational purposes only. This video is for
research. And we could start by talking about how the markets continue to kind of melt back up. We're near all-time highs. But I think the most interesting thing, and what has kind of shocked and surprised me this morning, is your move away from the big tech names in terms of being an overweight statement. What happened? For 15 years, you've been overweight on that.
Breaking above this purple box.
So we've got to the point where information technology and communication services in the S&P 500 now account for 45% of the S&P 500. It's very concentrated market capitalization. And I think, you know, if the Magnificent Seven are going to continue to succeed, then they're going to have to find sales among the S&P 493. I call them the impressive 493, in order to be used for increasing productivity. And I think that's what's...
Are those stocks overvalued?
Good morning, Coffee. Good morning, Vinny. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Glock. Good morning, Zach, Oscar, Chow, Antonio. Good morning,
especially
everybody.
Now that we're saying that competition is coming in. You know, it's turning into sort of a Game of Thrones.
Good morning, Shakima, Chris,
with the
Vinny, B.
Seven,
Turner,
you know, at the beginning of Game of Thrones,
Donna,
these things
Alfonso.
go up and down, and so the different thrones have
Today is
various
Tesla
powers.
gets downgraded by Morgan Stanley Day.
They used to just kind of operate in their own moats and kind of leave each other alone. But I think we're now having a competitive situation. Not only that, but I think we're going to find other startups that come and challenge some of their technologies.
I'm racking my brain. I don't remember everything that happened in Game of Thrones. I do remember the Red Wedding, though. Is that what we're setting up for with the magnificent? You know, everybody died. You remember?
Yeah. No, I don't think everybody's going to die. I just think I think it's a healthy development. We need to see a broadening of the market. And
good morning, everybody.
493, I think they're going to benefit from all these technologies.
Good morning, RVL. Good morning, Harry.
So instead of betting on these names and thinking that they will continue to perform as they have to this point, you're telling people to invest
curling
in what
downward.
instead?
Financials, industrials,
on the 2 hour as well here.
What's new for me also is healthcare. Healthcare has been kind of left kind of behind, but actually everybody thinks that IT is the biggest contributor to economic growth.
Let's see if this horizontal support flips finally.
Especially as the baby boomers get older.
Let's fucking see
if
this goddamn horizontal support fucking finally.
I think healthcare is another way to do it. And then you can also go overseas, because the U.S. now counts for 65% of the market cap of the global MSCI or all-country world. And it's hard to imagine it's going to be much more. I mean, it does account for 55% of the earnings share on a global basis. But I think I mean, even this year we found that other countries have done better.
Healthcare being new for you, I mean, that's a pretty big deal, especially when you look at how people are trying to change the inflationary
4 p.m. close of Tesla is at 4:55.
In Washington, there's a lot of plans underway. You're confident that no matter what happens, these companies will be more profitable than they are right now?
Well, I'm kind of betting that in line with this impressive 493, that
ES
all
is opening within the wedge that we are playing with.
Either make it
IWM is faking out, breaking out above the purple box. Let's see what they do, how they play.
You know,
at the top of the purple box here. Let's see how Tesla plays.
Let's see how QQQ
plays as well. 4 p.m. close and the 9:30 open is very, very, very close on QQQ as well as SPY.
Which kind of now allows
basically the same by 10 cents.
So you don't have to manually send them.
Company.
Yeah.
But those ideas will make these companies the beneficiaries. It's okay to just use this technology, not make it. And
correct.
That's where you'll get. Same story with industrials and with financials?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What kind of pushback have you gotten to this point for shifting in this way? Because you don't do anything lightly, Ed.
Alrighty.
It's a little early for the pushback on the call that it's time to reduce the overweight position that I've had on the technology and communication services. Again, it's been 15 years for me. The same thing with overweighting the U.S. I've been talking about that since.
Everybody had a beautiful, beautiful weekend. Beautiful, beautiful weekend.
Today, Bitcoin
they're talking bearish on CNBC. It looks like it says expect a hawkish cut from the Fed this week, says Warren's Jeremy Siegel.
The broader markets ahead of this week's Fed meeting. Joining us right now is Jeremy Siegel, Professor Emeritus of Finance at the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business. Also, of course, Chief Economist at Wisdom Tree. Good morning to you. What do you think we are going to hear from the Fed this week? And what do you think we should hear from them?
I think we're going to hear a what I call a hawkish cut. I think they are cutting 25 basis points. I think there's going to be dissents on both sides. I think Mirren is going to go again for 50, but I think there could be two, maybe even three that want to keep it unchanged. So I think this would be, if that would be the case, the most dissents under the entire Powell nearly 8 years that he has been chairman. Of course, as we know, in a few minutes you're going to have Kevin Hassett. I think in the 70s now as the probability of the next Fed chair, which Trump says he will announce at the beginning of the new year. So I feel I'm sort of a straw man here for maybe what Kevin is going to say. But he won't spill the beans. He won't tell you that he's the man or not. But he certainly has gained in prominence. And what he says is going to start moving the market much more than in the past.
Do you believe ultimately that there's already a shadow Fed, even without maybe in name only, or without even having a name, that we just know that come this May, interest rates are going lower?
Yeah, I mean, well, you have Mirren already there. And actually, I've been relatively impressed with him. He's put out some good papers. I don't agree with everything on him. I actually wish he would stay maybe after January. Maybe he will instead of going back. I think the Fed needs a lot of different voices, and he's certainly one of them. So already he is in the Fed.
And we just opened at the bottom of the wedge.
Announcement of a new Fed official, if it is in January,
SPX
I think would be perhaps, one of the earliest before the actual change takes place. So, how important will Jay Powell's statements be after that? It's going to be a new Fed. If it is Hassett, it's really going to be a new Fed from what we've had in the past.
What do you think the bond market is going to do if interest rates come down? I mean, this is the one interesting component of it. I know we spent a lot of time talking about equities, but
time is 9:35 here in 1 minute. When direction is south.
You know what? I don't think the bond market is going to move that much down. I mean, my feeling is, and I've stated this for many months, Fed funds rate, if you go back through the last 75 years, has been about 100 basis points below the 10-year. So the 10-year is what, 415 now, approximately. So that would be the low threes.
1 day before.
It would not necessarily lower that long rate. Now, what does that mean? That means 30-year mortgages are not going to go down very much. But to say that that's not going to have any effect on the economy is wrong, because there's over $15 trillion worth of loans that are tied to the Fed funds rate. All the short-term borrowing, auto loans, inventory loans,
pairs are coming
the prime
in on
rate,
IWM.
credit card rates, all those short-term rates are one-to-one linked to what the Fed is going to do. So even though it might not affect.
Let's see what happens here. Man, looks like he's wilding, dude. Q. Flying right now. Tesla, Doji. Time is 9:35. This is a 9:30 doji candle. 9:30 algo range on SPY at morning open. 9:30 bouncing into 9:35. QQQ is flying. IWM is rejecting. One of them is faking out huge. I don't know which, but we'll see. One of them is faking out fucking humongous. IWM or QQQ. Okay. There's a divergence in the morning, too, as well. Bulls and bears are fighting. This is more bearish than not. Morning cycle. Time is 9:35 LOD. They're about to go gap fill on SPY. Looks like Tesla's going lower. QQQ faking out. IWM rejecting the top of the purple box. That's the most important to understand right now. That's what they're playing. The smart money is playing the purple box. This is what I said in the pre-market in the WhatsApp group at the tippity top of the WhatsApp group at 9:25 in the morning. And this is literally what they're playing with. So do not be left behind, do not be late, and do not be FOMO. That's what's going on. Time is 9:35. LOD is breaking. QQQ is faking. Or the floor is faking here. This is the 9:35 floor. Gap did not fill by cents. $9.35 is trying to bounce on SPY. IWM is playing. This is the 3/3 bearish cycle on SPY. QQQ is an A. Bullish cycle going to the midpoint. Let's see what happens here. One more red candle may be coming, and then a bear trap might be possible. This is morning cycle, so things are gonna happen super fast here. Time is 9:40 and 50 seconds. QQQ, Tesla. Bullshitting. IWM. Diarrhea dump. SPY. Ew. Tesla, beautiful. I'm in the money on Tesla now. 450 puts, MI, 445s. And I have 427 dog shit Tesla puts that I got really, really, really far back on this climb up. So, really, really far back on this climb up. IWM going lower. Tesla. QQQ is not. That is so weird. IWM going lower right now. Free falling IWM. Candle should go gap fill here on SPY. So fucking slow. Look how delayed that shit is right now. IWM. I have no idea what the fuck is going on here. It is fucking freaking the fuck out. Gap filled on SPX. Gapped up, gap filled. We are playing here. We're playing inside the 1040 top. We're playing inside the 345 low. Right, Tesla is bearish right now. This is a bearish momentum. If you look at the 2-hour right now on Tesla, what it's doing, it's releasing the momentum. It's releasing the pressure that they fucking squeezed up to the tippity fucking top, and then now they're releasing it. They're gonna go somewhere here, 340, 330, 430 somewhere. 434 is I'm expecting. That's why I'm in SPY right now. I'm expecting the market to go with Tesla today. Today is Monday. Tesla puts got destroyed last week. They came back with a Morning market push using news. And they are going southward. Wind direction is south right now, and they're going south. This is the 1/3, 2/3 bearishness going into the 3/3, right? We are now going into the 3/3. This is the 3/3 bearish cycle. It could cycle here. I'm staying in the SPX puts. I'm at 3.2K. Tesla's going for me. All my shit's coming back. It's looking good. It's looking beautiful. My 450s were getting squeezed fucking this day too. My 445s were getting squeezed this day too. And now in one fucking day, like they do, the pressure has been released, and now let's see where this bitch goes. Now let's see where this bitch goes on Tesla. IWM dumping from the tippity fucking top of the purple box. Dumping from the tippity box of the top. Well, let's see. Wind direction is south right now, alright? People are hoping that they're going to go higher and higher in the 3/3, and they're getting crushed so far. Morning cycle is 9:40, time is. Wind direction is full on south, alright? Wind direction is full on south since 9:30. They're just faking the fuck out of this bitch. Alright, Q. Dumping almost the LOD testing, LOD hoping. Right now, IWM testing the bottom of the purple box. This is going to release most likely if it's so bearish. Today is a Tesla day. Today is actually Michael Burry, part 2. This is Morgan Stanley, downgraded Tesla. Today is US Auto News Day. There's no joke, right? I literally said today US Auto News is going to lead the market, right? And that's what's fucking going on. It's going to be way too late. Alright, this is Burry versus Tesla. Actually, V2. Alright, I'm changing my shit. Morgan Stanley downgrades Tesla. Downgrades Tesla. It's funny as fuck because I'm just literally early by a day or two. And US Auto News today, leading like a motherfucker. It's gonna be crazy. I can feel it. It's about to be fucking nuts. It's gonna feel like fucking Tesla versus Burry Part 2, I'm telling you. It's gonna feel. Look at IWM. This is so nasty already. It's literally so nasty already. There's no cycle that happened yet at the floor. QQQ is now testing the floor at 9:40. The roof is 9:35. Alright, 9:30, 9:40. Let's see. This might not happen in one day too, but I mean, I'm thinking this week on Tesla. SPY is bearish. I'm about to be limit order out on SPY. Crazy right now. Holy fuck, they're dumping crazy right now. I'm out. 3.4K, 3.4, 8K. Fucking crazy. I don't give a fuck. I got in with market order fill at market open, and I'm fucking out. Wow. Let's go. Crazy. Time is 9:40. LOD is here on SPY. QQQ. LOD floor broke. Wind direction is south. Divergence is cleared. This could bounce. Why? Because the divergence just cleared. Nobody knows if this is a setup clear. No one knows if it's going to go lower, 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 and then cycle confirmation bounce. This is wind direction is full on south. I literally said 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 going into 3/3, and we are now. Oh, thank you. Someone said your stream is showing December 5th. Thank you, thank you. Alright, let's Divergence is cleared and they're bouncing at 9:45. Things are happening super fast right now. There's probably an algo range that happened at 9:40, but I just can't keep up with this right now. I need to focus basically. 9:30 to 9:45 wind direction is south. 9:45 bouncing for 1 minute strong. 9:45 bouncing at the bottom after they cleared the divergence strong. There may be some sort of algo range at 9:40, but I'm not drawing it right. Things are happening super fast here. Tesla bounce trying or something. That is same thing happening. It looks like Tesla did this first though, and then the market followed. So I still feel like Tesla today has some sort of lead. Tesla did this first at 9:40. SPY did this at 9:45 after they cleared the divergence. IWM. Wind direction is south intraday. Let's see what happens with this as well. Time is 9:30 here. HOD. LOD is 9:45. There is no confirmation long. Wind direction is south on IWM until the cycle confirms to flip the wind direction north. Let's see here. Bounce trying at 9:45 after the divergence has cleared. 9:40 bouncing to 9:45. Tesla. The news was some new analysts from Morgan Stanley, right? Some new analysts from Morgan Stanley literally downgraded Tesla. That was the news. Funny as fuck. Funny as fuck. I can't lie. And I love it. Why? Because the news comes out to help the setup. Never the fucking setup is the news, right? Retail traders, amateurs chase the news, and they're literally late anyway. But they chase the news thinking things are slightly different and they bear bias or they bull bias, but things are, it's already set. Market already has went bullish, it already has went bearish. It's set up some shit to fucking use the setup and the news for something. So let's see what happens here. It's a little bit dangerous for bears since 9:45. Why? There's a cycle being created, but there's also a danger for bulls here because they popped at 9:45 into 9:45 and they're playing inside that range. That means there's an algo range here, and 9:50 is coming in 47 seconds, and there's no confirmation long or short, and they're just creating a cycle using candles to make people hope on something, and then oh god, this guy, the Whitehouse National Economic Council director Kevin, keeps coming out for a interview. Keeps coming out. That is something. Man, let's watch it. Fuck it. I am just watching. I'm not going to be greedy. I'm not going to be freaking out. I'm just going to let the market cycle here.
The council director is calling for a 25 basis point cut. Joining us now,
I'm still
the
in Tesla.
aforementioned White House National Economic Council director, Kevin Hassett, who's, I don't know, it's growing. He's growing in size. Like, and I think I need to call you Mr. Director now, just the anticipation of maybe even greater things for you in the future.
All you got.
You're at 78% now on some of the things. So we're going to have a wide-ranging talk, Kevin, because it all. Oh, I just said I was going to call you Mr. Director, and then I called you Kevin.
Bear trapping on Tesla.
Think about 3% inflation, affordability.
Morning
Should
cycle.
the Fed be cutting?
950.
I think Myron would like even more than 25 basis points.
945
But we might have dissension on both sides. What do you think the Fed should be doing right now? Doing more than 25, or should it be a dovish cut instead of what people are predicting? People are predicting
algo range here at 935 looks like here that people cannot see.
Maybe this is
spike
it.
candle up and down
Well,
here.
it
We will
looks to
mark.
me like Chairman Powell has done a good job of herding the cats at the
There's
committee.
barely
that
any
if you look at
confirmation
the
longs
comments
here.
that
Barely
different committee
any
members were
confirmation
making just a few weeks
lower.
ago,
Just
that
market
it looked like they're
cycling,
very
deciding
evenly
what to
split
do.
about whether they should cut or not. And I think that Chairman Powell
Wind direction is
agrees with me
officially
on this
south.
one, that we
Right.
should
Wind
probably
direction
continue
is
to get
still
the
south.
rate down some. do so, prudently with an eye on the data.
Wind
And so I think
direction
that
is
it's
south,
an example
right? LOD
of,
testing, LOD
you're
breaking.
managing a committee. The committee
3/3
was
bearish.
really in diverse opinions before, and
Extending.
it looks
This is
like
the 3/3 extending.
Chairman Powell has done a
This is
good
still
job
bearish.
of getting
Morning's
people to
still
circle
super
around the
bearish.
futures markets, right? The right
This is
answer.
morning super
Well,
bearish.
how
Bears in
restrictive
super control. Bears
do you
in
think the Fed is
super
right now in
control
terms of,
here. I don't give
away
a
from
fuck
where
what
it should
anyone
be?
says.
How much
Bears
would
in
you-
super fucking control.
Let's say you
Candles
were
are
in the job.
coming in
How-
fucking
what would you
crazy.
be
The SPX that I had in the
forward to,
morning is at
in addition
4.2K.
to this cut, and then
It's
next
fucking
year, how many
crazy.
more?
Market is going insane now.
I hate to disappoint with the sort of counting of cuts, but I
Today,
can say that what
Tesla
you need to do
day,
is
folks.
watch the data.
Tesla got
We've got a lot
downgraded
of
by
missing
Morgan
data
Stanley
because
out
of
of
the
all
government
people.
shutdowns. We're going to get
After they
really
pumped this bitch
back-to-back
for 2
jobs
days
numbers
after the
pretty
auto
soon.
news came out
And
with
so,
President Trump 2
I
days
think
ago.
that the Fed chair's
Day was
job is
right
to
here.
watch
I
the
think the
data
day was right
and
here.
to
The
adjust
presidential
and
news
to
came out
explain,
on
why
Wednesday,
they're
and we are
doing what they're
literally
doing.
at the presidential news
so,
level.
to say I'm
at
going to do this over the
446.
next 6 months would be irresponsible.
With the
really.
MACD
and I know
going
you don't want me
bearish.
to be irresponsible. I mean, you do sometimes, but not
No,
right
I do.
now.
LOD just broke
I do
on
want.
SPY.
I'm not expecting to get a lot
This
of
is the
answers about
3/3
whether you know
bearishness.
whether you
Gap
are
filled
the
on
president's
everything, right?
pick or
Gap
not.
filled.
But when the president sort
Gap
of
filled on
the betting markets
QQQ.
went up to
Bounce is
80% after that meeting where you were standing there. I was
Cycle
watching.
was being
you were
crazy.
standing,
Yeah.
you were standing there
Cycle
and
was
he
being
said,
created,
"Yeah, we've got
3/3
one in the
ending.
room with potential Fed." And I've done your face because I was kind of like.
All right, this is the
and I was just
3/3
wondering,
bearish
what
cycle
was
from
you- what were you thinking
935
at the
into
time? Wow, I
950,
got
and
it,
they
or,
broke the
wow,
fucking,
I'm
they broke
embarrassed,
the
or, wow, I
LOD,
wish you
they
wouldn't
broke
do
the
this,
LOD
or,
twice,
just
the
whatever the
divergence
president wants to
cleared
do, I'm
twice,
okay
they
with.
fucking gap filled.
What were you thinking
Let's
when he
see
said
what
that?
happens here.
First, I support the president 100%.
950.
And
Now they're
he's,
getting a
very,
lot of
very
bears
good
involved. There's a
at,
lot of
playing the
bulls.
drama of things.
Maybe not a lot of
The thing I
bulls, but
gotta
there's a
say,
lot
though,
of
is
bears
people are
involved that morning
talking
open.
about it. I think the markets kind of have it wrong about
Maybe there's a lot of, I
how
don't
the
even know.
president
There
has a tough
maybe,
choice.
I gotta
You know,
send
if you
the
look at
SPX
it,
put to call ratio. Maybe
Chris
it looks like
Waller is
930
one of the
to
best monetary
950
theorists of
LOD.
the last generation. He's got
Sorry,
papers
wind
in
direction
places
south.
like the Journal of Economic Theory.
950 trying to bounce for 2
papers
minutes.
that showed us how to
Time is
model
only
monetary
950.
policy.
That means there's no
Mickey
cycle
Bowman's the
confirmation
best
to
regulator
long,
on Earth. I
absolutely
talk to
at
her
all,
the
even though the
time when I'm
candle's
trying to
coming
think
in
about what
green.
about this, what about that,
And now
what
we
happened
will.
to SVB.
See what
And
happens
Kevin
here.
Warsh is about
Tesla
the
is
most
dumping.
experienced,
Tesla is
Fed
going
person
lower.
that
This
there
is
is. He was
bearish.
there
This is
during the
consolidation
financial
at the
crisis before.
midpoint to
So
go
the point is
lower
that the
from the
president
top to the
doesn't have
bottom.
a tough choice. He's
IWM
got
is
a
trying to
guaranteed
bounce
good
off
choice.
of 9,
And if I happen to be that
45
choice, I'll be
still.
pleased to help him serve.
I want to
We
get
are at
into
the bottom of the
affordability,
purple box on
thing
IWM.
eventually, but I want to get into it this way. We've had a couple of people defend you recently. Brad
Tesla
Gerstner,
is
we just
dumping,
had
trying.
Jeremy
Rejection,
Siegel
trying.
saying you're not going to be a rubber stamp in terms of
People.
easy monetary policy, that you're a an established economist that would make the right
Let's see,
decisions, I
man.
guess, to raise. But
I'm not an SPX. I'm a
does,
Tesla. I don't care. I
at
don't play in the
3%
3/3. I
inflation,
don't really give a shit what happens
it is
here.
on everyone's
I'm
mind
watching.
right now, because that's above target. It's much higher than what the Fed would like. And I want to talk about affordability because suddenly it's a buzzword.
3/3 cycle
Look,
being created.
23% of these price increases happened under the Biden administration.
Sure.
Now, the president's been in for not even a year, but inflation is still too hot, and it's above where it was when he came in. So you would need to think about, as a Fed chief, whether cutting is the right
Man,
move
it
right
is
now.
looking crazy bearish.
There's an
Still.
article in the Journal today. Advisor are urging the president
Divergence.
to
LOD
start
cleared twice.
acknowledging,
MACD volume
that people
crazy.
are hurting, or that there's an
Crazy right
affordability
now. They
problem.
might even
He's
go
been saying
LOD
it's
hope
kinda
and then
like a
bear trap and then
Democratic
cycle and then
talking
chop
point
some
that
bears
doesn't
up and
exist.
then go lower
How
again.
should you be handling this? 'Cause,
Let's see.
you know the mainstream media is going to play it up. The
Insane
buck
bearish
stops with
right
who's
now.
in the
MACD
White House.
volume
Even if it was
is-
Biden's problem, the president's getting blamed.
Right. Well, the way that in the end, with an eye on the horizon,
Right.
that this problem gets fixed is that real wage growth goes up enough so that huge.
I literally
20,
said in the
23%
group
hold
chat,
that was
right?
done
Something
by Joe
is
Biden
crazy
is a thing of the
fucking
past
faking out in the
because people
pre-market,
have
right?
money in
And
their
that
pockets,
crazy
enough money in
faking
their
out was
pockets to bring
IWM.
their real standard of living back up. The real standard of living
IWM
in the
fucking
US, the
faked
purchasing power of
crazy,
ordinary
dude. I'm
Americans
telling
has
you.
gone up
How
by
do I
about
know this shit?
$1,200
Because
so
I was
far
literally
this
sitting
year.
here watching
If
this
you
shit in
look at the
pre-market go
great
up and up and up, and I was like,
Friday,
what
they said
the
that real
fuck? Like,
wages were up
you broke this high 2, and I was like, wow, this is truly
that
a
happens when you
fake
get
out breakout
positive
or it's a
supply
run.
in the economy, and that's what
And
drives growth up and prices down. around. And so what you want to
IWM
do
bouncing.
is lock
Let's see.
that kind
Market
of
is
gain
not
in,
bouncing
where you're
here, and
seeing real
IWM
wages
is.
coming from positive supply shocks. And if you do
means
that, then
QQQ
just
so
as in the
goddamn
90s,
bearish, it's
when we had
hovering at the
positive
floor.
supply shocks from the
Cycle
computer,
created.
and Alan Greenspan
IWM
was willing
might
to
drag
sort
the
of let
market
the
up
economy
here.
run a little bit hotter. we
to
have an
cycle
opportunity with AI and all
to
the productivity
destroy
that
some
we're
puts
seeing
or
to do so again, but to do
bring it
so
to
with a
some
great
neutral
deal of
territory,
caution
but
as
it
we watch
already
the
is.
inflation
It's
numbers
not
go
even
by.
oversold
The
that
one thing we
much,
know
so
is
they
that
could go more oversold and then
inflation
do it. They
hurts
could do it
everybody,
now and then.
everybody in the
Well, I mean,
economy.
I'm not going to
And,
speculate. This is the
and you saw
3/3.
that
There's
in the
not
last
a lot of
election. I'm sure the
confirmation
last election
long.
was
There's
very
not a
much
lot
an
of
inflation
confirmation
election.
short here. I don't really give a shit.
Here's a brand new, better way to sell your house.
Here's
So if you're thinking
momentum.
about selling anywhere in or around the Middlesex County area, including the blue areas on this map, and you want to
Kevin, nobody
Momentum
likes
on
inflation,
volume
and I
in the
think
morning.
part of this administration's plan
There's
to
not
try
a lot
and
of
get
volume and
affordability,
momentum here
really
on SPY.
within
On the
more
1 minute
affordability, I
candle,
should say,
that
out
means
there,
IWM
is
is
to
doing
lower
other shit.
mortgage
It
rates,
is
right?
QQQ is
car
what
loans come
pushing
down.
downward
Part of
still.
that is the
So
Fed lowering those interest
SPY is
rates.
coming in
We
mixed,
have seen the 10-year
and it says
Treasury
low volume, low
jump up.
momentum.
It's not
This
a
is
spike,
from last
but
week, but it's happening still. Low
414
volume, low
versus
momentum.
4.
Still.
On the expectation even that when
Let's
the
see
Fed is
how this
going to
gets
cut rates
released,
again, we
how
think,
they use this.
to see the 10-year move higher, just as it did when the Fed originally cut 100 basis points.
I'm low key. All right, now I'm going to speculate. Okay, I'm low key expecting something like this,
bond market, what that means
where the
for
volume
things
and the
like
momentum
mortgage
goes
rates
little,
that have
little,
set off
little,
of
and
the
then goes a
10-year.
little bit more bearish. That's what I'm
We had Ed
expecting.
Yardeni on
Not
this
too
morning, and
much,
he
but
said
that's what
he
I'm
thinks it may
expecting.
be
We
that
will see.
the bond
I have
market is
no idea
concerned,
why,
but
because on
inflation is
Tesla,
not
I'm
under
in
control
Tesla,
at this
so
point. What do you
I don't know how they're going to do it on
Well, I
Tesla,
think
but
the
I'm
bond
expecting Tesla to
market,
go lower today.
Is still like much
Right,
improved
let's go
from
look
the
at
beginning of the year.
NVIDIA.
It's fluctuating around a little
NVIDIA.
bit now. I think in part
NVIDIA
that could be related
popped.
to
I'm
the
telling you
uncertainty
guys,
over
this
what
is not
the
a
Fed
fucking
is going
joke.
to
Look at
do
this
and
motherfucking
signal
purple box.
in this
I
meeting.
extended this purple
The
box
bottom
since
line
we were
is that
literally
if we
using
get
that last
inflation
week, right?
down
And I was like
with,
saying the smart money
positive
using
growth,
purple box, right?
like happened in the
And I didn't
90s
even
because of
notice the
positive
last
supply
2 days
shocks,
were
then there's
popping up.
plenty of
Last
room,
3 days, 1, 2,
for the
3,
10-year to
4.
go down.
We were what?
But that's gonna
Popping
require
into the
discipline
purple box.
and,
185,
keeping a close eye on
184,
things.
184,
Absolutely, when you see
183.8,
real
and
wage
like, look,
growth,
this shit is so
over the
crazy.
last 3 months of
What
about
does this mean? In
2.5%,
my mental
that's a
head,
sign of we're in
it
the
means
midst
that
of a
they're
positive supply
preparing
shock, and that's
people
really good
here
news, both
for
equity
something.
markets and for
I
bond
have no
markets.
idea what that something means, but all I'm saying
I
is
just wondered,
they're
is this
preparing this
article
shit
accurate?
big.
Have some
They're preparing
advisors
this
been
shit like
saying
a
to the president, you
motherfucker.
gotta
I have no
recalibrate,
idea what it is,
your
but it's
response
huge.
to,
I don't know. We're about to
before-
find out, I guess, into this week. FOMC.
I can
So
remember
tomorrow,
during the
right?
Biden
So
administration, when the Biden
I
administration
could
would
not tell you.
blame,
I want to
the
say it's
feeling that the
southward,
economy
but
wasn't
that's
going
being
well on
bearish
the
bias
media,
as
I
fuck.
used to say
So
that's just
I'm not gonna
patently
lie.
absurd.
All I can do
But that's
is just
kinda
send
what we're
pictures.
hearing
All
now,
I could
that,
do
there's,
is say, "Oh,
you
I'm
know,
thinking this."
almost,
All I could do is that, but I don't really care. Right? What happens, happens,
ignore
and
the
I really have
public's
no control
feelings
over
about
it.
how,
Nor do I give a
you
shit.
know, they feel
Nor
about
do
the
I really
economy at
want
your own
control over it
peril.
because I really
And I'm
don't
just
give a
wondering,
shit what
did
happens.
that
I
ring
really
true
care
to the
about
president, that
how
maybe
I'm
he needs
thinking,
to,
what I'm thinking, when I'm thinking,
he's in
why
the
I'm
White
thinking,
House. He may
which
not
way
have
I'm
caused it,
thinking,
but the buck
why
stops with
1/3,
whoever's in the
2/3,
White
3/3,
House
blah
right
blah
now
blah
in terms
setup.
of
That's all I
how
give a
people
shit
are
about at the
feeling.
end of the day.
There's a huge amount of
So
positive
we'll see what
news
happens
that
with
the
that.
president is going to
But
be
all I'm saying is
breaking this
that's
week
crazy.
about the economy.
That's
You know,
fucking
we've
crazy.
got
There's
a
not a lot of
person who
people in the
actually,
world that can
approached
see
the
things the
studio
way
with me
that they
recently,
do
who's
with that
tracking
type
the
of
openings, the
fucking level of
groundbreakings for
purple
new
boxness
factories
with
that are, you know, in the
all
trillions of
all
dollars
the
of
technical
announcements
analysis
the
drawn with
president's been
all the little
making. And we're up
bullshit.
to almost
I'm telling
30
you,
of
that is
those,
something that you got to dedicate and that
actually
you got to
the
try and
groundbreakings
want. So the
have happened.
128
And so
people
there's
that
a
are
lot of
here
positive
today,
news that's positive
God
for
bless you
people's
all.
jobs, for people's
I'm very
incomes,
glad you
and
are
for
here.
inflation.
Thank
And President
yourselves
Trump is just
for
gonna
being here.
go out there
Right?
and remind
40 or
people of
50 or
that.
60
But in
or
the end,
other
again,
people
going
that
back
are
to
here
the
and
eye
there,
on the
here and there that
horizon,
don't really give a
that
shit. I'm telling you,
President
bro.
Trump's
There's a
economic
big
policies
fucking
were
difference from
profoundly
you
popular,
wanting it yourself
just
every
before
single day
COVID in his
and
first
from
term,
you being
because he
like,
had
today,
$6,500
oh,
of
I
income
want to be,
growth,
oh, it's
after
gonna
the
be
big
easy,
tax
nice
cuts.
and dandy.
so
Oh,
right now we're
everything's
going
gonna be
into
given
next
because it's
year,
not.
where the typical
Life is
person
not
who's
like
got
that.
no
It's just
tax on
fucking
tips,
how
no
it is.
tax
And
on
if people don't
overtime
want to fucking
is
live up
probably
to
gonna see
reality, it is what it is. But I'm telling you, there's something fucking deeper going on. That does not mean full-on bearish right now. Listen, time is 10 a.m., but there's something crazy going on deeper,
in the end, that's more important
which is
than any
what's
bull.
going on.
The final thing I got to say is that
People
we
that do not
did
understand
look
it
at a lot
will
of the
not
sentiment
understand
softer
it, but
indicators over the last few weeks.
it is
And we
the
found
way
a
it is.
pattern
It's
that
the
I'm
way
sure
the
you
shit
guys
is
could
designed,
find a
and
chart
it's the
that will
way
show,
how
which is
things
that
are.
consumer
So
sentiment
on
tends
all
to
terms,
crater when there's a government shutdown.
I'm
And so we
fucking
have
happy
sort
with
of
it. Be
back-to-back
happy with is
4%
what I'm trying
quarters
to say,
coming in, and then
man.
we got
Be
the government
happy with it
shutdown
is
and
what
all
I'm
the
trying to
chaos
say.
related to that.
IWM.
And
Let's
the
see what the
sentiment
hell happens here.
indicators went down, but the hard indicators
There's a
really
lot of
didn't.
bears here.
And
They
that's
could
a
cook
pattern
them
that
all
we've
in the
seen
morning,
over and
right?
over
That does
again.
not mean they
Kevin,
can't zero DT morning
Democrats
cycle
would
and
say the
destroy
shutdown
everybody
was
somehow
entirely
and then
about
do
these
something, right? There's a
subsidies,
lot more
even
bears
though,
here than bulls, so
that's what they
we'll
picked
see.
to shut
I'm
down
not
the
an
government
SPX.
over, obviously. But
I'm going to send the
you
SPX
can't
put-to-call
talk about
ratio.
inflation.
I don't really care
If
about the
you don't
3/3, so I'm
talk
watching,
about
even though they
healthcare
go
and
lower or
rising
higher here.
costs that are across the
I
board.
will I can't send the SPX what the call ratio. So
what do you think?
We're playing in a range.
Not just
685,
Republicans, I don't know if it could
685.
ever be bipartisan, but what should the
That's
government
about
be
$1.
doing
It's like 95 cents.
subsidies
Right? There's
right
something
now?
going on here.
Should there be, in
Let's
good
be
faith,
patient.
bipartisan
Coffee
talks
table.
about extending
Hey,
these
you are
subsidies,
accepted. You are
or
a
not without guardrails? How do you
active
think that's going
member.
to go?
So
Because it all comes into the affordability discussion.
Welcome to the community.
The president and Republicans, brought
Brother.
forward two big policies in the big beautiful bill. One, about $50 billion to rural hospitals, and then about $30 billion for cost sharing to help the people who might be affected by these increases.
What I really need is Tesla volume to fucking come through like this and fucking just roll her down. Like volume,
stuff was thrown out by
momentum
the
mostly.
parliamentarian, but it
The
shows
higher
that there's room
time
for
frame.
negotiation about
Like
something
that.
that could be good for people. I mean, we obviously want lower healthcare costs,
QQQ
but also we
testing
got
the
to get the
floor.
fundamentals down. And
IWM
don't
rejecting the
forget
midpoint.
that,
We're
for 2
testing the
years in a
midpoint
row
right
under
now.
President
Let's see what
Trump,
happens.
we were able to get the consumer price index for drug prices to go negative
IWM
for the
testing
first
the
time
floor.
since World War II.
SPY
because
testing
all
the
the
floor.
hard work we did working
IWM.
with drug companies to make drugs
Sorry,
cheaper for
QQQ.
Americans. And you've
Testing
seen how much
LOD.
hard work we're doing again on that. And I would expect that we're going to see another third year of a negative
We are
CPI
pretty
because of
bearish
that. And so we
still.
got to get the fundamentals right. And I'm going to see Senator Thune in the White House today.
This is
there'll
pretty
be
bearish.
some discussion about how we go forward with the healthcare debate up there on the Hill between now and Christmas.
If you live in a New Jersey zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years, listen carefully. I was an insurance agent for 30 years.
Fuck,
and
this
what
is
I'm
annoying.
Some other things are on President.
Stupid ass.
Markets are gearing up for the Fed's final policy meeting of the year. It's set to kick off tomorrow, and joining us ahead of that is Bill Dudley. He, of course, is the former New York Fed president. Bill, welcome. It's great to see you this morning. The market is betting that we are going to see another 25 basis point rate cut. You think that that's the case?
But I mean,
I think it's almost certainly the case. When John Williams went out and basically made the case for 25 basis points.
I don't want to say QQQ is going to, because QQQ looking full on bearish here. So
contradicted them. It's pretty obvious that
we'll see.
That's what they want to do at this point.
QQQ's the only reason why SPY came down here, technically.
Any meeting to date, at least in this part of the Fed rate
Time is
cutting
10 a.m.
cycle, as many as 5 different
So you
members
look
have
at this
sounded
on the
pretty hawkish.
5-minute
What's the debate between the hawks and the doves at this point?
Inside the huge spike up and huge spike down. It's playing inside of it. It's in the bottom. Could go back up, but it's playing somewhere too.
Risk to the labor market.
Let's see what kind of cycle confirmation things
and 2,
create.
what's the current stance of monetary policy?
Morgan Stanley downgrade on Tesla today. Dump this bitch to 435, and then we can talk about it. 435, I'm leaving everything on Tesla. Then we'll talk about it. Market is bearish right now with Tesla. QQQ, bearish. IWM, bullish. Things are mixed going into the move. It's getting more and more and more riskier and riskier for both sides.
We know that
it's not even making sense going lower. It's not even making sense going higher, but things are happening because of big names like Tesla.
Evenly. They just maybe find the balance weighing one side over the other. I'm trying to get at how.
Let's get the morning lights up, folks, today.
Of a common ground do you have on the Fed, and how difficult or easy it might be for a new Fed chair to try and sway some of those members?
I think that it's not vitriolic at all, because I think the arguments are pretty reasonable on either side. I think you can make a strong case for either side.
Whitehouse
we'll
is
find
live,
out in the fullness of time whether
today.
Monetary policy today is actually restrictive.
Today is Morgan Stanley downgrades Tesla day.
The labor market exceed the risk inflation. So I think the arguments on both sides are reasonable. So I don't think there's going to be a tremendous amount of discords. There will be some dissents. Stephen Moran will probably push for a 50 basis point rate cut. And I would imagine Jeffrey Schmidt of the Kansas City Fed will opt for no interest rate reductions, and maybe another 1 or 2 Federal Reserve Bank presidents could join Schmidt. But this idea that Powell is losing control of the Federal Reserve, I think that's just totally misplaced. This is a very difficult environment where the Fed is missing on both sides of its dual mandate. And the outlook is very uncertain, especially given the fact that we haven't had much in the way of official government economic information. So I think in that environment, it's reasonable for people to disagree.
I wasn't suggesting Powell's losing control of the Fed. I'm trying to get a handle on what you think a new Fed chairman next year might be able to do in terms of influence?
Well, I think at the end of the day, the Fed chairman obviously does have a lot of influence. It basically controls the staff, controls the agenda of the Federal Open Market Committee meetings. But in terms of the actual votes, they only have one
expecting
out of the 12
some sort of
votes.
pop
So
green candles
that
here and
can,
there, but
influence the committee. Maybe you could get an additional
Tesla
rate
is still
cut.
bearish.
But if the committee
SPY
thinks that the
may be
economic
doing the
information
same here and there
implies
here.
that the federal funds rate should say
I
at
can't put in
3.5%,
Morgan Stanley
3.75%,
downgrades
and the chairman
Tesla.
wants to go to
The
3%,
title says it's
it's
too
just
long,
not going to
so
happen. So
I
at the
guess we're gonna
margin, maybe you get an
stay with.
additional rate cut, but you're not going to be able to get a lot more rate cuts if the committee thinks that's not appropriate given the
Tesla
economic
downgrades.
situation.
We just had Kevin Hassett on from the White House.
Lucid got
Obviously, he's
downgraded
seen as
too.
the front runner
All the
right now.
poo-poo.
What do you think of
EV
Kevin
stocks
Hassett in
along
that
with
position?
Well, I think it's
950
I would
bounce
certainly wouldn't disagree with the
955,
notion that he's the most
955
likely
rejected to 10
candidate.
10
And,
a.m.
I
bounce
think at the
trying
end of the
into
day, once you're
10:05.
in the seat,
Things aren't
you're
just
going to
the
want to
way
do what you think is best
market
to
wants to
achieve the
be.
Fed's mission.
Perfectly going
So
up
while
and down
today
on
he
5
might
minutes
think
right
that
now.
significant rate cuts are appropriate.
Right, let's see if
I
this
think
time
once he's actually
changes
at the Fed and working with the
at all.
staff and the other members on the Federal Open Market Committee, I think he'll probably be
Literally
maybe a little
doing
bit less
time,
enthusiastic
chop, up,
than he
down,
is today when he's
down
sort of
right now.
campaigning for the position.
The FOMC earlier this morning, Ed Yardeni called them the Federal Open Mouth Committee. We know that the Secretary
I'm
of
in my
Treasury,
450,
Scott
445
Bessent, said that he
Tesla.
would like
Pooch
to remake
spill.
the Fed, the Federal Reserve
Nothing.
in some ways. As a former Federal
took
Reserve
off.
member, what do you think of that?
I think there is a lot of chatter, and it gets a lot of attention.
To this Friday.
So I certainly think the critique is
Into
valid.
this
But I guess the
motherfucking
question I have is,
Friday.
so what harm is caused by these?
Look at this
this
abnormal
information?
cycle near the
I
floor.
think
We're
people who
hovering near
are,
the floor right now too. Things are
focused on the Fed Reserve
statistically
understand
speaking,
that
it's
the
gonna
people
go
you really
break
want
the
to pay
floor
attention
again
to
than
are
not.
Chair Powell,
Same thing happens when we
John
hover
Williams,
at the roof. Things are
Phil
more
Jefferson,
bearish than not here.
the two vice
Time
chairmen,
is
vice chairman of the
10:05.
board
We're
and the vice
rejecting
chairman of the
big
Federal
time
Open
off of
Market Committee,
10:05. We're rejecting
and
big
follow
fucking
what they're
time. Bulls
saying.
are
And
fucking
yes, other people can have their
trapped.
opinions,
Bull trap.
but just don't overweight them. And so
Tesla
I think
leading
that,
today.
I think the
Tesla is
Treasury
fucking
Secretary's
leading
critique
today.
is
All right,
accurate.
Tesla
But I
is
think the
leading today,
consequences of
big
this
time.
chatter
All right,
are
WhatsApp group,
pretty small.
pre-market.
He was fired
People
just
were
3
told.
weeks before he was
Basically,
set
in
to
the
retire.
pre-market, there
And
was like
now
20
he's
people that
becoming
saw
an industry
it. I
whistleblower.
swear to fuck. IWM faked out huge at market open. Crazy. Oh
Kevin
my
Hanks,
God.
live at the CBOE for our pre-bell playbook.
Oh my God.
Good morning to you. Of course, so much
Tesla
about the Fed.
leading
Will we
today.
get our third
Huge.
straight rate
Look
cut
at fucking
or
Tesla
not?
today, man.
How are you today?
Look at fucking Tesla leader today.
You
they
know
want to
what we're
go
going to
south
have when
today
the
on
bell
Tesla. They want
rings
to go
on
somewhere
Friday,
here,
Nicole?
438,
A lot of answers.
435, and then fucking
Answers
figure shit
on
out.
what the Fed
On
feels about
Tesla!
the economy.
Go!
And the S&P.
IWM
We're
rejecting
going to get answers
618,
on what the Fed
rejecting
feels
below the
about interest rates. We're going to get answers on how many dissenters, what the overall FOMC feels about interest rates. So I think by the end of the week,
trolling in chat,
we'll
you're
have
getting
a
the fuck
lot
out
of
of here,
answers
including you
to what.
for
We're
Rudy,
going to
brother.
get some earnings. Wednesday and Thursday is when
I
most
don't
of
give a
the
fuck
earnings will come out.
no
Adobe,
bears, no
Oracle,
bulls. You're
Synopsys
out.
on Wednesday.
All right, take up
Broadcom, Costco,
15-minute
Lululemon on
break or
Thursday.
something, please.
Those will be the big high-profile names there. Then, in terms of economic data, it's all
wind
about
direction
the Fed,
south
Nicole,
since
and it's going to be
9:30.
how
Time is
many
9.
dissenters are
Time
there.
is 10:05.
Here's the key players to watch for.
I don't give a shit about
this
anything,
week,
guys. I don't have time
besides
to fucking
obviously
waste
Jerome
on no
Powell,
bullshit. I will
Stephen
always be
Myron,
focused on myself
Michelle Bowman,
and nothing else.
Christopher Waller.
So
they're on the Dover
I don't
side,
care
right?
if people
Do they
call me a
dissent
perma bull,
one
perma
way?
bear, none of that. I don't want none of that
Probably
bullshit,
Stephen
negative
Myron
energy in
will.
my
We
group
don't
chat
know about
ever.
the others. How
Or my
about on the
YouTube community
hawkish
ever.
side?
I don't give a f. If
Jeffrey
you're looking
Schmidt,
for a bull, if
he
you're looking for a
dissented
bear,
the
you're
last
at the
time.
wrong
He's probably
place.
going to dissent this time.
You should leave
How
this
about
place
Lori
immediately.
Logan and
I
Beth
am not.
Hammack?
None
They
of that.
both
I laugh
said
at them
publicly
actually.
that they believe the
Time
Fed
is
should stop
10:10. This is the
lowering rates.
3/3
So I
bearishness.
think
There's major
they're
fucking
going to cut
risk
by
here.
25 basis.
Fuck this video.
Markets are gearing up for
Fuck
the
that
Fed.
video. All right. Let's see what happens if the LOD
Today,
breaks here
Bitcoin-
again. I'm not gonna say the same things over and over and over again. I really don't care. But I mean, if you're looking for a bear, if you're looking for a bull, you're literally at the wrong spot. But same things every fucking day. It's not my fault. There's market cycling, market creating, opportunities for bulls and bears to both come, enjoy, and get roasted, and become piglets. QQQ. I have no. This is insane, though, bro. I want Tesla to go lower. It could not. All right, it's called literally deductors versus speculators out here in this world. Deductors versus speculators out here in this world every single day. Faster we realize that, the better it is. Or faster you realize that, better it is. 10-10. I have normal cycle happening now because Tesla's bouncing, I want to say. But market is just creating an algo range at 10:05 as well. 10:05 rejection, 10:05 bounce, time is 10:10. QQQ. 10:05 rejection, 10:05 bounce, 10:10 looking the same exact bullshit. Tesla and QQQ looks exactly the same. SPY looks more bearish than IWM here. SPY is more bearish here than not. IWM is going to the bottom of the purple box to test. Looks like this could not happen instantly, but the momentum is bearish. The volume is bearish. QQQ, algo range created at 10:05. 10:05. They broke out, spiked it into 10:10, and then now they're bull trapping again at 10:10. This is more bearish than not. Still bearish. No confirmation. Bounce. Bearish still. This is the 3/3. LOD divergence created. Alright. Okay, not yet. Not yet. There is not a divergence LOD yet, but there is a cycle divergence right now. There is a medium term, smaller term cycle divergence happening, and we are hovering at the floor. That means we're more bearish than that. That does not mean it's going to go right now, right here, but I mean, this shit does not mean it's bullish. I can tell you that for sure. The only thing that's looking bullish right now, rather than not, is Tesla. Tesla, though, does it really look bullish? Not really. It looks bearish, actually. Nvidia is dumping on the purple box up top. It is dumping on the horizontal support. Let's see what happens into the week here as well on Nvidia. NVDA. NVDA. QQQ. $10.05. Algo range. The algo range here as well. Broke out into 1010, 1005, and then this spiked up into 10. So here you go. This is what smart money is looking at. Retail traders, Robinhood, amateur traders don't really give a shit. So, you know, if they don't give a shit, I care even more. Why? Because that tells me that's what smart money and hedge funds are using. Wind direction is south. Divergence at the floor is about to create in a minute. LOD divergence is happening in front of our eyes. We are now barcoding at the 9:34 p.m. at the minimum, or we're about to go lower. Time is 10:10. Divergence has been created at the LOD, and I said that 4 minutes ago at 10:09. LOD divergence is created. Oh, not yet. It is coming most likely, and now it is here. Divergence is created. LOD divergence is here. Right now, the medium term, long term calls are all fucked. That's what this means. IWM going bearish right now to test the floor. SPX broke the floor. What we did last week was we barcoded up, barcoded up, barcoded up. What we're doing right now is barcoding down, but like so tiny, minuscule down. So tiny, minuscule down. And this is the 3/3. Things were getting extended into 10/3. 10/10. Sorry, 3/3. What did I say? The fucking 10/3. This is the 3/3. Right, let's see how this cycle happens, right? Let's see if this is the 3/3, or let's see if this shit extends. It kind of looks like it's going to extend because it's looking like, because this spike candle down here, the 2/3, 1/3, 2/3 has to be bigger basically. So Tesla at the LOD 443, Nvidia 183. Algo ranging on the Qs, bar coding at the 4 p.m. and 9:30 a.m. open for now. Trying. There's a divergence at the roof. There's a divergence at the floor. The divergence at the floor is most likely going to clear. Time is 10:15. They're going lower here. The 3/3 bearishness is so goddamn bearish right now, and the morning cycle bearishness is so bearish that they're extending this cycle into God knows where. This is a 1/3, 2/3 from earlier, somewhere here. Divergence did not clear. So do they bear trap everybody here with the divergence and then bomb it up and then figure it out, or do we get another red candle and do they just clear the divergence here and now? Let's see. Time is 10:15. I want here now. Tesla, I want the fucking thing to dump now. So we'll see. I want it now rather than later. Time is 10:15. I wanted to go lower today, hover it at 4:39, and then chop, 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 and then go lower until the end of the fucking day. But I mean, it might not happen. But I mean, right now it is a decision moment too. What the shit, my computer frozen. Can you guys hear me? Okay. What the fuck? Okay. Time is 10:15. I'm gonna go put right now 2K on SPX. It's fucking laggy as shit, dude. I'm not gonna lie. This is 3/3. I'm looking for 1 or 2 minutes here. Time is 10:15. Playing in the 3/3 and did not break the LOD, or did they? 625.46. They did break the LOD. Divergence is cleared. There could be a massive bear trap here. LOD divergence has cleared, but I'm looking for them to be more bearish here for a couple of minutes. I don't want to play in the 3/3, but I am scalping here. I wanted the divergence clearance, but they did it anyway, and now I'm fucking hoping. It just happened too fast. I chased into that candle, so it's all up to Tesla now. And bouncing at the 1020. This shit could turn bad. 0 DTs can burn like nothing from the floor. But there's no cycle confirmation long yet. And we're fucking cycle 0 DT bouncing, because why the fuck not? Why the fuck not? With the new floor that it just broke at the bottom of the purple box, you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. 0 DTE. I mean, if Tesla goes lower today, ain't no way the market's staying up anyway, so fuck. But 0 DT is cycling here. Man, now the bulls are showing strong for 3 minutes, and candle is literally saying we're about to flip this bitch up and run, or we're about to drop this bitch and literally destroy anything anyway. Everything anyway on the call side. Look at Tesla right now. Everything's fighting for its life. Whether to fly or reject. I'm praying to God it rejects right here. I can get the shit out on SPX. I'm in the 3/3, and they are. They just broke the LLD and they're doing this shit. This is unbelievable. Showing crazy bullish and then showing crazy bearish. Getting all sides fucking hoping at the fucking floor, and they just broke the floor just now. If this shit breaks the floor, it has to be a fucking bear trap. 70%. It has to be a short-term, medium-term bear trap. They showing fucking crazy bearish, so. Oh my, please. I'm at break even right now. Oh yes, please. Every fucking candle make or break for bulls and bears insane right now. In literally one candles right now. Hasn't even been fucking 5 minutes from 10:15. It's literally 10:15 to 10:20 and they're doing with this wild ass cycle. Fuck, this is like max bear hope, max bull hope at the floor. More dangerous for bears, but then the wind direction south, so oh, fuck. Tesla bouncing, IWM. Creating an ugly ass W as we go down on SPY and QQQ. Look at that fucking ugly ass W on SPY, chopping downward, and IWM is actually creating some sort of visual downward, but weak as shit right now. Nasty working market is. What the fuck? I was expecting a huge screen. What the fuck? Alright, I'm about to just. Man, look at Tesla right now. Fuck me. What are these candles? Doji candle at the floor. Creating an algo range at 1020. Candle is about to fly or drop here, and then fake or not, like here, big time. We're at the floor, and there's an algo range right at the floor that we just created, and there's a doji candle representing one algo range at 1020. This shit is. What the fuck is this? Insane work. Look at the video. Something bigger going on. Something bigger than just fucking 1 minute bullish and 1 minute bearish candles. Something bigger going on, clearly. LOD is breaking on QQQ. QQQ is testing the floor here. It's breaking the floor. Now there's a divergence at the floor again into 1020. QQQ broke the floor and SPY did not. Why? The bull trap on this bounce, or to bear trap on this divergence? There's a divergence at the fucking floor. QQQ. IWM flying. IWM flying. QQQ rejecting. MACD coming in bearish on the 5 minute. This is bearish. I want to say on QQQ. Yeah, I really fucking want to say fuck. Fuck, it's like so confusing. It's like trapping while it's doing everything. Or one thing needs to go, basically. Until it goes, it's not going. QQQ or SPY needs to go here. QQQ going. Alright, it's bearish. Dump. This is dump. Bearish dump. This is bearish. QQQ breaking the floor into 1025. Now there's a real visible LOD divergence, and they're dumping on all the bulls except SPY. They're hurting them. They're not dumping on SPY. They're dumping QQQ. Like fucking dumping this bitch, but SPY, no. They're dumping this bitch now, right? It's acceleration. This is a real dump now, right? 3/3 dump. Acceleration happening. I'm expecting LOD break here. $10.25. Just need one fucking candle on SPX. Nice. Now squeeze and boom fucking lower. Come on. Squeeze and boom fucking lower. One candle. Alright, I'm out. $2,650. $2,654, but I'm fucking out. Let's go! Let's go. I'm out. $600 off of 2 fucking K. LOD break. Alright, little fucking bull trap. Little bull trap. SPX bar coding. Chop, 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 but downward. Chopping downward. Real quick dump. Holy shit. It's at 2.9K now. Holy fuck. I don't give a fuck. I'm out, dude. I don't give a shit. Easy scalp. I don't give a fuck. 3/3 scalp. Wow. True fucking dump. Time is 10:25. Oh my god. Look at that one fucking candle. I literally left in the middle of it. I don't really give a shit, bro. What the fuck is that huge candle on Tesla? Alright, mute your mics. Mute your headsets. Mute your headsets. Mute your headsets. I'm about to start screaming on Tesla. 445 puts up now. Heavy. Hefty. 450's up. Hefty. They gotta roll this bitch. Roll! Wind direction is south. They are extending this bitch crazy south. Right? Wind direction is full on south. Oh my god, look at that. 3/3. Dump. Dump, 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 dump. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. This is the morning cycle. This is the entire intraday. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 dump. This is the finale. Finale. QQQ went first. Dump. That's a dump. Finale. 10:25. LOD divergence cleared everything for the third, fourth time. Dump. IWM dumped. SPY dumped. We are back at 6853. The gap and the game we're playing with. Oh my god. Alright, I'm expecting the market to do some sort of shit here now. Roll it somewhere here. Flipping this horizontal sloping. Finally. After everything. It might not. The higher chances are it's not going to flip. I'm not going to lie. The higher chances are it's not going to flip. But if Nvidia trapped, if Tesla trapped, if those things are true, then we should see somewhere down there, even with the bounce or whatever the fuck. I am not out on Tesla. I am still waiting. I'm hoping, but I am not hoping. I'm basically hoping with deductions. This shit is hoping, basically. I'm not gonna lie on Tesla. It is there, but not really. It's like 1020, 1025. It could drop, but not really. Let's see. Right, looking at the candles, looking at the chart, it should bounce right here, right? It looks like it should stop, but I mean, it could not, is what I'm saying. It could chop here, waste time here, and then blah, 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 zero burn, and then do something because of other things. So, we'll see. But today, can't lie, Tesla led the market. SPY QQQ was holding it and hiding it, and then they fucking dropped it in 5 minutes. From 10:20 to 10:25. Was a fucking insane fucking dump. Oh my god, right? I literally said at 10:05 bull trap, Tesla leading today, bearish still at 10:09, and I said divergence LOD created at 10:09, and I said divergence LOD is here at 10:12, and then at 10:15 I fucking went in 2K, and I said this is a bearish dump at 10:25, and then in 3 fucking minutes it dumped. 10:25 was right here. 10:25, I said this is a bearish dump. And we are into 3/3. They can go lower here. Let's see. There's no cycle confirmation long yet, except the cycle creating off of 10:20 into 10:30. QQQ looked crazy. And it looks crazy. Chopping up last week. We are chopping down, chopping down, chopping down, chopping down with the MACD volume coming in periodically. IWM looking insane. I need $10 down on Tesla. I'll be done for the fucking day. I want 434s fucking today. Not tomorrow, fucking today. 434s today, and I want subs 434s fucking tomorrow. But I'm not gonna be in for tomorrow. Most likely, I just want to get this shit out today. It is, man, it is hovering and holding for SPY, but SPY and QQQ is going, yet Tesla's not anymore. Like, what the fuck is this now? Okay, come on now. Just fucking break 440s, please. Come on now. Man. Market went down this much, and SPY, and Tesla went down basically $8. Like, it needs to drop fucking $16. SPY would be actually down then, like 0.4%. Right now we're down 0.21%. Basically jack shit on SPY. On Tesla, we're down 2.7%. Alright, going for more. The bears are here on Tesla. Today, intraday, the bears are here on Tesla. If they hover here, but when they usually do go, it's like super fucking fast. Oh my gosh. It's a true floor LOD for now. Okay, candles coming in spiky, so I can't even say that with no cycle confirmation here. It's just literally up to the big fucking players, whether they wanna drop this or chop this with a cornucopia coin and go up. Looking absolutely disgusting. Looks Tesla looks like it should fly, and then if I don't know if it rejects here with this stupid ass cone, QQQ will for sure. We're at more than halfway of the little drop. I feel no FOMO. I just want to get the fuck out of Tesla. I'm actually feeling excitedly, cautiously anxious. We're looking for a 5% drop on Tesla. I'm fucking cautiously anxious. SPY down 0.15%, QQQ down 0.005%, Tesla down 2.7%, 2.4%. So, weird day. It's a little bit.
Chairman and CEO Jamie Dimon, in an exclusive interview with me yesterday, told me he is investing in
Jamie Dimon.
Chairman and CEO Jamie Dimon, in an exclusive interview with me yesterday, told me he is investing in national security industries and that the economy in America looks good in 26.
National defense.
You've launched a $1.5 trillion security and resiliency initiative to boost critical industries. Tell me a little about what your objective is here and what industries you deem as most important for the U.S. economy that you'd like to invest in.
Right. So, it's become pretty obvious, particularly since the invasion of Ukraine, that national security is critical, not just for us, but for a lot of countries. And if you had any illusion that the world was going to be peaceful for the rest of our lives, hopefully it was shattered. And, at that
Let's
point,
do the first poll of the day, guys. Will Tesla go lower? Yes or no?
We didn't have enough production capability to make the bombs
Your
that we
opinion.
needed to ship.
Will Tesla go lower?
You've already heard about the rare earth problem. We rely on China. And it's not just about China, but we rely on single parties for things we need for F-35s and nuclear submarines. And we rely on China for something like 90% of the ingredients go into our pharmaceuticals.
The answers are yes. The answers are
And
no. The answers
China.
are I
It's
don't
about
know. I don't care
States needs to
anymore.
have security and resiliency about
That
things
could be an answer
for
too.
straight
You could be
that we can rely
non-biased
on.
in
This
this
is what we
shit.
said.
You
What can
could be
JP Morgan do?
non-biasly
So
situationally
we
positioned.
broke it out into 27 very detailed categories. So it's rare earths, of which there are many, by the way. It's lithium. It's the medical ingredients. It's drones. It's satellites. It's cyber. It's even education in some cases about what we need to do to get the
8 people voted yes. 4 people voted no. 1 person voted I don't know. I don't care.
Okay. The investment in Perpetua as well, and Jamie, these are really potentially big investment ideas because I think last week President Trump was saying that ever since the government invested in some of these companies like Intel and Mountain Pass, they've already made tens of billions of dollars. In fact, I believe it was your firm was among those firms that actually brought Mountain Pass together
oversold
with
volume.
the
So
White
either it
House.
stops
The White House
or either
takes
the
a
volume
stake in
really
Mountain
comes
Pass,
in
which
and
of course is one of the few companies that are able to
like
do the processing and refinement of the rare earth minerals. If you had this program in place,
I want
then,
the volume
would
to
you
come.
have
I
actually
want the momentum
invested
to come
alongside
on
government
Tesla,
and
and
taken
I
a
want
stake
it
into
to do
Mountain
it.
Pass,
This
for example?
449 to 420, 442.
Yeah, no,
that's like $6.
absolutely.
I wanted to do $6, $6 and $12 and be done with it.
But they got to be
It could
extracted,
not happen. I have no
concentrated,
idea.
produced,
But, I mean, let's
and
see.
turned into magnets.
There is
And
no
that's a
volume
long
in the 5 minutes,
process.
so that's why we're doing
and
the
I should
poll.
have mentioned
The
some of the
bitch
stuff
could
you need
flip
to
right
do
here,
is
or
not
it
even
could
just the
drop with
investment.
volume and
It's the
momentum if it
analysis,
comes.
the research, and changing policy.
Literally
we
no
need
volume.
to change policy on education and policy
No
around
volume on the
permitting
15
and some
minute.
EPA policies to allow some of
Barely.
these companies to do this. But absolutely, I
Just a
thought the
little
government
bit
did
of
the right
volume
thing in Mountain
bearish.
Pass.
30 minute.
They gave them
There's more
kind of a
volume in the
longer-term
30 minute than
contract
the
with a set
15. Makes
price
no
to
fucking
give them
sense.
time
1
to
hour
do
there's
all those
volume.
things. And
2
one of the
hour
things that
there's
happens
volume.
with some of these companies is the price
So,
gets you have a competitor come in, the price gets cut, and they're going to fail. So we need to find ways to stop that from happening, to give the company a chance to to build some economies of scale and compete.
I want to get your take on how you're managing things, of course, as one of the most important banks in the world, JP Morgan, certainly in America. How do you manage the China threat now that we know clearly it is an adversary? You've seen the China Select Committee try to stop you and other Wall Street banks from taking companies that are tied to the People's Republic of China. Stop them from going.
We gotta respect Jamie Dimon now, guys. Come on, he's like the master.
Surveillance of the United States, exploiting the visa process, you stealing intellectual property. Tell us
Level
how you
5,
manage
level
that.
50,000
You see all of this bad behavior, and yet it's still a customer. You're doing business in China. It's lawful.
Yeah. So I give you credit for you raised this issue a long time ago, and put some focus on it. But you got to step back and look at the big picture and put it in context. America has the best position in the world. The American public should understand our GDP per person is $80,000. China's is 15.
I just need Tesla to go more. $6. Come on.
Peace with our neighbors. They live in a very tough area.
Big profit on Tesla.
Most of the people around the rearming because of the actions they're taking, they've done an unbelievable job.
I'm so glad I didn't fucking sell this shit at 453s. It was at last week. So
nation in the world. They have terrible demographics. They've had some mismanagement of their economy. The notion that come out we're way behind. Now go to the specifics. Foreign policy of the United States is set by the United States government, not by JP Morgan
Stanley
Chase.
came in
And there are a
clutch
lot of
today
things
for
we
me.
can't do.
Morgan Stanley came out with a
They
Tesla
tell us not to do it.
downgrade in pre-market.
Some of these things that get raised are very specific things where we think.
See you later, West Coast. West Coaster says good day for me. Gotta pack up for my flight. See y'all tomorrow. Have a good day, brother.
If we thought that
Have
a
a good
company we
flight
were
too.
doing
Stay
was
safe.
doing inappropriate stuff, or we were told by the United States government that was doing
Hope your
inappropriate
flight
stuff,
is
we
a
wouldn't
beautiful
do it.
one. I
Now,
love
if you look at what we're doing in China,
going on the plane, man. I
we make,
love
think,
going on family
3,000
vacations. I love going to
multinationals in
Mexico.
China.
I
So
love
these are a
taking
lot of
little
companies. Some of them are gonna
bumpy
be
plane
here,
rides. So
and
enjoy it
so
all.
we
Enjoy
kind of
the
have
enjoy the
clients,
view.
there's
Enjoy
network clients.
life.
We try to
Right?
be very careful.
That's amazing.
But we're not going to violate American national security policy. And like I said, there are things we will not do there, and there are things we do. There's some specific things raised that we just don't agree
IWM gap.
with.
There's a
And,
1 minute
and
gap
if
on
someone
IWM here.
showed us it was wrong, we would change our mind.
1 minute gap.
Would you
IWM.
walk away from a deal, from an IPO, if you felt that company was
we're gonna delete this
assisting
now.
the People's Liberation
delete
Army?
this.
Would we walk away from a deal? Absolutely. We don't have to chase any deal or any client, something like that.
Bigger
but
cycle is
then you have
saying
to
we are in
define
a
assisting.
1/3,
Is it food,
2/3,
sneakers,
3/3
or is it
from
military
the
equipment?
high
So if it's
of not
assisting
even
military
today.
equipment, absolutely. And I presumably
It's saying that we
would
were
be
in
on
the
the sanction
high
list of the United
of
States government.
Friday.
If it's something that's kind
10:30
of
was the
innocuous,
top.
no, we're not going to walk away from
10:30
that
of
company.
Friday was the
If
top,
States
and then we
government
went
decided,
lower into
that we should,
11:40.
then we would.
11:40
I'm
went
not afraid
higher
of China.
into
I think what we need to do is make sure we're
120.
secure.
You know what I mean?
Maintain the strongest military in the
13:35.
world is the best
And
deterrent.
then today,
You've
the
heard
morning
quotes,
spike 9:30 did not break the
maintaining
high
an army
of this
is
or this,
expensive.
meaning we were in
Fighting
a
a war is even more
1/3,
expensive,
2/3, 3/3,
and
and
losing
they
a war
used
is
the
the most
entire
expensive.
bullish
So
momentum
deterrence,
to go
deterrence.
lower.
I want to get your take
That's
on
why
what your
the
sense
market
is
is
of the
able to go
2026
down
economy.
so goddamn fast, and that is why people are looking for news and people are looking for answers of why the market is doing what it's doing. But it's doing what it's doing because of setup, it's doing what it's doing because of cycles, and it's doing what it's doing because of time confirmation alone. 9:30 spike is a higher time frame confirmation to not break the high of 13:35, to not break the high of 10:40. When we broke 12:40 at Friday, that's, you know what I mean? That's how you know that this cycle is fake to go lower too. But they break this, fake out, and then go lower, extending the 3/3. So we might go lower here, is my opinion, and that is a okay opinion. Why? Because we're in the cycle. This is a 3/3. I have no idea where it's going, to be honest with you, but it looks like it's going lower. So I'm just gonna say Tesla's going lower. It ain't going higher. I don't really give a fuck if the people say, "Oh, you're bearish. You're a perma bear. You're Tesla." I don't give a shit. What I really do care about is the setup for me. So, hopefully things work out for you in your life. Things are okay for me. So, at the end of the day, whatever you can come up with an explanation of what's going on in the market to explain the mechanical approach that takes to become a deductor and not a hoper, a speculator, or a guesser. Hopefully, it resonates, right? Hopefully it resonates with some people, and hopefully those that does not resonate with, you do not waste too much time, because that's what it takes to become someone that's successful in trading. That's what it takes to become your own man and a woman. That's what it takes to take responsibility of life. So, on that note, on God, we'll continue to watch Jamie Dimon, the boss of the bosses.
The year ahead, Jamie.
In the short run, it looks like the American consumer is doing fine, is chugging
Things
along,
are
companies are making
bearish.
profits, stock markets are high, and that could easily continue.
Higher.
There are a little small negatives,
Setup says
jobs are
we
weakening,
are in
but just
the
a little
3/3
bit. Inflation
bearish
is there
cycle.
and maybe not going down. In the
They
long
are
run,
just
there are much
chopping
more
down.
important things. The geopolitical situation, these huge deficits that we have, that other countries have, which may be quite inflationary. Those things are probably more important.
We're chopping down how we chopped up last week. That's why nobody in the world is expecting it and realizing. But I'm literally understanding this because I literally thought this is what I was deducting on the pre-market,
Jamie,
looking
we're
at the
just coming
fake out to
off of the
fucking begin
longest
with. So
shutdown in
they
history,
chop
and of course, the
up
Securities and
last week.
Exchange
Chop
Commission was shut down. I
up.
wonder what
They
kind of an impact that had on
down.
IPOs,
Nobody
on
knows what the hell's
capital
going on.
markets businesses for you.
Right, what is going
And
on
now
is they're
that we're
testing
back
6853.
open, would
They're
you
testing
expect those deals to spill
6849.
into the new year?
See if that
Will we see
flips.
a big, business boost because of the things that weren't able to get
breaking
done
the
in
bottom
the
of the
fourth
purple box here. This is bearish.
Yeah, so
IWM
first
is
of all,
bearish.
I just
If you
wanna
look at the
say, shutdowns are
intraday,
stupid. They damage
right? When did we
America.
say
They
the wind
shouldn't
direction
happen,
is
and we
south?
gotta figure
At
a way not to have
9:45,
these things
9:30 to
happen. You can
9:45.
blame
They broke the
Democrats,
9:45 floor
Republicans.
once. They're
Their
about to
intramurals
break
are
it for the second
damaging
time.
300 million Americans.
They're about to
And
break the
I
bottom
think
of the
that's just
purple
dead wrong
box.
for any
They're gonna go
reason.
lower here. It already broke.
But yeah,
Right
so
now
what
this
we
is
did
bear
do,
control on
IPOs
IWM.
basically stopped for
Let's see if SPY
30 days or whatever it was.
fucking
But the
goes here.
markets
It's already
are
gone.
wide open.
Tesla
the
gone.
IPO
Is at the most
backlog
bottom
is
of the
huge,
bottom of
debt
the bottom
backlog is
of
huge,
where
the
it
M&A
could be
backlog is
intraday.
huge. Yes, they're all going to come.
Calls are
but I'll give
fucked
you a
here.
proviso.
It's
Pipelines are
absolute
like
call
accordions.
fuck on
They open and
3/3.
close. So whenever people ask
The
us,
3/3 entire
the
day.
investor community asks
Call
us, what's
fuck.
the pipeline? I say, we'll tell you the pipeline, but don't assume that it closes. If the markets get
On
south,
this
if you go into recession,
Tesla auto
those things can
downgrade
close
news as
pretty
well.
quickly.
Let's see what the
I've
hell
got to
happens
ask you
here.
about the special counsel, the former special counsel Jack
Tesla
Smith, and that
waterfall.
Arctic frost investigation,
Waterfall
Jamie.
today. Tesla
Because we had Devin
waterfall.
Nunes on this program, former chairman of the
Minus
Intelligence
1045.
Committee, who said your bank was subpoenaed to give
Back
his
the
bank
volume.
records
The
up,
most
and he was
bearish
upset
it's
about
been
it.
the
Here's what he
entire
said on
day.
this program just a few weeks ago. Watch this.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at
when the Arctic frost went after our bank records at Trump Media. That's inexplicable because we didn't exist. So what reason did they have to go after us? And I've seen Jamie Dimon and others at JP Morgan say this over and over again, that they don't debank people for political reasons. Well, then why the hell did you debank Trump Media?
Jamie, what do you want to say about that? Did you send over the bank records of Devin Nunes or Trump supporters to the special counsel when he wanted that information?
People have to grow up here, okay, and stop making up things and stuff like that. So, and I can't talk about an individual account. We do not debank people because of religious or political affiliations. We do debank them. They have religious and political affiliation. We debank people who are Democrats. We debank people who
All
are
I could say is
Republicans.
none of this
We
shit makes
debank
sense. You
different
gotta just
religious
make it
folks.
make sense.
Never was that for that reason.
Right. That's
And
what I
number
mean
one.
by,
Number two
you know,
is I don't like debanking
David
people.
Paul and like the
We live
pros
under
say you
very
gotta just
strict
come up with
rules
your
and
own mechanical
regulations and
systematic approach
requirements,
that literally
and to
allows you to
protect
do
the
shit without
country, and we
emotions.
have to
That just
report things to the government.
just
We're required
all
to
this shit
report
just
things to
needs
the
to
government.
make sense
I can't
because
even
all this
tell
shit
you
makes
when we do it,
absolutely
'cause I
no
won't tell you
fucking
that
sense
either.
in the majority of the
Listen,
people's
I
minds.
want to change these rules. I
Up
actually
or
applaud
down.
the Trump
It makes
administration
no
who's trying to
fucking
say
sense. You just
the
gotta come up with
debanking's
something
bad,
that
and we
makes
should change
sense.
the rules. Well,
That's
damn it, I've
literally
been
what
asking to
fucking
change the rules
happened to
now for
me, and
15
that's why I'm
years.
fucking like
So
this,
change
and
the
that's why I'm
rules.
so brutally
And that's why a
real
lot
with
of
the
this
way
stuff
I am.
takes place. It is
And
really
sometimes
customer unfriendly.
it comes
We're
off very
debanking
mean,
people
but I
because of
swear
suspected
it's the
things or
only way.
negative
The
media,
only
all these
way.
various things. So,
Alright, I'll say this shit with this shit
and the
muted.
last
Right?
thing, which is really
The
important,
only way to find the reality and the truth is to fucking face the reality and the truth brutally, and to love it and to appreciate life for its providing brutal reality and truth.
We don't give
suffering, because
information
I
to the
love
government
suffering, because I use suffering
just
in a
'cause they
great
ask.
way to
We're
become
subpoenaed.
better and
We're
to
required by
literally
court to give
feel
to the government.
happiness
And I've been
from
filing
said
subpoenas
suffering.
with
I don't
this
just
administration,
suffer
the
and
last
suffer and
administration, the
suffer
administration
and
before
suffer and just literally just because I want to suffer and like I just forget about it. Like there's a point in it. So
The
I
one before
literally, I
that.
don't know, man.
And I don't agree with a lot
You gotta
of it.
fucking
The government
feel
does a
this
lot
shit
of
in the
things
heart.
that
I really
get
do
angry
mean
at
this
banks.
shit when
So
I say this.
let's
Like you
just
gotta
take a
feel this
deep
bitch
breath
in the
and
heart.
fix the problems as opposed to
Because
like
if you don't
blame
fucking believe in
someone
what
who's
you
put in
do
that
and you don't
position.
believe
So,
that you can
yeah,
do
we've
this
been
and you
quite
don't
clear
believe
about
in
this. We've
yourself and
given
you don't believe that you can
recommendations to
see
the government
things,
how
you
they
don't
can fix
believe,
it,
you
how we
you
can
don't do
change the
shit.
rules and regulations to
All life
dramatically
is
reduce
literally
reporting and
doing
debanking
it
and things
yourself, doing it and having the
I'll tell you, I mean,
belief.
as someone
And
who is
then that
covered,
belief
I could make a
grows
point right
into
now.
something
I
more.
could make a point right now. I don't have to debank anyone. I would tell the government
It's still
if we
bearish.
see
They're just
something that
chopping,
might
chopping,
possibly
chopping
be
tiny
bad,
lower
we'll
until a
report
real
it to
momentum
you,
push
and you
happens.
decide.
I don't know.
Why do we have
It's
to
looking
decide?
more and more.
And that's what the position
Slow
I'm
it
taking.
down,
I mean,
but still.
as someone who has covered global business for so many years and now
Man,
covers
you
politics
can't
as
lie.
well
Tesla
as
is
policy so
absolutely
closely,
fucking leading the market today.
problem with,
What the
the
fuck
special
is this
counsel
shit?
taking advantage of corporate America
Little
to use corporate America to do their
downs.
dirty work. Because it wasn't just the banks, it was also the telecom
Faking
companies.
out
Don't
the
forget,
market
they sent subpoenas
crazy.
to Verizon and
Little
AT&T to get
downs.
phone records of Trump supporters. I mean, a political witch hunt. So that's why I think our viewers, want to understand how this happens.
4:38 real quick so I can get this
Yeah,
shit
but
out, man.
that is
I'm
not
up
me.
nice.
That's your courts.
I feel like I'm
and,
overstaying right
government
here
and
on
stuff like that,
Tesla,
but the
but I
government,
really am. Because I feel
Democratic
like
and
I'm
Republican
I'm
governments
with
are coming
smart
after us
money, and I
both.
feel like
So
they're gonna
let's
go
not act
touch
like
it,
this
but
is
like
just one-sided
that is a
when this has
hope
been
itself
going
too.
for a
That's like
long time,
straight up
and we should
hoping
stop,
on price action, price level, and all that shit.
militarizing the government that kind of way.
If you're thinking of selling your house, want to know how much more you could be getting by using this brand new way to sell? The real estate market is ready.
Hour, President Trump doubling down on his affordability push as his top officials urge him to remain focused on bringing high prices lower for the average American, reportedly showing him polls and social media posts in closed-door meetings. The Wall Street Journal is reporting. All of this ahead of the highly anticipated Federal Reserve meeting this upcoming week. They will have a rate decision on Wednesday. Joining me now to get ahead of it is former Federal Reserve Board nominee Judy Shelton. Judy, great to see you. Thank you so much. All of this ahead of the highly anticipated Federal Reserve meeting this upcoming week. They will have a rate decision on Wednesday. Joining me now to get ahead of it is former Federal Reserve Board nominee Judy Shelton. Judy, great to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
Another push lower. Bears are strong.
My first question is to assess the macro story. We got the inflation data from the PCE
This motherfucking
Friday.
Darth Vader time, bro. Darth Vader is here with all his fucking bear homies, all right? All the fucking Jedi bulls are fucked. I'm sorry. That's how it is right now.
I think the
analogy
loss
is there.
of 32,000
take it however they want. You want to take it.
Is the most concerning aspect. And I'm very relieved that the PCE came in consistent with expectations, because if it had come in higher, that would have given ammunition to the people
Tesla's
on a very
consolidating
divided
lower.
Federal Reserve Board, the ones who want to continue to keep rates at restrictive rates, deliberately curtailing growth and economic
disgusting
activity.
stuff, but I mean, it is what is going on. You got to call things for what it is sometimes.
If you're fighting inflation, because you want to have small business
after it happens, it's okay.
The jobs are
it's
created
literally what's going on. The 30-minute MACD,
no
right volume, low momentum was when? In the morning, right? And then I said, if it chops, and goes lower, it's going to most likely come back, and that's what it did in the 5-minute. I literally drew this shit somewhere here.
I think this is good.
Right, the realest people of my live stream remember everything I do and like what I say. Because I literally tell them to remember what I say, and I said this somewhere here in the morning. The volume's low, the momentum's low, but I'm expecting some sort of chop, and then down. I'm expecting some sort of chop, and then down. That's what I literally said. I said I'm sort of down and then figure it out, not being super biased.
Certainly, Stephen
that's what
Myron
they did.
would have been going for that.
Now
and whether he could bring along Chris Waller or Michelle Bowman, I'm not sure, but
that's what they did.
The
now
Fed
let's see. They
has
can go
this
more.
sense that it's really a trade-off.
I want Tesla to go here.
The labor
It's up
market
to the
and
market
inflation.
And
they've made it clear that now they're more concerned about the labor market, and I would be too, especially
Wind direction
the
was
loss
north
of
from
private sector
9:30 to
jobs.
9:35. It
Trump is
looked
set to go on
crazy
a
north.
nationwide
628,
tour next
620,
week. He's starting in Pennsylvania.
626 to
He's
628
touting
in
his
5
efforts on
minutes.
affordability and his
And then
economic
since the
wins.
super
You have a new
bullishness on
Gallup poll
QQQ,
showing more
SPY
Americans
did not
currently
even
rate
look
the
super
economy as
bullish in the
poor.
morning.
But White House Economic Council Director
Right?
Kevin
It looked
Hassett
bearish.
told me
Actually, it was
that
going
people
lower.
will feel the effects of
QQQ
President's
faked
policies
out
in
the
the new
HOD
year.
divergence,
Here's what he
went to
told
the
me on
floor,
Friday.
bounced, literally faking out every bounce.
The people who have no tax
faking
on
out
tips,
every
no
bounce.
tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, they're going to get huge tax refunds in the first and second half of the year. That's going to feed the demand that you need from all this higher productivity from AI. And so I think that we're looking at
Wind
one of the
direction
golden
is
years
north
in
or
American
neutral from
economic history.
1025.
What do you make of Kevin Hassett's comments that we are in a golden age of the economy?
I think that
I really
agree
don't
with
want
him
that guy
100%.
as the next
And it
Federal
really
Reserve
reflects
chair,
this
but I guess
successful transition, even though I think Democrats try to make it difficult.
No choice.
But this successful
Whatever we
transition,
get.
it's not really from Wall Street to Main Street. It's more, as Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says, it's a shared prosperity. And both parts of our economy, the people who do the real
wind
work
direction on SPY and
produce
now.
goods and services, along with the
Wind
people in the
direction is
financial
south
sector,
all
should
day
all
long.
do well. And
From
I think that
9:30
all of it is
into 1025.
It makes me very
1025. The wind
optimistic.
direction is north
And
or
I think
neutral. We're
already
hovering
seeing,
at the
certainly
floor
the
right
Atlanta
now, so it's
Fed
not bullish.
continues
It's
to
bearish.
see that we're closer to a 4% growth
Waiting
rate,
to.
even than 3.
Not
But
clear the
anything above
divergence
3
because
is
there's no
stupendous.
divergence at the
So,
floor.
yes, I
We're
think
waiting for
that's all
something
going
here
to
at the
start
floor. I don't know
hitting
what that
very,
is. I
very
don't know if it's the bull
powerfully
trap,
in
or I
the
don't know if it's the
first
bear
and second
trap, or I
quarter
don't know
next
if it's
year.
to
The
continue to
president
move
has
lower on
teased
Tesla.
Kevin
But
Hassett
we
could
for
be the
sure
next
are
chairman of the
waiting
Federal
here and
Reserve.
hovering
He's
for
been
something.
largely
Let's see.
seen as the
In my
odds-on
opinion,
favorite for the job,
the
but
floor
not
will break
everybody's on
off
board.
and
There
Tesla
are
will go
some
lower.
concerns
But
over close
it really
ties
does
to the
not have
president.
to.
What are your thoughts
Things
on
are not really
Kevin Hassett
oversold
becoming
because
the
of
next
that little
chairman of the
pop
Fed?
up and bounce.
Well,
So
I think Kevin Hassett is a superb
let's see.
economist.
They're
and I
using the
think he's a
entire
great
bullish
choice.
momentum to go
The most
lower. It
important
looks like
aspect
visually.
of
That's
his
what's going on.
perspective is that he
happening,
believes in the
trying.
supply side
Tesla is
agenda,
full
which
on
is the
bearish here.
economic agenda of the Trump administration. And so he understands the disinflationary
Look
aspects
at all the
of
bulls getting
lower
trapped
taxes
on
and a
NVIDIA
lower
because
regulatory
when the
burden
candles were
and
super
savvy
green,
energy
somebody
and
came
trade
on chat and
policies.
said,
So
look,
he can
NVIDIA is
encompass
going
that
bullish.
sort of
They could go
thinking,
higher, right? And that
and
is
he
literally how
recognizes
they
the
get people on
importance of
candles.
access to
Things
capital.
literally
I
just
think
flip
on the
at the
AI
tippity
question,
top,
yes,
tippity
the
tippity
layoffs
bottom.
are
And the
a
only things that
concern,
do not
but I like when
fuck with
President Trump
candles
said
are setups. The only thing that dictate candles and people's environments and people's emotions are setup lists biased, bull or bear. So I laugh when people call me a bear. I laugh when people call me a, oh, why aren't you going call here? I don't give a fuck. I do what I want, when I want, how I, wind direction south right now. I'm not scalping south, but I would if I were to, but I ain't going to chase in the 3/3. I'm waiting on Tesla here, so I'm just gonna wait and wait and wait. Market is going. Tesla is not. I really don't give a shit, is what I'm trying to say. People care too much about being a bear, being a bull. That's the game. That's what you have to realize to not care about. But I say this every day, and people still don't care, or that's literally, how they've been living 24/7. I know this shit because that's how I've been living when I was a bear and a bull. So it's very hard to live life when things are just bull and the bear. But yeah, it is what it is, man. You gotta find something in life that will allow you to be okay with the things you do or the way you think, because at the end of the day, it's all up to our individual selves to form our individual minds and our individual thoughts and our individual lives in such processes. All right. Let's also get the thumbs up button up today. Thank you very, very much. The 50 of you that have already hit the thumbs up button. The wind direction is south on SPY right now. Let's go look at QQQ. There is no divergence at the floor. They went and broke the floor again. there is a lot of bulls getting cooked. There's a lot of bears down here too. Tesla is not going lower. I don't know why. Maybe it's a hope waiting for the gray box today. But at the end of the day, I'm expecting this bitch to go into the gray box this fucking week. So I'm not really stressing. I'm actually expecting Tesla to bounce here a little bit. But you know, when the bounce happens, when the rejection happens, people are just going to look at the candles for what it is and go like, oh my God, oh. So, you know, if that's what you're looking for, you know, and you're going to be like, oh, you're a bear, you're a bull, you're not at the right place. I swear to fucking God. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to be brutally real. And I don't want anyone to get hurt emotionally. I don't want anyone to, you know, feel whatever mentally because they're not here for what they're looking for. You know what I mean? So I just want to be real with basically everything. And I'm just saying, like, you know, if the market is making people like that, 75% of the people are, 85% of the people in the market are hopers and losers and speculators. I want no part in that, you know what I mean? I have to make my own environment where I stay away from such things. And you can make fun of me and say, oh, but you are, but I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, there's a little bit of a, educational, logical base shit to then just straight up candle hoping. But I mean, some people come up to that logical deduction or not. I don't know. But I mean, it's really different. It really doesn't matter about anyone's age. It doesn't really matter if someone's literally a troller online or if somebody has been doing this shit for years. But I mean, all I am saying is the smart people, the real people, the people that are doing this shit every day and that are deducting live and with real money getting shit right because this is their livelihood and their deductible lives, those people understand what's going on, and that's really all I care about mentally. I strive every single day to become a part of the deductors, not a speculator, hoper, or whatever the fuck. And I strive every day for greatness. And this is greatness. So, whether you want to think that's greatness or not, I swear to God, I love this shit and I am so blessed. And I think the market is so, God bless America, number one. And I feel the market is so blissful and thankful and helpful for those that are taking full advantage of what they're doing, is what I can say. Because I've been fucking doing that shit. I've been trying to live like that for the longest time, and after I've been doing it for the longest time, I'm finally starting to see fucking actual consistent, actual results in my life. So I don't give a flying fuck. The market goes up, the market goes down. You're gonna have to wake up at some point. The market goes up, the market goes down. You don't always sit there and be like, oh, it's so goddamn choppy. You don't always sit there and be like, oh, it's bullish. You don't always sit there and be like, it's bearish. Fuck, I'm gonna do everything. I don't give a fuck if the market going up. I'm gonna scalp down. If the market going lower, I'm gonna scalp up. I don't really give a shit. All I care is set up every single goddamn day. Blessed. Horizontal slope broke. Right, this is the 3/3 bearishness all day long. They dumped. We were at 6.878, and now we are at 6.845. That's how the market does it, using the 3/3 cycle. That's literally the reason why market goes up. Market goes down, because of setup. And look at that fucking shit on Tesla. Tesla's going into the 430 force. I'm still in on everything on Tesla. I'm waiting. IWM is breaking the purple box. This is what smart money is doing, right? I literally said at 9:25, 9:20 in the morning, I said, hey, smart money is playing with this purple box. And I said, focus on this purple box. That's what they're doing. And I literally said that twice, right? And that's literally what they're doing. The purple box is breaking down from the tippity top and they're dumping. They are going somewhere. This is gonna go lower, like $2 maybe on SPY. maybe $1.50, maybe $1, but I'm expecting this box to touch on Tesla. It already touched, technically speaking. This is cents away. They could touch this shit at 4 p.m. They could touch this shit tomorrow. Technically speaking, it's been touched, but I mean, this is a true dump now. This is the 33rd. It could extend for 5, 10, 15 minutes easily. It could cycle and then trap some bears and then go too. But all I'm saying is things are different now. And now it trapped all the bulls. Trapped bulls here today, trapped bulls Friday, trapped bulls Thursday, Wednesday, and it would count out all this shit if it really rolls, which I'm thinking it's going to now that all this shit happened. But it could also bounce and then go back up and then do all that to burn all the bears here. So that's most likely going to happen too. But right now, they want to spike this bitch down a little bit lower right now because of Tesla. And then cycle right now, burn all the bears and then do something as well. But this is a true fucking dump. After cycle, after cycle, after cycle, just chopping, lower and lower and lower and bigger and bigger. And time is now 11. Time is now 11:05. Algo range created at 11. Time is 11:05. Let's see what happens here at 11:05. Look how far they went. That goddamn SPX put I took out open. Literally at like some crazy ass fucking multiplied number. I don't even fucking know. But honestly, I was expecting that. But to literally sit there through all the cycles is insane. But I mean, that's what I did on Tesla. I low-key should have held. But like, it's fucking insane. This is what they do. This is fucking insane. Oh my god, man. ESO Red says, thanks for the purple box on IWM. It's been really helpful. That's really good to hear, man. That's really good to hear. But yeah, this is literally true smart money thing. Why? It rejected at 125 too when 220 and when Thursday of December 4th. That's literally last week, 4 days ago. Right? Thursday. We played with that on when Friday, one day. Right? One day we played with it here. Second day we played with it. Now this is the third day and we are literally playing with it. They just do with it up until the ultra. They just fucking play with it and then they look for the next setup. But I mean, the setup is literally IWM along with Tesla at the same time. So, can't lie. They are. Can't lie. Setups there. It's just some people are too biased at certain points at the tippity bottom or the tippity top to see such setups. But the setups are always there. That's just the sad part. Like, you know, it will always be there. And it will literally, it is always there. It's just some people see things differently. Some people think things differently because of maybe is it, I don't know, situational bias, is it positional bias, is it opinion bias? I have no idea. But all I do know is that the market gets people thinking and the market gets people hoping and the market gets people thinking up and down and reject and bounce at every single second, especially, listen to my word, every single 5-minute increments of the market, making up cycles and times and intraday and all that. So that's literally the best way to understand it all. Literally just that there's time-based things and that based on time, like at 10:05, it might show me the roof. Or 10:15, it might show me the floor or something like that. Like, it will literally do. Today's so goddamn bearish that we're just going down. But you know, in a normal day, you would see it go up, down, up, something like that. But like, that's what I mean. Like, there's just different times and different things that just confirm and tell you and be like, oh, this is dangerous. Oh, this is good. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Oh, smart money saying this is more than this. Oh, hypothetically speaking, blah, 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 blah. Because that's just what's going on 24/7. Right? It is not just hope-based. Things are not just, oh, today's, last week was green, so it's going to be green. Oh, it's going to be bullish because it was bearish, or oh, it's bearish, it's going to be bullish. Sure, that's sometimes a part of the setup, but that's not the move. The move is the setup. The setup is the only thing that is constantly moving, constantly changing, but at the end of the day, constantly truly matters. At the end of the day. Yeah, I mean, ramble, blah, 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 because I'm just talking a lot, but I mean, I don't really give a shit again, because yeah, the truest people and the truest watchers on my channel understand what I'm saying. This is just not a, oh, times are good, so, oh, it's gonna be good, oh, times are bad, so, oh, it's bad, and it's never gonna get good, oh, it's literally none of that. So, I don't really care. I'm saying this shit for the truest watchers, and I'm saying this shit to the truest people that feel it in their heart because they have lived through the suffering, they have lived through the happiness, and they have lived through all the good shit, bad shit, bullshit, real shit or not, and they're just tired of all the shits, and they just want to pick the best shit and the real shit for themselves in life. That's literally the reason why I say this shit, because that's what I feel. That's what I literally did for myself. So, you know, I don't really care, man. I do need some water, though. I ain't gonna lie. I am rambling.
Who joins me now for a quick take of what is moving these markets? What are your overall thoughts?
I'm having a good time.
A lot of really different moving parts with these sort of micro stories that we've been tracking. Obviously, with this bidding war
FOMC on
between
Tuesday.
Paramount and
I did
Netflix
not
for Warner
make
Brothers.
the market
Also
update video because I was so busy with
I mean,
work.
you've got some
I'm
new
really busy with
S&P
work on
500.
weekends,
Just
but
kick it off,
if I have
JJ.
time today, I will post one into tomorrow, but yeah, this is literally
Sam, and I think one of the things that we are kind of
what's going on today.
on here when it comes to the S&P 500 is just a little bit more compression
That's
as
what's
we lead
going
up
on
to
today.
the FOMC
Day before
meeting.
FOMC,
There's
we got a
been this
doji candle
optimism that we will
Friday.
see a 25 basis point rate cut.
Slightly
You are
pulling
also
back
seeing a bull
one day
steepener
before
within the Treasury complex,
FOMC.
which is actually fueling the small cap
ETA
rally
one
with
day.
the Russell outperforming once again. This could be the third day in a row if it closes at these current levels here for outperformance. So I think right now the market's just going to be waiting for that commentary coming from the FOMC. We have some economic data this week as well. Some jobs data that's going to be coming out from JOLTS. We will have the ADP weekly employment
figuring out what to do.
as well.
IWM is at the bottom of the purple box, figuring out if it wants to come back into the purple box or not. But the wind direction is still
that's on the calendar, and you just continue to see a rotation. And right now, we are actually seeing a rotation in mega cap tech names, as Nvidia is actually performing pretty well this morning. Microsoft doing the same, but you are seeing some pressure in other areas of the market. So that rotation trade.
What is that? RT. Well, look at all that pullback. It's disgusting work.
It's really not taking into effect right now, but as you talked about, the news headlines are really going to probably drive this market. But I would not be surprised if we do see more consolidation leading up to the Fed meeting. I think there's probably a little bit more of a risk of a hawkish.
Is that what it says today? 15-minute change, percentage change, December 4th. Today.
Coming from Jerome Powell, as well as from that dot plot that we will see, but maybe that's going to be enough to re-rate volatility a little bit higher. Maybe we do flush on the S&P 500.
Some sort of bullish cycle is happening here.
Coming
it went down crazy now, so maybe some sort of bears are burning. They are burning already.
I think that could be the setup for us this week.
But Tesla is not going that much higher.
On that FOMC decision, as you say, the market's currently pricing in pretty much a done deal here, but many have been saying that we're likely to get a hawkish cut, certainly moving into 2026.
IWM beautiful
today. Let's just break down some of the other moving parts we're seeing.
Today.
I'm seeing some nicer gains in Broadcom, and Microsoft is also up. Obviously, we are seeing this news this morning of Marvell, which is moving lower because of the fact that Microsoft is looking to switch as far as buying its chips to Broadcom.
Man, it looked like it was going to run, but like, is it rejecting here? Could be some sort of algo range, maybe 1105 here.
Seeing Marvell down about 9% in the session so far here, and rightfully so. Marvell only has a select number of customers, and they're very large customers. So if you lose one of them, like a Microsoft, then obviously it's going to have a massive impact when it comes to top line revenue. If there's something that's materially going to affect that company, though, then you probably would see a potential pre-announcement when it comes to guidance moving forward. So that has not happened yet, but
for literally 2 hours.
The report now is that
until the
Microsoft
low of the 11 breaks, nothing
to be able to build out some customized chips here over the next couple of years, and that could actually take away from Marvell here. Now, this is something that has been in the background over the last couple of weeks, especially after Google launched Gemini, and the fact that TPUs are now kind of taking the market by storm when it comes to enthusiasm. And this might be another shift away from
things
maybe
are
some of
even
the
more
traditional
risky.
chips here. We are seeing actually a
I played in the 3/3, and now they are creating cycles to say
to a hold, and they
this
actually
is another other 3/3, so I am not thinking about nothing here. I will just update the chart. It went from 629 to 623. Let's see where the low of the day is on QQQ.
Sales growth down to around 20% in 2026. So some potential impacts here.
1105 LOD
again,
on
like Marvell,
SPY means there is a divergence at the floor.
As a whole, and those that provide customized chips,
right?
And then also
why is there a divergence at the floor?
Really
I'm pretty sure because of Tesla, because Tesla went lower into 1105, not 11.
And just sticking with the whole micro theme, obviously we've got a few earnings.
There's a divergence at the floor.
Being,
There's a lot of bears down here, meaning they could cook the bears, or they could say, oh, long-term, medium-term longs are dangerous because there's a divergence at the floor, and then go lower and dump it, which is what QQQ and Tesla wants to do.
We're actually seeing the price target being
Tesla going into the gray box here. I am leaving
the AI bubble concerns are creating
50
all or
puts
nothing
right now
Oracle shares right now. Which ones are you going to be paying attention to the most? So which one has the sort of capacity to move markets?
Crazy day on Tesla.
Yeah, obviously I think it's going to be Oracle. That's the biggest one that has the risk that's being priced into the market. When you're looking at their credit default swaps, they continue to rise to the upside.
I'm at 3.8K.
A lot of large institutional traders are buying those CDSs in order to protect maybe
I have one contract left.
So the conference call is definitely
on 450, and I have 445 still on Tesla.
Really trying to pick apart that company, trying to see not only their cash position right now,
amazing today.
When it comes to
I had a fucking perfect trade today on SPX2, not too greedy, but Tesla going.
And then also their financing activities. What's actually very interesting, if you actually look at this chart, though, the setup actually could look pretty decent for Oracle from a technical standpoint. That's really hard to say, given the fact that they do have a lot of headwinds. And when you're looking at their debt to equity, it's a lot more stretched.
All the homies at Morgan Stanley,
has been able to reclaim
all the buddies and all the motherfucking the deductors.
Also breaking a downward trend as well.
Yes,
so
sir.
Have been able to step
wow,
into this
look
name.
At that Tesla.
Not sure how much you could go to the upside before the earnings announcement. You're looking at the $253 level as your next major area of resistance, which is the 50-day moving average. So flush through the 200, able to recapture the 20-day moving average. Buyers are trying to step in here, but I think that there's going to be a lot of risk going into this report, just given the fact that we have seen a lot of chatter.
That's crazy as hell to say too, because we're hovering here and there's a lot of bears here. So let's see what the momentum and the MACD. Look at literally where I drew. Look at literally where I drew down and then sideways, and literally the MACD volume is fucking right where it is. That's fucking disgusting.
Some of the commodities this morning as we do KG. Obviously, we've had some data out of China which looked pretty good overnight. Interestingly, that their trade surplus hit over $1 trillion for the
go
first
lower.
time.
They want to clear the divergence at the floor. QQQ and SPY is going fucking lower. Look at this fucking shit, dude.
Precious metals all lower today. Also, when you look at oil, Brent, gas, what are you seeing there? What stands out to you today?
Yeah, so the China export data is actually very interesting. It has normalized here between the United States and China. Now, the reason why we are seeing that deficit kind of adjustment is because we are not exporting as much going out to China. So we did see some positive data there, and you are seeing a mixed reaction when it comes to the metal space. So if you're kind of looking at copper overseas, you're looking at the
each
LME
contract at 1.6K, I sold everything but one.
If you're looking here in the
on
United States,
450 Tesla this week. Man, that shit was squeezing me. 427 still squeezed, but 445s are
an arbitrage trade that is taking place within the copper space. Also, if you're looking at natural gas, I think that's the biggest one that I'm looking at for today. A major breakdown that we saw that Friday candle, an aggressive buying candle that did take place. A significant amount of volume in the market as well. Looks like
they were hovering at the top of the trend line for 3 days, and then
some
dumped
other
it to
reports over the next 14 days.
Literally threw it in one day.
For the market, but we actually did see a short squeeze taking place within the natural gas space, and I just wanted to kind of highlight that potential risk that we could see even moving forward.
I don't know why they're talking about commodities. Sorry.
$3 billion.
Nobody cares about commodities. Beautiful. Oh, they're talking about the Tesla downgrade now.
We are joined by Diane King.
Talking about the Tesla downgrade now.
Taking a look
happened
at
last night.
First up, we're looking at the IBM Confluent deal.
Yeah, this deal has shares of Confluent.
We gotta look at the market open as well. Market's open mostly higher to begin trading week.
IBM is going to buy Confluent for $9.3 billion.
Tesla's down by 3.6%. SPY is down by 0.33%. QQQ is down by 0.33% here as well. And that's what I was saying earlier, right? They're most likely going to go lower with Tesla. That was when Tesla was at 2.7%.
IBM's going to pay $31 a share. The deal's expected to close by mid-2026. In terms of what Confluent does, it's software helps businesses
red right now and everything.
Feed live data, real-time data into AI systems. It powers tasks like fraud detection, for instance, for Instacart, dynamic inventory tracking for Michelin. It underscores IBM's shift under its current CEO towards higher growth AI and software revenue. This is its biggest acquisition since Red Hat,
0.33% red on SPY and QQQ. Tesla is minus 3.6% right now, 3.5
especially when you see like the price tag. And keep in mind the shares had been lower before today's move, but year to date it gives it a gain for the year. IBM
market could go a little bit lower here. I'm expecting 434s at the fucking minimum on Tesla, so I can get the fuck out. I'm expecting today. I literally think that these people are going to fucking leave.
Given that the shares are a little changed right now, Nicole.
Way lower than where we are. We're fucking way lower already. I will not lie.
And so big move
it
there
is so
for
possible.
Let's see right now. It's up,
straight up hoping too. This is the 3/3, but I mean volume.
IBM gets the 1.2% up. I mean,
continuously being used to go lower today. This shit is literally almost not even.
Let's get to your
I
next
want
one.
to say, like, I don't want to say
what's going on
not
there?
normal
so Tesla
land,
getting
but like
dinged
it's
this morning. We
perfect.
got an analyst moving to the sidelines on this. This is Morgan Stanley. They had been constructive on Tesla, but now they've moved
went to the
equal weight
top
on
of the
it
spike
from
Friday.
It's not completely throwing out the baby with
counting
the
as a double top or
because
something, and we're
raised
rejecting
the price target to 425, which is up from 410. So Morgan Stanley, it's a new analyst covering this. You guys remember Adam Jonas, but it's a new analyst covering this now, and so that is the shift that they're shifting how they do the rating of the stock. They do still expect Tesla to lead in autonomous driving, clean energy, and robotics. But really, the new analyst is Andrew Percoco, who says that this is already priced in.
I have no idea which one.
So again, he is
might be
still,
faking the bears here. IWM may be faking the bulls here.
Its position
they may be faking everybody here too.
A game changer, a significant competitive advantage over rivals. But just because it has that advantage does not mean that he's bullish on the stock given where it is. He thinks, again, this is
the piggy
full
playgrounds.
valuation here, and you want to wait for a better entry point on this one. Nicole.
Yeah, I saw a few downgrades today. Tesla, Netflix, 3M, Marvell, Rivian,
all right, the pigs are playing.
Carvana.
SPY, QQQ.
So there are some names to watch. There's a lot, check them out, folks. And I'm only naming some. Lucid's in there. It's interesting how you have a few of these car-related names.
It's so goddamn fucking low that that's what I'm going to call it. They're letting the piggies play on the playground. It is so damn low. That's what I want to call it. I want to see the market open, man, on CNBC. It's not coming out.
Have you heard about pop-on siding? Simple new siding service.
Joining us now is Bob Dahl, CEO and CIO at Crossmark Global Investments. Bob, great to see you.
Good to see you, Mike.
How are you thinking about the market economy interplay into this decision?
Look, I think we're in a high-risk bull market. Words chosen carefully. Bull market, path of least resistance is higher. When the Fed's cutting rates and earnings estimates are going up, stocks almost never go down. Right. That's the bull part. Got to be invested. You know what the other side is, the high risk part. It's the speculation that's taking place, it's valuation.
They're like letting the thing chop.
Volatility is going to be there. In terms of the Fed, boy, from 80% chance to 30% chance up to 90% chance, it's kind of like nobody knows. It seems like they will lower rates. And what will be more interesting, as Sarah's already said, is what the presser sounds like afterwards. What does the chair say about these two mandates?
I mean, on one level, you can sort of
like
say,
Tesla's
why aren't we just kind of hustling down to neutral, right? I think a lot of the dubs are saying that, and the underlying disinflation maybe that's going to come to bear next year. On the other, the Fed has rarely cut 175 basis points in 15 months, as it will have done by Wednesday, without a recession really in sight. So it's kind of a tricky moment.
It's bizarre that the 175 against no recession. I agree. And look, I think at some point, no time soon, they're going to have to give up on a 2% target for inflation. It's just not practical in the environment we find ourselves. They're stuck on the fact that we had it for like almost a decade, not that long ago. But the demographics, the technology, the globalization, all argue
it looks
the numbers
unnatural in SPY and
I don't know how they
IWM.
climb down on that one.
Unnatural. It looks like the pressure is still
going to be for the next Fed
relieved.
chair. I don't think there's any way Fed Chair Powell will climb.
Maybe they're doing that on purpose too.
Target, especially when they were, they were late. They thought it was transient, transitory. The inflation problem, and then they were late on this. So, Bob, what are your expectations for how many cuts we get next year at this point?
Very few, in my view. I think the economy is going to be just fine. I think inflation is going to stay stubborn at, call it 2.8, which is nowhere close to 2. Nowhere close to 2.
What is this shit?
It's kind of close to 2.
If I was riding that roller coaster up, I would be having a fucking heart attack. But I mean, it's a fucking
one Fed
roller
governor
coaster up or
early
down,
last year said, I didn't say 2,
but the
I said
candle going up is
2.0.
like
So, they've dug in hard on this.
I mean, it's not really close to 2, but it's also pretty close to the average of the last 30-something years.
That's what I mean,
That's why 2 is not the right target.
You spike, you trying.
And so in terms of, the stock market and how it's positioned here, we've gone through these phases of, overshoot on reliance on Mag 7
They're
AI,
resetting
and then
zero DTs
rethink
already
it a little bit.
as
You're
we
having
speak.
one of these phases where non-tech sectors are cyclical.
And a divergence at the floor.
Does that continue? Is that just like an interim move? How do you think about it?
I think for now it does. I think we're going to have all kinds of rotations into next year. The Mag 7 will come on for a while, then the 493 will show up, and there's going to be a lot of rotation. We've had bouts of well over 20 for the VIX this year. I think we'll see more of that
There is a
next year
divergence at the floor. They're burning the fucking bears anyway. Wow.
If you live in a New Jersey zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years,
oh God, everybody's out here today. Ray Dalio, we got Bloomberg Television. Which one? Oh God. Oh God. Which one should we watch, man? Look at that little divergence difference too. Algo range is being played, looks like here. I don't know which one. It could be 1110, it could be 1105, but yeah, let's draw the algo range rather than not. We'll watch.
We are in Abu Dhabi. You come here pretty often. We were just talking about the weather in Abu Dhabi and how it is like. And so, since we're on the ground and you have presence in this emirate, and
I love Ray Dalio.
What do you think it would take for the UAE, whether it's Abu Dhabi or Dubai, to establish themselves as global asset management hubs?
Range being played right now. This shit is nasty work.
Right now?
Chopping at the horizontal sloping.
As you say, I've been coming here for 32 years.
Algo range being used
so I've watched it evolve from the founder, Sheikh Zayed, to his children.
Bulls are not out of the clear.
I think it is
Bears are not really showing yet either.
We get to a paradise in a world that's increasingly in trouble. And they have a great
Tesla is the only thing that is looking beautiful
because
to
they have lots of money that they manage for themselves. But when it's coming to money management, that creates a community in which other investment managers come here, and it creates this vibe like a Silicon Valley of investing. So this statement of capital is not just a buzzword, or a
Tesla,
slogan.
Mac Daddy,
It is that
Tesla
if you want to be in almost the Silicon Valley of investment management, there's an excitement to being here. And it's particularly
U.S. autos are leading today. Listen to what I'm saying. Tesla is leading today. Tesla is leading today. Tesla is leading today.
We think of Abu Dhabi as being oil. And of course it is.
We went from 453 to 438. That shit is no motherfucking joke. Tesla's moving the market right now.
Doing it. And also AI because of the
look at that drop on Tesla going into the gray box here. 435 I'm expecting. All right, 435s I'm expecting here. The fucking drop on Tesla. QQQ said run. What run? Gotta go back to IWM. Fucking beautiful. I'm out of my last 450 Tesla put for $1,680 right now. And they're going lower. I'm trying to leave my 445s as we go lower into this shit here. Beautiful damn Tesla today, man. I've been fucking waiting for this shit. Last fucking two business days. It just fucking was squeezing higher and higher with the market though. With the presidential live stream, with all this fucking auto news, just fucking making this shit bullish. And we got bad news coming out about EV, like saying we're going back to gas. Like, shit. Man. Tesla is so always on something insane.
Have a long program of events coming up through the course of this week, and Abu Dhabi is going to be bringing in something like $63 trillion worth of asset managers through the course of this week as well. So a lot to keep in focus, but key on the agenda this week is AI.
I still have 445 Tesla puts for 6.6K still.
With the AI trade right now as well. You have said that we
I still have 425s a tiny bit, but they're kind of fucked.
Can you expand on that for me?
Well, I think there's the investor perspective and then there's the user perspective.
I would love.
I think it's important to distinguish the fact that this technology will have, without a doubt, revolutionary beneficial impacts. That has nothing to do with a bubble, okay? All the bubbles took place in times of great technological change, a lot of money going in. It's never done precisely. It's either going to be too much or too little.
Who here likes Ray
profits.
Dalio?
And then there's just this this big up and down. A bubble is a set of circumstances where, for various
anyone
reasons,
here like Mr. Dalio?
The
No.
buying and the selling are unsustainable. Those who buy for their various reasons, whether there's debt in there and all of that. And then there's the pricking of a bubble. Okay, very important to make a difference, to understand the difference. So as a bubble is arising, you don't want to get out of it just because the bubble. You want to look for the prickling of the bubble. The prickling.
Damn, he's talking about the damn setup.
Has to do with the tightening of money. Whatever the force is, you have to realize that wealth is different from money.
Yep.
In a bubble, there's
easy
very
as
easy
fuck
to
to
create
get
wealth.
rich.
You know,
hard
like
as shit
nowadays,
to stay
you
wealthy.
can raise $50 million for a valuation of $1 billion.
Hard as
You
shit
are
to
now a
stay
billionaire,
fucking
and
rich.
that's worth $1 billion on paper. But it doesn't mean you can sell that. And so when you get into a situation where the wealth has to be sold to raise money, typically maybe for debt service payments, but things like wealth taxes. Can you imagine if a wealth tax came over? Then you would have that kind of dynamic. So we're not going to have a tightening of monetary policy soon, and so in fact an easing. So you start to see these cracks. We're seeing cracks in the markets in a number of ways: private equity, venture capital, debt that's being refinanced, and all
bubbles
of those. So we are in a bubble, I believe, by almost all of those measures. Not the most extreme bubbles, quite similar to 2000, but not at the same level, not the same level as the 1929 bubble, but we are in that bubble. And then the question is, when does the bubble get pricked? Because wealth has to be sold to come up with the money to deliver it for whatever it's needed.
Not just when the bubble might be pricked, but what will it be pricked by? You've outlined some concerns. What would you say is the biggest risk right now to the momentum that we're seeing in the AI trade?
Well, you're seeing cracks in venture capital, private equity, real estate. You're seeing that interest rates on locked-in debt are now not going to exist. In other words, debt is now maturing, and that means that it has to be rolled forward. And that'll be rolled forward at higher interest rates. So that's going to create a cash flow for a number of entities in those areas. They are also the owners of money that's going in there. I don't think we're going to have a tightening of monetary policy immediately. And so that'll be neutral. And then I think
look
the
at IWM
real
right now.
Question is a
IWM flying and
because,
spying QQQ wants to reject at this algo range.
Let's do much more wealthier. But at the
will we
same
get a
time
VWAP flip? Will we get new HOD?
And there's a lot
Everybody
more
vote,
talk
please.
About that at the state
Before
level
the candles
or
come
the,
in here, right?
federal level.
I'm going to
so.
send the
These are
community
the
poll in the
signs,
WhatsApp
the
group
early
now
signs
here as well.
of needing, perhaps,
right.
to
Will the
sell
floor
wealth
break
to
and
deal
clear the
with some of those
divergence?
expenses. We also have a very concentrated
Will it flip
market,
VWAP?
right? Around AI.
I think it's going to break LOD. That's my opinion.
Shares.
Right, let's see.
And we also, with these wealth gaps, we have a lot of the political problems. As we go into the 2026 elections, it's likely
sure
that the
LOD
Republicans can lose the House and so on.
Just vote what you
see
think.
A lot more conflict in
this could happen
ways.
in 2 hours
and
now. It does not mean it's going to happen now.
Let's see. So the future, if I was to say the next year
two
or
votes
two
saying
in
VWAP,
the future is
4
going
people
to be
saying
more
VWAP cross,
precarious.
5 people
Brett,
saying
if you were
VWAP,
running
6 people
Bridgewater
saying
today, how
VWAP cross,
exposed would you be
and
to
3
some of
people
these
saying new
AI mega cap
LOD.
names?
Well,
There is new LOD, LOD,
you have to bet
LOD.
on that.
3 people
I
saying
would
LOD
bet
in the
also
YouTube chat.
more on the
HOD,
usage
VWAP
of it.
flip,
In other
VWAP
words,
flip, VWAP flip.
There's the hyperscalers
Flip.
and
So
so on.
4
But the greatest impact of it is
versus
going to
4
come from the users
in the
of
YouTube
it.
chat here
so
as well.
those who
VWAP
have the
flip or
platforms
LOD.
for
the
enabling,
candles come.
or those who
We
actually
will not
use
count
it
the
to
votes
change
that
their costs
people vote 2-3
and
minutes
their
later
effectiveness
because they will
be
not
the
be
real
counted
beneficiaries.
because they are candle
They're
biased.
not expensive
The answers,
like that.
and
But
they
I
will
also,
change constantly, which
know
we
that
all
I have to have
understand might be
diversification.
part of the game.
Diversification is
So,
very much important.
for the
And we're
candles
right
come.
now in this situation where so much is
Look
concentrated
at NVIDIA too.
on so
NVIDIA making
few.
some sort of move
and so
here.
that is a particular problem. So I'd be much more diversified. I would deal with that impact. I would also deal with the issue of money. So when you ask how I would be positioned, I think
NVIDIA
the real
making some sort of
question
move
is,
here as
what
well.
is the value of money? And the value of money is the reciprocal of the value of debt.
So new
In other
low
words,
today is
debt
break the
is a promise
1120 low on
pay money.
QQQ and
You're
the
holding a
11
debt asset.
low on
Those
SPY.
are gonna give money.
VWAP flip
We
is
have a
somewhere up
problem.
here.
We
The
don't
only
have
reason
enough
why I
money.
think VWAP flip
We're
is
in a
not coming is
situation
because of
where,
this.
for
6853.
of budget deficits
6853
around
was
the
the
world, military
5 cents gap on
expenses,
SPX that
other
we did not
expenses,
fill
social
into
expenses
Thursday, Friday,
have
and then we
created
filled
a
it.
dynamic.
And now
So
it's like
I'm
literally at the
anti-
horizontal
I worry
support
about
level of
debt.
last week and
Okay.
is
I'm
perfectly
worried about
rejecting
the
at
issues of debt.
6853.
That
So
means that I want
that's the only reason
I got
why
fiat money.
they're going
I'm
to keep it
concerned
bearish
about
with the
fiat
momentum
money.
and the
That
volume
means that
already
I
being
also would
bearish.
be
It's a lot
positioned in
easier for
not
them to
fiat money.
stay bearish. It's a lot easier for them to push Tesla lower to the gray box. It's a lot easier for them to clear the divergence here than to flip the VWAP, because the VWAP flip means that long-term, medium-term calls would need to be relieved. And that is a lot harder when there's a divergence at the floor, making calls dangerous medium and long-term, hypothetically speaking. Same thing could be happening going downward. When there's a divergence at the roof, I say the same thing. Hypothetically speaking, they could be eating and chopping and data burning, but at the end, there could be some sort of.
Good morning, Sarah. Yeah, some good breaking news from the New York Fed with inflation.
The only reason why I say that is because I've been a part of it
and
myself.
labor market indicators improving. Let's go through them. The 1-year, the 3-year, and the 5-year Inflation expectations from the New York Fed survey all
FOMC
unchanged.
is tomorrow
3,
at 2 p.m.,
3,
folks.
and 3. Now,
Hopefully
these
you
are all
guys
a
tune
bit
in tomorrow
elevated,
before the
but
FOMC.
it's good news that they're not going up. Inflation expectations rise for food, gas, medical care, a big increase there, and rent as well. Now, there's fodder for both hawks and doves in these numbers. The hawks are going to say the key is that the elevated level of inflation expectations and not coming down.
There's
The
a
doves see the
5-minute
same
bear
data and say,
cycle from
point out that they have
11:30
remained
into
stable
11:35.
and
Let's see
find
if it
support for
stops
their
here or
outlook that
not.
tariff inflation won't get worse and is passing through the economy. Take a look at the labor market indicators. Unemployment expectations down, a bit elevated though, but down 0.4. Job loss concerns also
Things
down.
are hovering at
Again,
the bottom.
a little bit elevated.
So bearish.
And the confidence in finding a job if you lose it, that's up. So all three indicators talking positively when it comes to the issue of the jobs outlook. Housing, income, and spending expectations were both higher. So far, the economic outlook pretty healthy for what we know for this quarter and next, but key data is missing that provide a clearer picture. So survey data like this, Sarah, being closely watched at the Fed and on the street.
Wonder what you make of this backup in yields we're seeing, it continuing from last week into
Please
a Fed
hit the
that
thumbs
is
up
expected
on
to
the video
cut
as well
rates.
if you have not already. Thank you so much for
all your this is going to be a concern for the Fed if, as a year ago, when the Fed cut rates, rates go the other way. Mortgage rates are also been ticking up as well. Look, I have a whole bunch of commentary out there. Some say, look, there's a lot going on in the market right now, including overseas, where Japanese yields are rising and there's a kind of sympathetic increase. But there's another aspect, which is some people are pointing to the kind of definitive or the sense that Kevin Hassett will be the Fed chair, and there's concern about that he is somebody who will be more beholden to the president than the idea of low inflation. So there is that concern. Some people look at the 5-day chart and they say, or the 6 or 7-day chart, and say, you know what? Since the president said it was going to be Hassett, rates have gone up. Not tremendously. So it's unclear to me that that's definitively it, but I am getting some notes on that, Sarah.
Kevin Hassett. It's the name on the street. This is the news that came out before. Market open. Yardeni Research cuts Magnificent 7 to underweight after 15-year run. So we were streaming
effectively going underweight. The mega cap is now recommending effectively going underweight the mega cap tech stocks versus the rest of the S&P 500. Veteran strategist Ed Yardeni says he sees more competitors coming for the juicy profit margins of the Mag 7. Yardeni is also seeing little reason to stay overweight on the U.S. in the all-country world MSCI portfolio. Some global peers have outperformed the S&P 500 this year on cheaper valuations and the weaker dollar. Let's talk to the man himself. Ed Yardeni is president at Yardeni Research. And Ed, why that change? It is a massive change for you.
Well, it's always time to think about the future when you get to the end of a year. 2025 is almost over. We're now thinking about 2026. I've been recommending overweighting information technology communication service since 2010. The problem is it's worked all too well.
Really good day.
The two sectors now account for a humongous 45% of the market cap of the S&P 500. Of course, their earnings share has also increased, but nowhere near as far. And the same thing can be said about looking at the U.S. versus the global economy. When you look at the U.S. MSCI relative to the world MSCI index, what you see is the U.S. now accounts for 65% of the market cap of the world stock market. So it's hard to recommend overweighting something that's already quite overweight. I mean, if you just told people just to maintain the current weight of the index, that would still be an overweight position relative to what most people would think would be a diversified portfolio.
And what's fundamentally changed? Because when we talk about, overstretched valuations, they've been that way for a very long time now. And when you take a look at the AI cycle, people still point to how it is still at the nascent stage.
Well, I would say with regards to the Magnificent Seven, what's I think has changed is they're competing more aggressively against each other, and they've got more competition coming out of nowhere and somewhere on a regular basis here. We recently saw that Google introduced Gemini 3, which suddenly made everybody kind of reconsider just
By the
how
time
strong the
Tesla's
position
below
is
this
of
gray box
OpenAI
and
and
everything's done
OpenAI's
with today,
relationship to lots of
they're gonna
other
be like, oh,
AI-related
Dr. Berry, blah blah
companies.
blah,
And then
mega caps, blah
just
blah
at the
blah.
same time, DeepSeek came back. Remember DeepSeek,
Shit.
when it introduced its model back in January of this year, kind of shocked everybody because they were able to put together a pretty good AI model that worked as well as some of the other ones in the United States, but apparently it was trained on chips that cost a lot less. And now it looks like they're doing it again, and there's some talk that the latest version of the DeepSeek model is just as good as Gemini 3. So there's a lot of competition. The profit margins have been awfully high from the Magnificent Seven. That usually invites a lot of competition, and that's exactly what's happening. And by the way, once you look at the S&P 500 and look outside of the Magnificent Seven, there's what I call the impressive 493. There's still plenty of good stocks out there of companies that are going to be using all these technologies, to increase their productivity and to increase their profit margins. So I think broadening out a portfolio from Magnificent Seven to the 493 makes sense to me.
Bravo.
For now, if the holidays are stressful,
bravo.
Verizon's got a bonkers deal at a new Google Pixel 10.
Oh my, it's actually bravo.
All right. Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. It's time for the big picture. So let's welcome in Cooper Howard, Director of Fixed Income Research and Strategy.
Can we get a fucking clap in chat? Like,
very good morning to you, Coop. So we know that come Wednesday, it's pretty much a done deal as far as the market being 25 bips. But what's likely going to be the reaction when it comes to that decision? And
look
then
at this shit.
This
week, look at this. Look at the last week. Oh my god.
The actual rate cut isn't going to be what's going to be important. I think what's going to be important is what the dispersion of views are. Now, our expectation, like you mentioned, Sam, and pretty much everybody on the street's expectation is that they are going to cut by 25 basis points.
I think they're faking out the bulls right now, big time again. That's why it's the crazy part. That's why I'm saying all this shit, dude. Like, that's why I'm still excited. It's insane because I'm in Tesla.
Where a lot of the information
I feel like
come from.
It's gonna drop into today.
So I think that
it already dropped crazy, but I really do fucking feel it.
I would not be surprised if we see a few dissents at this meeting.
Some fucking way they're gonna buy this shit back and dump it again.
Further rate cut more than 25 basis points, as well as no rate cut. And then if we look at the dots plot, I wouldn't be surprised if we see further dispersion there. If we look back to the last dots plot, Sam, there was actually 2 members who put their dots at higher interest rates. So an additional hike in 2026. I wouldn't be too surprised if the median dot stays the same. But we again see that dispersion of dots going forward.
This kind of move on Tesla does not stop.
Yes, I mean, it's no surprise that we have got a divided Fed, but it would be good to get some more evidence of that. So we'll be looking at the dot plot, looking at the SEP. What then is the market impact of this dispersion that you speak of and the descent? I mean, what should we be watching out for?
Yeah, so I think actually the market impact of it, our expectation is that we should continue to see a steeper yield curve. We are seeing the steepest 2-10s yield curve in the past few years, and we would expect that trend should continue. So as the Fed begins to cut interest rates, and yes, we can debate how many times they're going to cut interest rates next year, but it's likely that they're going to continue to cut rates, and that should pull the short end of the yield curve down. Whereas if you look at the long end of the yield curve, we do expect that that's relatively going to stay, it should stay relatively elevated. So we have been hovering right around that 4% region. We've obviously moved off of it
fucking one-day candle gap down.
So we do expect that the likelihood of moving lower on the longer-term portion of the yield curve is likely pretty muted going forward.
I'm expecting one.
What's your read on what's behind the move in Treasury this morning? We're seeing a bit of a sell-off in bonds. We've got the 10-year that's at 4.18 right now.
Holy fuck, guys! Look at this shit on Tesla. I started going in fucking here on this pot. I got fucking wrecked, but I added 445, 450.
Move higher overall.
Look at that!
It's also kind of
Yo, go fucking
recently. So The way I'm looking at it is a lot of expectations of Fed expectations beginning to shift a little bit. So maybe they won't cut as aggressively as originally expected. Maybe continue to hold things more there. The other piece that could be impacting it is concerns over the next Fed chair. So there are some concerns that maybe we would get a Fed chair who might be viewed as doing the administration's bidding and cutting interest rates, even though the data is not projecting that. So
the Mac to be bought back. They're getting ready for some shit. It might be bullish for like 20 minutes, 15 minutes, or an hour, but they're getting ready for some shit on Tesla. The market is not even going higher on this shit. They're keeping everything near the floor. They're keeping everything near the floor to break the fucking LOD again later.
Longer-term
The
yields
bulls are in
higher.
danger, big time, all fucking day long. This is 3/3 bear cycle, all fucking day long. If this breaks, it extends lower.
I mean, obviously, we're not going to be
getting
more data.
Nobody has a control here. It's just the market saying 3/3. If that shit breaks, we gotta see.
Yeah, so I think that there's obviously going to be a lot of things to keep tabs on. But if we look at it through the eyes of what the FOMC is watching, I think that the labor market's going to be one of the very important things. And
I'm not playing shit tomorrow, big. Today is FOMC for me. Fuck.
We're going to get the JOLTS report, so I do think that that's going to be an interesting report. Now, in the camp of further rate cuts is those who argue that the labor market is slowing. So if we continue to see that through the JOLTS report,
honestly though, I'm kind of brain dead because I kind of did SPX at market open thinking this shit was going to happen with SPX, but I left SPX and I kept Tesla. I could have just went in Tesla and then fucking done that, but like I don't know, like I literally did SPY because I thought SPY was going to roll, but like shit goes. Oh my, and then it hovers. It's so fucking dangerous. 11.
Fixed income research and
11.
Strategy Schwab Center for Financial Research.
Lower into 11:30 here. All right, it's hovering and waiting on the 5. Oversold the shit and buying back. What is this?
Phoenix Energy is fueling America.
Of the hour, JP Morgan Chairman and CEO Jamie Dimon in an exclusive interview with me yesterday.
Oh, we saw this. An exclusive interview with me yesterday. Yesterday ain't today. Man, market's so bloody today. What is this?
Hey, Sarah, so in a letter to investors that I obtained from a source, Tiger Global says it's launching a new private investment fund similar in size to its earliest vintages. Now, Tiger was part of that mega fund frenzy of 2020 and 2021 when it took positions in OpenAI and Waymo. Those two companies, they're now leading the current cycle. In fact, the letter discloses that Waymo is now delivering 450,000
they're not giving the bulls any bounce here. They're not giving the bears any hope here either, but holy, the candle is so nasty. I thought it would bounce here a little bit at the minimum, I'm not going to lie, but no bounce absolutely whatsoever. I thought it would bounce somewhere here at the minimum. Maybe try it since we're showing all this shit, but like, what is this?
Now, the largest positions
Keeping it
in the last
constantly
fund, as I
at
mentioned,
the
OpenAI and
4,
Waymo.
this is
Tiger
cute,
first
cute.
invested in OpenAI in 2021
right.
at a valuation of less than $16 billion. And in Waymo that same year at $39 billion. So those are
literally
stakes that
frozen.
today sit at massive paper gains. Now, those investments
This
have
is
also helped
and
performance
SPY
rebound.
algo ranging right
Year-to-date,
now.
Tiger's most recent fund, according to a presentation that I viewed, is up 33%, a comeback from those declines of the last few years.
The 2 p.m. today presidential live stream is a roundtable talk.
The letter and the audio,
it's
they
just
also
to talk
signaled
about
some
what
concern.
is going
the
on around the world.
The firm believes that
or maybe
we are
related
in the early
to the
stages
AI.
of a multi-decade AI value creation cycle, but that it's approaching that shift with humility and discipline. Now, it explicitly warns that valuations today are elevated.
Their expectations down a little bit for 2026. They've had 2 years of really strong growth in the equity markets and in the fixed income markets, as you've talked about as well. But I think we're going to see that pull back a little bit. Now, we've had a little bit of consolidation in the markets already at the end of this year. I think as we go into next year, first quarter will be pretty strong. You've got a lot of stimulus coming in the first quarter of the year. But then I think that will start to fade. And the question is, can earnings survive? And if so, then I think you have a decent year. But if we start to struggle on those earnings, then I think we could see some struggles.
Nasty.
And on the earnings front, boy, second quarter, very good. Third quarter, really good. What is your earnings outlook for next year?
Yeah, look, third quarter, I mean, we were double expectations on EPS growth, right? And revenue growth close to 7%.
It's so one-directional when the market goes up or down, man.
If the consumer is starting to slow,
you have to
the consumer
imagine
doesn't
this
have
shit,
to fall off a cliff. But if the consumer is slowing, and we saw real spending come out at being flat last week, then you're looking at less spending, you're looking at revenues coming down, you're looking at margin compressions. All of these things tells us that we should see earnings start to pull back a little bit next year.
Destroys the entire momentum, whole shit.
Tariffs. I'm going to say it's kind of been almost a non-event after you got after that initial shock. I haven't necessarily seen it in the numbers or in the economic data. I'm not sure.
And
why? Because people can't look at one day or 2 days, more than one day. You know what I mean? Like, this is literally deeper. This is like 3-day shit going on. This is like last week shit going on with Friday shit going on. So it's 2 days along with 5 days along with more than 1 day.
How the administration puts them into play, if they do.
Your magic of saying, hey, you're scared, you got to participate in the markets. It's really been this across Mark Global
going to the bottom of the
this is Victoria
purple box
Fernandez,
again.
Of course, and always
data destroying calls.
But what's changed is the money market fund is not 4.x% anymore.
That's
what is the behavioral change in cross-mark clients?
Divergence clearing poll is being the majority of the people said LOD in the WhatsApp. Actually, no, they didn't. Majority of the people said VWAP flip. 9 people said VWAP flip, and I said new LOD at 1132. 9 versus 6.
However, we're saying, but look, you've just seen the 10-year go up 14 basis points, right, on the treasuries. You're seeing a steepening of the yield curve. There's some opportunities because there's rotation, Tom, that we're saying. It's not just healthcare and utilities and energy like we talked about. We're seeing a rotation in the internals and transportation, global autos,
numerically speaking, it's our poll times 100,000, 200,000 people more likely to. So if you're starting to see some opportunities there that the internal trends are shifting, there's where you want to go ahead and put some money to work.
Think safety. Think.
It's pretty insane. I will not lie. Divergences at the floor, or at the roof too, but they held the roof all day long. Right, divergence created at the floor twice, and they broke the floor twice, or cleared it twice. This is 623.20, 623.30. This is LOD hoping, LOD testing. It could bounce here, it could break. It's hoping on both sides until it happens. No one knows what could happen, but it is what it is. It's at the floor. It didn't break the floor, but it's at the floor by cents. So the market is deciding whether to break the floor. It's deciding whether to bounce at the tippity bottom of the floor. But the only thing is, statistically speaking, numerically speaking, when there's a divergence at the floor on SPY and QQQ, the divergence in the statistical data and the number to break the divergence and to clear the divergence is way higher than the number to just bounce at the floor just because it's at the floor. Alright, people that understand what I'm saying, that's because they've been watching for a couple of fucking either a couple of days or a couple of weeks, a couple of months now. Those that aren't understanding what I'm saying, just watch for a little bit or try to understand what I'm saying in terms of the cycle, in terms of the floor and the divergence and the hope factor and then all that, and just think about it. It takes a little bit of time to think about, but I mean, that's all it is. You got to sit there and think about it a little bit, and that is what it is going on right now, right? And that's what's going on right now is making people think this and this and this and this and different, you know what I mean, at different times. So, Wooly Wombat is your last warning, bro. If you're going to keep trolling in chat, you will be removed. I'm sorry, and please hit the thumbs up button. We will be focused in this YouTube chat and the WhatsApp group. If you can't do that, it's also not the right place. Everything will be okay though, right? Just take a 1-minute break, brother. It's all good. We have FOMC tomorrow. Today is an important day. Tomorrow is also an important day. It is a day of being focused, not a day of messing around. So keep that in mind as well. Going into FOMC, hopefully you are well positioned, or you are okay, or you are good into FOMC. But I mean, I will not be distracted. I will not be not okay. I will not be whatever on FOMC. So
talk about Japanese bond yields a lot, as we mentioned earlier in this show, in multi-year highs dating all the way back to mid-2000s. Right. Why are these yields important right now?
Well, there's a couple of quick things. I think it's important to recognize that the outlier really is a 30-year bond. Because if you look, things like the 10 to 30-year spread there in Japan is essentially twice the normal spread of the last 25 years. Instead of it being roughly 85, it's now almost 160. So really all the action over there is really happening in the 30-year. And I think what's also important is to recognize that they've gone through a period of yield curve controls, keeping rates artificially too low, and really going through a period of deflation. And I think that's all now coming to roost. And you can see that deflation, Frank, if you look at their stock market, it has been, over the last 25 years, a return of essentially 0 or maybe 1% compared to our market, which is about 10% annualized. Go ahead.
All right. So you're saying it's all coming back to roost. So what is the impact we should all be looking for? Obviously, the low yields led to the Japanese carry trade. Estimates out there, it's about a $500 billion trade. And the thought is, if the yields rise, that money's going to go from the U.S. back to Japan.
Beautiful day.
Now, is that why this is important, or is there some other facet that you're looking at?
It is a beautiful day.
Well, I think what's really interesting is we kind of have the other side. In other words, I believe just like we had the bond vigilantes back in the early 80s and in the essentially the 90s, I believe it's the bond samurai.
Thank you so much. The 72 of you that have hit the like button. Thank you so much.
We cannot afford right now with our high GDP to debt to GDP ratio. We cannot afford significant stimulus. We need to slow down the quantitative tightening, and we need to go back to adjust the issuance.
Dale said if it goes above 690 tomorrow, maybe pull it. Bully says if it does, I'll kiss your dad.
Alrighty. Be doing, and I believe if they don't listen, rates are going to go even higher. And I believe what that would do is lead to a slowdown of their economy, a significant one, which will ultimately flow back.
There's some things going on in the bond department too that people are not noticing.
Really
I don't know anything about bonds either, but it is going on.
Detriment to their economy and a slowdown, which would flow back here into the U.S.
All right. I do want to point out, we're looking on Kalshi right now, 93% chance of a 25 basis point hike. Also want to mention CNBC and Kalshi. They also recently announced a multi-year agreement, which includes the use of Kalshi data for editorial purposes as well as commercial components. So strong chance of this happening, according to Kalshi, very strong chance. So if it does happen, is this one hike? Does that set up the scenario that you're talking about? Or if there's more hikes, if this is a series of hikes, is that the issue we should be worried about?
I think this is going to be just a series of hikes. I think this is just the early
market
stages.
Can't even go up a little bit. That is wild.
The carry trade has probably washed out last year. There will be more washing out as we continue to lower our interest rates and they continue to raise their interest rates.
I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio, guys.
The carry trade will go away. Ultimately, this is just a normalization of their monetary policy, which is really long overdue.
All right, one other point. You say the real rates here in the U.S. are actually more attractive than Japan. So it sounds like you think that's going to keep the money here.
That are under.
That is correct. And I think in reality, I think that's going to be the backdrop to keep rates going much lower here in the U.S. If you look, our real rates are roughly about, on the long end, 100 basis points too high. And so that's going to be the catalyst for either A, a continued slowdown in this economy, or else
negative
we're
gamma
going to get
right
those real rates much lower because in the near term pretty quick.
It's pretty disgusting how all the calls are under. And they're going lower and lower. We're in negative gamma right now. all the calls, and they're trying and trying and going under and under and under. It's disgusting. There's so many puts down there too that's hoping on so much lower. Let's see if they really do. Right. President Trump at a roundabout table in 2 hours. Yeah, it's bearish as hell. I ain't gonna lie, this shit bearish as fuck. Now let's dump, go lower with Tesla. Come on. This is abnormal. Dump it on Tesla. Go more.
Talk of partners and allies, Jamie, and you referenced that, you know, this is why Europe got itself into its problems, but also then you're highlighting the strengths they have in their education system.
Now.
Some of the strengths, yes.
Some, Germany, Switzerland, two you called out. What do you think they will have made of the strategic announcement that we just had? The idea that, I think, civilization erasure was something that was named in the National Security Strategy published this week. Do you think Europe, from your perspective, wants to work with America right now?
Going lower, they're dumping now in Tesla. I'm at 7K.
It's very hard to look at the world and, you know, we have moving tectonic plates. You've heard us spoken about. It's AI. You know, the enemy's in the satellite up above and in your computer systems right now.
LODs here on QQQ.
And the world changed. The other tectonic plates, the rise of China, huge global deficits, social network programs that probably can't be maintained over a long period of time.
Floor is breaking right now. Everything is south.
Europe has a problem. I think they accomplished an unbelievable thing with when they Europe the EC, and they said, you know, let's live in peace and not war. You know, they had World War I and World War II, but they had the Franco-Prussian Wars, the Napoleonic Wars, the 100 Years' War, the War of the Roses. You know, and so living in peace is a good thing, but it got bogged down. They never finished the common market. It takes 27 nations, you know, to make a decision. They let their military drop dramatically. It's very bureaucratic. It's part of the reason that, you know, they lost Britain to the EU, which I think makes it bad for both of them, by the way. And so you got to be honest about this. So, and those tectonic plates may move over 20 years. But if we ever write a book about how the West was lost, it will be because of the following. It will be because of we didn't get our act together here, and we go through all the policies here, that we didn't have the strongest military in the world, and that we allowed Europe to fall apart.
I'm still in Tesla.
And so I have a slightly different point of view about Europe. They have some wonderful things, but they've gone from 90% of the GDP of America to 65. That's not because America did anything bad to them. It's their own bureaucracy, their own cost, their own. They do some wonderful things on the safety nets. But they've driven business out. They've driven investment out. They've driven innovation out. It's kind of coming back. I think the leadership, Merz, Macron, Maloney, Starmer, I think they know. I just think politics is really hard. Therefore, the fragmentation of Europe, if they fragment, that's exactly what some of our adversaries want. They want to go back to a world like that, and then you kind of have a world that was like it was before World War I, everybody out for themselves. Everyone's got different national security interests.
All calls
food,
are under
energy,
right now.
Water,
Insane.
And you know, China's a huge
country
who wants to do bilateral negotiations with every country. If they fragment, then you can say that America first will not be around anymore. It will hurt us more than anybody else because they are a major ally.
They're going to go fucking 430. I sort of fucked
common values, which are really important. So therefore,
from here to here,
I think we should be using our American
capability,
strength, coercion, democracy, trade, investment to urge them to do what's in their own self-interest, which is military and economic, and the economic may be equally important.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Daddy Jamie. Jamie Dimon says Europe has a big problem 4 hours ago on Bloomberg, or 2 hours ago. Old news, but still news. Damn.
Yesterday on AI currency, plus regulation, and also investing in the hot topic of the hour. JP Morgan Chairman and CEO Jamie Dimon in an exclusive interview with me yesterday.
Wait, we watched this shit like 3 times, bro. Just pumping the same fucking news over and over again. Oh my god.
Let's go inside out on Toll Brothers and home builders generally as well. Joining us now is James Demmett, founder, chief investment officer at Main Street Research. It's always lovely to see you, James. So what are your expectations when we hear from Toll Brothers later this afternoon?
Good to see you, Sam. I think Toll's probably the best of the group.
Okay.
It's, you know, that group
I used to
had
do DR Horton a long time
for
ago,
now
dude.
a couple years because of mortgage rates. But I think, you know, at Main Street, we like companies with great management, strong balance sheet. Toll has that great luxury market, which can really go on fire when the
curve, and we keep talking. Something that I've been looking at.
And I think the
with this one and for monthly cycle, so 11 days.
With me yesterday.
Said some bullshit about Fed news, but they all lying, dude. We ain't watching some video about Toll Brothers. I'm sorry. Where is the market open when we need it, huh? Where is the opening bell when we need it? Oh, look what they're saying now.
Vehicle market and competition
Look
with
what
China.
they're saying
Our
now.
next guest just coming back from a trip to the BYD factory and let's
Why
get to
EVs
the
will be a
electric vehicle
massive
market
play in
and
Europe.
competition with China. Our next guest just coming back from a trip to the BYD factory in Shenzhen, and she joins us now with her insights. Meredith Whitney, CEO of Meredith Whitney Advisory Group. I love how you go deep on these topics that investors really care about, Meredith. So what did you find? What's your takeaway?
Interview.
Well, the timing of this trip was really interesting. So I'm not an Adam Jonas who's a specialist on this sector, but the opportunity to go tour a Shenzhen factory was amazing, and the timing was so interesting because BYD, you know, the genesis
New floor
of BYD
bouncing.
is
Bears are burning.
Battery company.
Let's see if any of these bullish cycle stacks, man. There's so many bears.
Years ago, as the biggest
There's so many calls that are under here.
The focus of our trip was the
I don't want it to bounce because of Tesla, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like it should bounce because of all the puts,
from our
all the
perspective,
calls.
I don't see how any of the European luxury car competitors have any hope in competing against the behemoth.
Pretty incredible.
BYD
Candles go
will
up and up and up and up and up, and then they just
amazing,
reject in one candle.
Factory,
They go up and up and up and up, and they reject in literally one candle.
They're going to produce. They say 150,000
up and up and up, and literally in one
vehicles.
candle.
I think it's going to be much
Stupid.
higher. And if you look, we test drove the vehicles, the high-end vehicles. The experience was nothing short of awesome. So by comparison to the highest end Range Rover, their SUV,
we already tested
nestles the driver. Takes every turn perfectly, has an ability to be submerged in water for 30 minutes, can go at high speeds backwards up a craggy
I don't think it's going to test
terrain.
again.
I haven't seen anything like this, and the sheer production.
If it's truly bearish, they should just dump this shit off right here, right now.
Time this year
And Tesla should never get out of the gray box. If it's choppy, if it's bullish, Tesla's going to go out of the gray box. I really don't think we're going to go back to 6,850. I think we went to 6,850 3 times. 1, 2, 3 times. And this was the last time. Let's hope.
Put pressures on any
1140. Let's see if it breaks 1140. 1140 is somewhere here.
Massive market share. Aside from which,
I don't know, man. I could be completely wrong. I don't fucking know. But all I know is Tesla looks fucking terrible. I would not want to fucking fight this shit on Tesla. This shit is fucking absolutely terrible, but I'm loving it down. But like, I don't know. It's also a roller coaster down because it could flip at any moment.
Is the point that you think, Meredith, that investors globally are underestimating how much this is going to hurt European luxury automakers?
Tesla fucking terrible, dude. It's literally 3.8% down on Tesla right now. This bitch wants to go to 4%, 4.2, I think.
European car
going lower on a bullish volume, bearish volume. So make that shit make sense. Going lower on a bearish, going lower on a bullish 5-minute volume. They want to go lower.
Exporting cars to the U.S. And I think it was very interesting. In terms
That's what I see. I don't fucking know. It looks fucking crazy.
Last week,
it looks absolute.
Pullback from EVs. I don't think EVs are going to be such a massive play in the U.S.
Jorge said heat map attempting to turn around.
Because
if you could send a picture of that in the WhatsApp group or something, that would be dope. We would love to see.
EV dependent market, and if you see the sheer
things are looking
production
still bearish in a crazy way.
When you go into the BYD facility, they have a hall of fame.
But until the low of that 1205 breaks, I'm not gonna lie, all bears are stuck and trapped. That's true. But they did break the floor into 1205. And now we're playing with the new floor.
You don't even get to that number. The U.S. has under 300,000 mechanical engineers, so they're putting so many resources. They've just under a million employees, and that compares with some of the other producers, 200,000 max. It just is. It's a stunning. It's a stunning just comparison in terms of how far this company has come.
We're like playing inside this big candle.
This holiday, get the ungiftable.
All right, we're not bouncing up, but we're playing inside that 12.
Sides to this. There's the Berkshire side and the JP Morgan side. Starting with JP Morgan, this hire for this, what is it, a security and resiliency initiative? What exactly?
Guys, please hit the thumbs up if you like the live stream. If you have liked
really interesting from both sides. On the JP Morgan side, they basically
chart analysis deductions that you saw today live.
10 billion sort of
do me a
direct
favor and hit the thumbs
that
up.
The bank is planning to do into stuff for areas like security, defense, critical
what
minerals.
A bloody day.
This is all part of that $1.5 trillion financing commitment that they've said, they're going to basically roll out over the coming years. It's about 50% more than they expected, given the change in geopolitics. But it's a really intriguing hire. He's one of the sort of most influential people, I'd say, behind the scenes in finance.
What a bloody day, dude.
Basically ran the equity investments along with Buffett and another executive.
9:30 was that.
Berkshire.
Started at 3:30.
Sort of specific role. He's going to be a senior advisor.
And we went lower and lower and lower.
And generally, I guess, add to
right.
that.
I literally said if this low breaks, we're going to go lower. If this low breaks, at 11, we're going to go lower, right? And that's what they're doing. Chopping lower, chopping lower, chopping lower, chopping lower, extending the 3/3 cycle with things being bearish in the 15-minute and the 5-minute, just resetting, going, resetting, going, resetting, going.
Buffett,
the volume.
Heading out the door at the end of the year, and that seems to be precipitating basically a changing of the guard, I suppose.
30-minute bearish as fuck, 15-minute bearish as fuck. They're making it very, very hard to tell for people that are looking at the 1-minute, looking at the 5-minute candles and candles alone. But the MACD and the volume says we are bearish more than not right here, all day, every day, and we have been the entire day.
Yeah, it does just raise questions, I guess, in general of what Berkshire actually looks like post
with the divergence
Warren
at the
Buffett,
roof.
If a lot of his
they
deputies
made the
are
divergence
leaving.
at the roof inside the 3/3 bearish cycle.
Their plan, $1.5 trillion,
trap.
Pour that
right,
into
the morning
sectors that are
QQQ looked
crucial
hella
for the
bullish. I said that right, but I literally said something's faking out big time, either QQQ or IWM, and it was completely
reading where the winds are going,
both.
reading a Whitehouse that has really tried to do the same and is looking to the private markets and private players to help
looked
fund
bearish
some of it.
into 929 at 925. I literally said either QQQ or IWM is faking out, and then they reverted QQQ and then showed bullishness at market open, made everybody bullish, and then they faked out the fake out, if you understand what I'm saying. Because when I'm calling it out at 925, IWM's running, QQQ's rejecting, looking bearish, they look opposite, and then they both look bullish, and then they do it from the top. That is making everybody momentarily bullish, oh my god, candles, go, bullish, and then use that to go lower in the 3/3.
Today's announcement, JP Morgan also said.
Why? Because something like this people have seen last week, where you go higher, lower, and then they don't break the LOD and then revert into 4, and then they open up here. That's what happened literally last week. Why am I saying this shit? Am I making things up? No. I literally just remember things for what it is. When did it happen? On Thursday into Friday. Right? Market went lower from HOD 930 into LOD, 225 flash, and then boomed up, and then everybody that shorted into this shit got burned. What does that do into this week? They think about that shit. They're like, oh, it's like a little mini HOD, LOD, oh, it didn't break the LOD, oh, we're gonna boom up tomorrow, ooh, boom, and then destroy everybody all day. That is called higher time frame, that is called setup, that is called nothing but setup. And I fucking love it.
If they're looking to get in terms of the
So,
financing, 1.5
market's so
trillion
goddamn bearish today because of higher time setup.
Very, very soon.
Tesla, IWM also trapping the purple box at the tippity top, but all of the above. And none of the, is this news or what is this on? None of that shit. If you understand or feel what I'm saying. Because I understand and I feel to the fucking core of who I am and the heart of who I am of what I'm saying. I feel what I'm saying because honestly the way I live is I only say things and I fucking only want to post things in the WhatsApp group, like, you know, literally things I mean when I mean it. I don't want to just state things because I'm whatever the fuck, like, you know what I mean? Like if I am saying, oh, have a good weekend, I literally mean have a good weekend. Why? Because I literally mean it. You know what I mean? I mean it from my heart. Like why the fuck would I say some shit that I don't mean?
David Bianco,
that's how it was for me, so
America's CIO.
I always do things that I mean, man, truly.
Let's bring in David Bianco, DWS Group America's CIO. David, good to see you.
Love it, dude. Tesla is 3.9% red.
Get the Fed rate cut. It's also
minus
going to be
3.9.
kind of an insurance cut. The overall economy may be looking to pick up early next year. We're kind of priced for that.
Right
How
now.
do you see things?
Beware what you wish for during the holiday season because we expect markets to expect the Fed to cut this week. They certainly have not pushed back against that expectation. Yet many of us are thinking this could be a mistake. 10-year yield, almost 4.2%. 10-year tips yield, which may be an indication
crazy
of
today.
All
day.
Gold prices,
All
even
day.
the dollar weakening a little bit here. So the Fed's been looking at a softening labor market. We acknowledge that, but maybe there's a lot more to do with the labor market than whatever the Fed funds rate is.
You say R-star, so kind of like an estimate of the neutral real rate, right?
Neutral.
And so how far are we from neutral, I guess, has been one of the big debate points.
We might be there.
Yeah.
There might be a little bit more room to go downward. I think after 5 years of inflation being well above the Fed's target and inflation expectations even being above the 2.0% target, the central bank's inflation target
Look at where we're back at the algo
like
range.
Covenant with long-term bond investors. A little bit of default.
They cannot be any more beautifully going lower.
I wouldn't make too much.
It's resting at every single possible space, and then heading lower, and then stopping and creating a cycle, and then resting, and then revisiting, and then coming back, and then hoping, and then revisiting, and then going lower, and then fucking every single time.
The Fed funds rate isn't going to do
every single time.
It's hard to know what it does, if anything, for the labor market. There's a lot of things going on in the labor market. We're in a mid-cycle environment, so the jobs recovery is behind us. This is a slow growth demographic economy, immigration, cost of labor,
bullish right
and you've got
it's
AI.
actually just not
and
even
maybe if you lower
stuck.
interest rates and make capital even more plentiful, maybe we only further accelerate the transition to AI from labor.
So do you not like stocks because you're worried about rising bond yields?
Pick your spots.
You don't agree?
Pick your spots. So, you know, it's been a great year for all of the AI.
Thing is, this thing could literally stop knifing at any time, but like it's like sideways knifing. Look at this shit. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, chopping down like we're in futures. We don't even know when this shit is going to stop. Nobody knows. Just like how it's going up. No one knows when it's going to stop going up. Nobody fucking knows. Nobody. It's like literally lotto every single
investment can be earned given how expensive
every
these
single
chips are
minute
now.
the next 5
maybe
minutes.
more competition, maybe the
It
chips
is
get
going
more
lower
efficient,
though. I mean, I'm just saying,
so
I don't know
forth.
where it's going. I don't know
But
how
we
it's
also think
stopping.
the
I
cost
don't
of
know where it's
electricity
going, but it's
for these
literally
data
already there.
centers is
What I also
huge
want
and
to say
will get
too,
higher.
Tesla's already
It
there.
is interesting getting into next year where you do have the presumption that you have all this, you know, urgent capex spending still in place on alongside AI, and then of course you're getting some tax policy tailwinds that are going to kick in. Everyone's kind of penciling that out to figure out what that means. I mean, it all seems to have been
FOMC
focused in on
tomorrow.
the run it
Big
hot
day
year
tomorrow,
for the
guys.
economy. Is
Hopefully.
that something that, you know, we can take for granted here?
We'll see you
and what are
guys
the
tomorrow.
implications for earnings coming up?
Big day tomorrow. Thought you thought today was big? Nah. Nah.
I think we're starting to
I'm
get
at
to the stage of,
7.35K right
is
now.
this good? Who's it good
7,350.
for? maybe a topic
But
as we get closer to
445.
the midterm
Tomorrow
elections
fucking
next year.
huge day, bro.
Keep on your
Fuck today.
calendar as we go into next
Tomorrow
year.
huger.
But running it hot is
Big
something
league.
certainly that, in my opinion, that
Like our
long-term
president
bond
says, man,
investors aren't
big
interested
league.
in. And if you're
Tesla's
trying
going
to
for
broaden the
4%. Tesla
economy,
minus
I
4%
think,
right now.
and
Minus
also
4%
keep a safe
Tesla.
distance from any kind of fiscal challenges.
All right, that is
Let's get this
4%.
10-year yield falling rather than being sticky when the Fed is signaling or not pushing
Minus
against further
4%.
cuts to come.
Today is a
Gaza's
Tesla
population.
day. Today is a Tesla day. Man. I don't know if I should fucking leave. Tesla is. I'm seeing in chat, someone's posting like options chain. A shit ton of fucking puts at Tesla or something. He's saying something. Resting buy orders. Fuck the resting buy orders. I mean, if that's true though, they could dip down like 50 cents or $1 below those many buy levels or options levels, and then just come right back up to it. So, or just bounce up $2 or $1 right above it. But I waited so damn long. I just want a little fall through waterfall. Man, look at the market though today. No power absolutely at all, except going lower. Fucking amazing on Tesla, dude. This shit is. There has to be some big candle coming through right now. 15, 1 hour, something that's breaking through this line. 8 minutes candle closes. On the 1. Oh shit. Finale. This is the finale. 3.994% right now. 4% right here. What the fuck? Break the low once, man. That is so. Now it's like show bearishness to fucking get so much bears involved down there. There's so many bears down there. There has to be a cook coming at some point, but like now they're trying to flash one candle at least. 1 hour candle closing in 7 or 5 minutes on Tesla here. Here could easily be one single candle. There's so many buy or put levels on Tesla here. SPY went down to $4, so then there has to be some sort of fucking bounce cycle coming though. Not right now, but LOD is insane showing. All the fucking candles are showing. Or it's sideways choppingly doing shit. $437. Wow. Unbelievable. LOD breaking on SPY. Power is so strong. Did not on QQQ. Did not on SPY. Tesla is going after SPY and QQQ. Like, what the fuck? Why doesn't Tesla go first here? I'm scared there's about to be a big ass green candle booming now. Like, what the shit? Tesla? One nice red. Come on, baby. Oh, fuck, yes. Candle switch. SPY's going. LOD is breaking on SPY. Wow. Yes, pressure is relieving. This is the candle I'm waiting for, I'm looking for. On Tesla, what the fuck? Why the fuck on SPY but not Tesla? Nah, bruh, nah! Squeeze one candle on Tesla. Are they so damn bearish here, or are they bouncing with Tesla? What the fuck going on here? Time is. Man, that's so bearish today. Holy fuck. We're down literally fucking 4 to like, oh my god. $8 on QQQ. Tech just dumped. Pooped. Tesla pooped. Oh. $12.30. $12.30.
Now, Sylvia Jablonski, Defiant ETF's co-founder and CEO, and we were talking about some of the positive action we've seen in the stock market.
This is
in
the shit they say before they fucking drop it, dude.
Or so, which maybe calm some of the fears that we did have earlier about whether we wouldn't have a Santa Claus rally. In fact, a lot of people said what we normally see in September and October, we were seeing in November. Some of the, we see a lot of lows set in October. I want to start with you with something you said. I thought it was nice. But here's the Wall Street Journal: American consumers sour on the economy. You say for the first time in a while, consumer sentiment went up, and that's one of your positives. So I said, well, how can that be when this is in the okay? So University of Michigan has been doing this since the middle of the 20th century. The all-time low. And it's a number that can be anywhere from 50, 60, 70, something like that. The all-time low was 50 back in 2022. Yes. Last month it was 51. This month it's up to 53. So that's your better consumer sentiment, right off a historic low that happened. That was right after Ukraine was invaded by Russia. So it's sort of like bouncing around the bottom. There are problems with consumer sentiment, are there not?
It's bouncing around the bottom, but it did move a little bit. And
moved a little higher.
It moved a little bit higher.
Before Christmas.
It moved a little bit higher before Christmas. We saw the dip buyers come back in. You know, a lot of what I think about is gauging what happens in the market when we get these pullbacks. Is there utter panic, and do people kind of run for the hills and sell all of their positions? And is it prolonged? Or do we see a short-term pullback in broad-based indices, and do we see investors coming back in? And I think when we see investors coming back in and you start to see broad-based rallies in the S&P 500, which we did see during those bottoms.
That is one nice if you've ever seen one.
I think that the investor is becoming a little bit more positive on the market. The broader-based surveys, yes, they are near historical lows. They bounce up a little bit, but I do think that there's a positive outlook for the future in terms of wage growth for middle and upper class Americans.
If you've ever seen a knife,
inflation is softish. You know, jobs are softish.
Cycles are literally showing the cycles going smaller and smaller and smaller, but down and down and down, chopping down and down and down. This is, if you've ever seen a knife, this is it.
One caveat for the journal's piece was that, but spending continues.
Let's see if the knife breaks out at some point, but that is a knife. That's not something you can't deny.
The other thing in the article, it totally is split down party lines. Republicans feel much better about what's going on. Democrats think, you know, it's the end of the world in terms of the economy right now. So that's probably not that surprising, but it's a K-shaped economy we keep talking about. So the high net worth, or not high net worth, but people that are doing a little bit better are spending more. People that aren't doing as well are not.
12.25 trying to bounce. There's a divergence on SPY and QQQ
so
again.
They're finding a place to spend it. They're just very value conscious.
I lied.
They're still spending.
Yeah, and they are spending, and I think that that's also a sign that we have a pretty decent.
There is no divergence because they bounced it at 12.26 the last minute.
And to your point, you know, a lot of times what they say and what they do is completely different. So I also take those sentiments with a grain of salt, because you'll see that. You'll see, you know, lower confidence numbers or like a slight pickup, but then you see a big change in spending. Holiday spending, seasonality is on our side right now. So I think that as long as we continue to see a strong consumer spending, and jobs don't fall off of a cliff, you have that stability there.
So, okay, so everything sounds pretty sanguine with you. Some of your long-term concerns are that the Fed could be making a policy mistake in terms of inflation. You think there will be cuts? Is that the wrong thing to do, or you're not sure?
Well, I just think that they've made mistakes before. So we need to see. I think
that
there's a fine balance here, right? The market expects a cut. The market expects at least a couple of cuts next year. And I think that if there's any kind of divergence from that, or if they go too fast one way or not fast enough the other way, there's impacts to the economy there. So the market is very, very tied to what the Fed is doing again. You know, we talked about this last time I was here. We talked so much about how everything in the markets is revolving around tariffs, and that's the obsession of people. We started almost talking about the Fed a little bit less, and now it's back to the Fed. So I just think that any policy misstep or shakeup from what the market expects leads to volatility.
And AI continues to lead.
Yeah, AI continues to lead.
And that's good. That's okay.
I think that's okay. I think that's good. You know, you're talking about a $300 billion market cap. It's projected by 2033 to be in the trillions, a 9x growth, 30% compounded annual growth rate. The energy behind it is set to grow 8x from where it is now. Right now, it's at about 60 billion. So once this starts getting integrated into the different sectors in the S&P 500, you know, kind of beyond the ChatGPT story, I really think that this is a thematic play that investors.
So we'll
are
hit new highs and even further new highs next year, in your view?
I think further new highs next year. You know, barring any major geopolitical issue.
And this is the type of shit they said on CNBC this morning, guys.
Impossible, but I do think that the market.
This is the type of shit they said on CNBC in the morning. They popped it at market open.
If you live in a New Jersey zip code
and have
bulls
0 DUI, all nice and riled up, all piglets, all oiled up, and then like a piece of bacon.
Happening in the top levels at Apple. Steve Kovac has that story for us. Hey, Steve.
Yeah, Mike, lots of changes there. And by the way, this is all after lots of big shots in Cupertino have been getting those new careers for the holidays. Several changes have been happening in just the last 7 days, on top of several departures over the last few months. Now, someone not leaving, that would be chip boss Johnny Srouji. Now, let me give you a little drama that happened over the weekend. Bloomberg reported that he had told Tim Cook he wants to step down from his role. But this morning, he told staff in a memo.
Nobody cares.
Today, Bitcoin
That's huge. So October and November PPI reports delayed until January 14th.
Steve Leisman has that story. Hey, Steve.
Yeah, Mike, some breaking or bad breaking inflation data from the government, not about the levels, but about the release of data. We just learned from the BLS that the October and November PPI or wholesale inflation reports will now be delayed until January 14th and released with the December data when it comes out. This is longer than many expected the BLS to catch up. No, November PPI was originally scheduled for December 11th. New dates for the October and November PCE are still not determined. By the way, the importance of this, why are we talking about PPI? It's a big component of the PCE inflation indicator, which is the Fed's preferred indicator. We have alternate data on jobs. We don't have very good alternate data when it comes to inflation, so the official data is very important.
No rate cut.
I can announce over the microphone, the PA
no data, no rate cut.
Section of this monetary
no
policy
data, no
cycle
rate cut.
Continue longer than expected, Sarah. Mike?
No data, no rate cut.
Interesting what Powell will say this week without having
no data, no rate cut
about the next move, the forward guidance. It's pretty uncertain. Thank you, Steve.
I don't even think they should meet,
No
Sarah.
representation.
I don't even think they should meet, but that's me.
Yeah.
On tariffs, supply chain, small business, and much more. Want to welcome
Steve Leisman has that story. Hey, Steve.
That's me.
The news flow this morning seems to be a lot about yields, things that will move bond markets. Certainly Isabel Schnabel getting the week started with something a little bit hawkish.
Absolutely.
I'm actually thinking that GT500 says Powell might not cut rates without the data. The data is delayed until January 6th, January 14th. That's insane. I actually think he's not going to cut. I actually think he's not going to cut rates without data. I actually think he's going to come out and say there's not enough data to make any decision, and then the market's going to freak out on
getting higher yields and probably have to monetize that debt.
Use Tesla as a setup and NVIDIA as a setup.
It fuels kind of inflation because we're
that's
essentially
not
trying
bullish.
to trade away that debt in a controlled
That's
manner.
actually bearish as fuck. Not having data, not having rate cut.
That's going to be a big theme into next year. Now, this is a very choppy time of year, but I think in the short-term dynamics around that theme, not only do we have Dr. Isabel Schnabel's comments, but we have the Fed this week, which is expected to be a hawkish cut, and we have JGB auctions. So there's a few dynamics this week that might help it in the very short term.
How important are the dots going to be this week? What are we going to learn from the dots? Are they useful going into 2026 with a new Fed chair coming in and so much uncertainty surrounding the U.S. economic outlook?
They're not useful into 2026, but they're a massive tradable moment this week. This time of year is really interesting, right? This is a great market for traders. People are alert to kind of mispricings. Part of the reason it's such a good market for traders is it's actually quite bad for the macro person. This is not the time of the year to kind of get involved in those longer term trades, particularly ahead of the Fed this week. And then after that, we get a decline in liquidity. So, people wait till January to get really involved in the macro trades again. But it's because of that. It's because that kind of declining participation from the macro community that for traders, there's real opportunities. And so I think the dots will be super interesting this week. But no, they won't last in relevance until the new year.
Mark, we're getting some lines coming through out of China saying that President Xi says that they're continuously trying to expand domestic demand. And I guess some of the other news flow we got over the last 24 hours was around the export engine in China. No doubt, well, they seem to be able to cope with exporting less to the United States by just exporting to Latin America and Europe instead. I wonder how much that's going to be a dynamic that we need to keep in focus in 2026.
Yeah, I think it's an ongoing dynamic. One of the things that's really interesting this year is people get very focused on dollar yuan falling by the most in 5 years. That's purely a dollar trade. Dollar yuan is not a good measure of the yuan. It's a measure of dollar. It's a low beta proxy for the Bloomberg Dollar Index. In fact, the yuan on a trade-weighted basis is having its worst year since 2017. So its worst year in 8. The yuan is depreciating this year against its trade partners, to most trade partners. And particularly you've seen the euro-yuan trade, which is really fueling its exports. And that's why China trade is holding up so good, and that's why the Chinese stock market is an outperformer despite the fact that it can't stimulate domestic demand.
SPX puts
and I
into
think
tomorrow.
That'll be a dynamic again next year because of the weak yuan. It'll help the Chinese stock market to outperform again next year and it will be an ongoing concern for the government as well to address.
We got it a long time ago at 12. Market is chop suey right now.
Below the 90.
He's not.
Man, is that it on Tesla? Market is chop suey. Any candle could break out the knife, yes, but today the damn knife is strong.
Into the slow season for the housing market, but this year could be worse than expected as sellers seem to be giving up. Diana Olick joins us to explain why. Diana.
Hey, Mike, yeah, when a seller takes their home off the market, it's called a delisting, and they're now happening at an unusually high rate. Delistings in October, which are reported with a one-month lag, were up 45.5% year-to-date and up nearly 38% from October of last year. That according to a new report from Realtor.com. Now, this is the highest delisting year since they began tracking in 2022. Delistings began to rise in
market
June
trying
and
to be
have
bullish
remained
here.
elevated
MACD
for
and
5
volume
straight
helping.
months. About 6% of active listings have been coming off the market each month, which is typically something you only see in the dead of winter. All right, so why is it happening?
This is
uncertainty in the economy, stagnant and high mortgage rates, and of course a still pricey market. Locally, Miami, Denver, and Houston are seeing the
4
highest
p.m.
ratio
low
of
being
delistings
bottom
compared with new
12.25
listings.
for now.
Those are also markets that saw some of the biggest price gains in recent years. And in addition, and because of that, more potential buyers are now heading to what Realtor.com calls refuge markets, more affordable markets. Grand Rapids,
Let's
St. Louis,
see if
Cleveland,
it goes out of this
Milwaukee,
gray
and
box on
Pittsburgh
Tesla too.
are all seeing much bigger price gains now than the rest of the country because demand there is suddenly surging. Now, later today, we do get earnings from luxury home builder
4%.
Toll Brothers. We haven't had any government data on the home builders since before the
Now we
shutdown,
are at
but Toll has
3.7.
been outperforming simply because its buyers are less reliant on mortgage rates. Now, they did guide to lower home deliveries. We'll see how much lower when we get those results this afternoon. Back to you guys.
Diana, this wave of delistings, what does it do to the overall supply-demand picture? Because we do have some home builders that are kind of curtailing their production maybe for next year. And there was this sort of silver lining that said, well, we are getting a little more secondary flow. Is that going to be compromised now?
Yeah, we were seeing more inventory come onto the market. Now we're seeing that gain start to shrink more as people are taking their homes off the market.
Zero DT cycling.
I wish we had government data to see where housing starts and permits were, but we simply don't.
Government data. That's the big
what
thing
their
of this
thoughts
week,
are.
guys. Government data. Oh, we don't have it. Oh. Oh.
News of the announcements today was Todd Combs, the one of the investment
they're having like a
deputies
leadership
and CEO
shakeup.
of Geico is moving to JP Morgan.
Left.
So I don't know if that was a planned thing or what, but that seems like an kind of an unwelcome shakeup in light of Buffett leaving at the end of the year. I would say his investment track record at Berkshire, not very transparent. They don't really tell you what the investment managers are doing aside from Buffett. So, I think many of the big moves were made by Buffett anyway. And I actually do think that Geico had some issues with loss costs going up. So the cost of car accidents was going up a lot. Combs's reaction was to cut a lot of costs and shed a lot of policies, which is actually the opposite of what I thought Berkshire would do. I thought they'd kind of ride it out and maybe gain some market share. And I do think Progressive handled that environment a little bit better.
What's going on here?
I think it will be a manageable loss, but probably the biggest
Why
news
is Tesla doing this?
Yeah, Todd Combs, we should mention, was already a JP Morgan board member. So he had a relationship with the bank, and he's going to be advising Jamie Dimon and other senior JP Morgan leaders on strategic issues. Let's talk a little bit about the changes that involve a new general counsel position over at Berkshire as well. So this is a brand new position that they're creating versus, I guess, in the past they just relied on paid outside help.
Outsourced it, I believe, to a firm
Stuck
that
at the
was
bottom of the
associated with Charlie Munger.
623.
Not a huge deal, I don't think. I mean, I think it makes sense for them to have their own GC. Why not? I mean,
I told you
Hathaway,
can't.
I think really.
I literally told you guys 2 hours ago, right? That was probably the last time we're gonna stay at 6849, right? And it's not gonna go back to the bottom of the horizontal sloping support from last week, right? And that is literally losing it. No volume bullish, but showing bullish. Showing the hope of a run, showing the hope of a run, showing the hope of a run, and then not even going bullish anyway. The RSI is literally oversold on the 5. Like, it's literally nasty, bro. Nasty. Look at Tesla too. Perfect gray box we're hovering at right now. The RSI is oversold on Tesla on the 5 and is being bought back on this too. The top of the gray box, and the gray box has been used literally the entirety of 3 months, 4 months, and here we are using the gray box yet again. It's like deja vu all over again. I feel like I'm in fucking Tesla from fucking 2 months ago. Deja vu all over again. This fucking gray box is insane. This fucking gray box is insane, bro. Oh my god. It's like Cathy Wood fucking times Arc times fucking motherfucking Elon times, sorry, Mr. Elon. The specialty knowledge of, Dr. Burry and all that, it is insane. Wow. To see this gray, I don't even know when I found the gray box, 437s, but can't lie, it's been a while and a disgusting. Ooh, Scott Bessent coming out.
To Face the Nation. We have a lot of news to get to, and we begin with the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent. Good to have you here.
Morning, Margaret.
Mr. Secretary, a lot of people are out there holiday shopping. Here is how the president described back in April what to expect
Trump
from this
economy.
season.
It's the title. Maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30,
President's coming live in 1 hour here.
More than they would normally.
Was the president's prediction then correct?
Margaret, it's actually been a very strong holiday season, and we've seen across all the income cohorts thus far, and so there's nothing to say that they're $2 instead of $30.
The president was wrong to predict lower numbers of purchases and higher prices.
The economy's been better than we thought.
Coming in crazy, IWM.
4% GDP growth in a couple of quarters. We're going to finish the year despite the Schumer shutdown with 3%.
Candles coming in, green, red, green, red.
Well, the maker of Tonka trucks, their CEO said it's going to cost $40 for their toys right now because of tariffs and inflation. It was $30 the year before that, 25.
A lot of people went holiday shopping.
Are
Me
accelerating,
too.
And people are feeling
I kind of agree with that the holiday season
inflation's
is strong,
a composite
even
number,
though some toy
and
companies
it's roughly the same year over year. And if we were to look at all imported goods inflation is below the inflation number.
The inflation number, you mean
the PCE number, which is about 2.9%.
We can't even see the PC number though. It's not coming
about
up.
1.8. It's the service economy that's generating inflation, which actually has nothing to do with tariffs.
PC doesn't even come out until January 14th, and how is he saying
for
this?
For example, the president, when he says that affordability is a con job by Democrats.
Guys, you guys realize we just saw videos about PC, blah blah blah, being impacted. This PPE number not coming out until January 14th. And now we're talking about
President Trump
PC.
makes prices and inflation sound better than they really are, and his approval rating in the economy is now down to 36% in our latest poll.
I'm going to the bathroom.
Inflation
I'm break even right now.
Lower, 32%.
From 12 o'clock.
Don't you need to show that you feel the pain?
Well, Margaret, I think the president's frustrated by the media coverage of what's going on.
This is the polling of average Americans.
Yeah, but I think the average Americans are hearing a lot of it from media coverage. And I will tell you that the affordability has two components. There's inflation, and then there's real incomes. Real incomes are up about 1%. And what we're not going to do is say that Americans don't know what they're feeling. We've been working on it every day. I was on your show on March talking about affordability. We've made a lot of gains, but remember, we've got this embedded inflation from the Biden years, where mainstream media, whether it's Greg Ip at the Wall Street Journal, toxic Paul Krugman at the New York Times, or former Vice Chair Alan Blinder, all said it was a vibe session. The American people don't know how good they have it. Now, Democrats created scarcity, whether it was in energy or overregulation, that we are now seeing
what is this
this
ladder up?
affordability problem. And I think next year we're going to move on to prosperity.
You do think there is an affordability problem?
Sorry?
You do believe there's
I
affordability?
think
Ladder
the Biden
down,
administration
ladder
created
up.
a terrible...
No, but now we're nearly 12 months in. You said the president would own the economy at this point.
Trying to knife out on SPX.
The
SPX is
Biden
knifing out.
administration created the worst inflation in 50 years, and maybe for working Americans, the worst inflation of all time. And we have pulled that number down.
Let's see where this shit
Strategas
goes.
Research does something called the Common Man Index. Under Biden, the accumulated inflation number, as measured by CPI, was about 20%. Their index showed 35. This year, for the first time, the Common Man Index is below the inflation index because the basket
Time
of
is
goods for working
12:51.
Americans,
MACD and
food,
volume is still
gasoline,
bullish
rent
on the
is
one.
coming down. So I wrote an essay March
Tesla's
12th,
5-minute might be
2024,
cooking here.
and it talked about the 3 I's: immigration, interest rates,
Candles
and
are showing
inflation.
bullish.
Mass unfettered
Since
immigration
12:25
depressed
into
wages,
12:50, so that's
caused housing
35
prices to go up.
minutes.
President has closed the border. That is fixed. Interest rates have come down. The bond market just had the best year since 2020, and now we are working on inflation, and I expect inflation to roll down strongly next year.
Well, I mean, grocery prices are up nearly 3% compared to last September. The president seems to be acknowledging that grocery prices, or at least beef prices, are a challenge because he put out this order just yesterday saying they're going to investigate corporate price gouging for high beef prices. Isn't suing the food companies the same thing the Biden administration did and it didn't really work?
If you live in a New Jersey zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years...
My computer fucking lagging as shit because I have so many things on.
Well,
How's this any different?
Nothing the Biden administration did worked.
So why are you doing it?
Because this isn't the same thing. If they had done this, if they'd done it properly, we'd be in a different spot. And like beef is one component. Thanksgiving turkey was down 16%.
Insane. I don't even know what I have on.
I know you are working on the trade front, and for American farmers and the prices that they are experiencing, that they're feeling a pinch about not having a market to sell into necessarily.
Well, not anymore.
Well, the agricultural secretary just said that the president's going to announce a bridge payment for farmers this week to give them short-term relief while you're working on these, finalizing these trade packages.
Well,
there are these low crop prices, and the soybeans in particular. I know you spoke with China's Vice Premier Friday. Are they going to speed purchasing up?
Well, they're not going to speed purchasing up. They're in the cadence that we agreed to. Soybean prices are up about 12 or 15% since the agreement with the Chinese. They are going to buy 12.5
IWM is still
tons.
green. That's
But
disgusting.
Margaret, I'm involved in the agricultural industry.
Everything is
I
red.
own a soybean farm, and I can tell
you
you,
own one. You invest in it.
Sorry?
You own or invest
And
in a
people in my
soybean farm?
family go out and work on it. I actually just divested it this week as part of my ethics agreement, so I'm out of that business, but I probably know more about any Treasury Secretary than about agriculture since the 1800s. And I can tell you that what farmers need is certainty. And we have put that in place with this trade deal. 12.5 million metric tons this year, 25 million metric tons for the next 3 years for soybeans, also sorghum,
now.
And lumber.
So those purchases, just to
I'm
clarify,
still staying in
those
my
will be
Tesla
this year?
and my
Because
SPX
I
1
heard you say
DTs. But
this
yeah,
past
it is
week that
bouncing.
some of the purchases
for
wouldn't take
35
place until
minutes.
February.
Well, for the season. So the crop year.
The season year.
Way lower,
okay.
and then
but
now.
Why, if everything's fine, then why do farmers need a bridge payment from the agricultural department?
Sorry?
What are we doing? I don't know.
Why
About to find
would farmers need a bridge payment from the agriculture department then?
Because these prices haven't come in, because the Chinese actually used our soybean
entire
farmers
week has been
as
wild,
pawns
though.
in
No
the
volume,
trade
no volume,
negotiations.
volume come in, and then
we are
volume
going
sell.
to
everybody
create this
think
bridge
everything's
because, again, agriculture is all about the future. You've got to start financing for planning next year, when things will be very good.
I want to ask you about something that was announced this past week. The Trump accounts and
we
building
drew this
on
little
this
box of some
concept.
shit in the 5 minute
so
earlier,
parents,
and
as
it's
I
playing in
understand,
their
are going to be able to open these accounts via the Treasury for their kids, their tax-deferred investment vehicles to U.S. citizen children under 18. You get $1,000 from the government for babies born between 2025 and 2028. So there are going to be restrictions on what the money can be used for: college tuition or their first house. Is that
I'm
right?
at 6835 for tomorrow. 6835, and I get it at
children
12.
born in the period you just described is going to put $1,000 into these Trump accounts. It will
Literally
be invested
playing in this box.
in a widely diversified low-cost index, and then it will be available
in the stock market,
in the stock market.
Exchange-traded fund or mutual fund.
So in essence, it
I
is
gotta
a
get some
trust
food,
fund.
man.
It is a
Look at
piece
the
of the
5-minute
American
cooking on
economy
Tesla.
for
There's
every
something
child,
important going on here.
and
Let's
they
see
will
what
be able
happens.
to take it out when they're 18,
5-minute was
or they
oversold
can
and got
convert
bought
it
back,
to
and now
a
deciding
more
what to do from
IRA
the top
type
of the
program
gray
and
box.
keep it for their retirement.
So
Today
there
is a
won't be
Tesla
the
day.
restrictions I mentioned there about how
At
to
no
use
point
the money.
No.
can you forget today is 8.
So there was
Set up
also
on a
a
lot of
broadening
things
of
today.
this past week with
Right?
the Dell
Candle
Foundation
traders, retail
making,
traders
a
don't understand.
significant
They will never understand what I'm
investment,
saying.
in the
But it's
American
okay.
children. So
One day, I
how
just
is
hope to
this
God they
going to
understand.
work?
But
Why
it's not my fault.
structure it this way
All I
instead
can
of
say
a
is,
savings account, for example?
Well,
I
a
just hope
savings
to
account
God
just gets interest. This is the compounding power
there's something out there that's
of
possible
the
for
stock
them
market.
and
As
possible
Warren
for me
Buffett
to
says,
deduct.
don't
But
bet
I mean,
against the
there
American
clearly
stock
is
market.
for
Don't
me.
bet against
So
the economy. And this is going to
all I can
bring
say
a whole
is,
group
God
of
bless
new
and God
investors
did.
into the market. We're
And
going to couple it
have
with
a
a
good
big
day.
amount of financial literacy
Tomorrow
so
is
that children
FOMC.
understand what they own. The incredible gift by Michael and Susan Dell will be is a program that philanthropists,
IWM
foundations
is
can do to
squeezy,
top up these
squeezy.
accounts. And we are expecting, we're already at Treasury is already in discussions with foundations, with major philanthropists to top up these accounts. It could either
Holy
be
shit.
for all children, or you can specify it by zip code, a school district, or you can do what the Dells
Tesla's
did
not.
and say that it won't apply to the zip codes of the top 20% of
Now they're
earners.
cooking the piglets,
And
basically.
more information is going to be coming out on how to use this and access it?
Yes, in the coming weeks we'll do that, and then the official kickoff will
crap.
be July 5th.
Before I let you go, I want to ask you about this massive fraud out in Minnesota in the state welfare program. Has been under federal investigation since all the way back in 2022. The president told you, though, this week to look into Somalis who, quote,
Wow,
ripped
that's
off
actually
that
not a
state
bad
for
spike.
billions of
Wow.
dollars. He said they
Right
contribute
above 12 o'clock
nothing.
immediately.
What exactly are you investigating?
Well, Margaret, to be clear,
Someone
the
said
initial
NVIDIA.
fraud that was discovered by the IRS, for which I'm the acting commissioner, is discovered by IRS Criminal Investigations Unit. This is not
crazy.
an exogenous thing that the state of Minnesota decided we had to go in and clean
Oh
up the mess
shit!
for
Wow,
them, and
it
this
did
is
hit the
part
line
of
perfectly.
continued cleanup. A lot of money has been transferred from the
Someone says he's gonna
individuals
touch
who
it
committed this
earlier, and
fraud,
wow, they went
including
lower than
those who
fuck, and then
donated to the
never,
government,
and then they
governor
touched it.
donated
Wow.
to Representative Omar and donated to AG Ellison, but they've been transferred to something called MBSs. And those
That
are
is impressive, but also fucking
sorry.
cooked.
Transferred to what?
These are money the Bureau services, and they are
440
wire transfer
immediately.
organizations that are outside the regulated banking system. And that money has gone overseas, and we are tracking that both to the Middle East and to Somalia to see what the uses of that have been.
Okay, but you have no evidence of that money being used to fuel terrorism at this point, which is what some conservative writers are alleging.
That's why it's an investigation. We started it last week. We'll see.
Crazy spike candles coming now.
That it's terrible. Representative Omar tried to downplay it.
Someone said NVIDIA to China. It's not even coming up for me. NVIDIA chart.
It was very tough to know how this money should be used.
Yeah.
She was gaslighting the American people.
Well, we'll talk to her.
Yeah, but when you come to this country, you got to learn which side of the road to drive on. You got to learn to stop at stop signs.
What the fuck happened to NVIDIA?
Not to defraud the American
Holy
people.
fuck.
Well, there are plenty of criminal behavior from communities well beyond the immigrant community. But we'll talk about this with Representative Omar shortly. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
What the fuck is the NVIDIA shit?
I put this in my ears, and I haven't asked anyone to repeat themselves in over 3 months.
Lord.
This is magic. I wish I tried this before spending thousands.
That's fucking crazy. That's gotta be some news. I wanna see. I mean, it's also news, but it's also cooking on setup, but that's fucking wild. They also push up the market like crazy. Now, Tesla got led up to decide what the fuck to do up there, but what the fuck? Wow. It's not even popping up for me, man. This shit is frozen as fuck. I reverted everything. Wow. Well, market moving fast, that's for sure. At the top in here in the 3/3. I'm not talking about the boom up candles are. Flickering lights at the top. That's what I'm talking about right here. It says US to allow chips to China. Okay, let's see what they do with this news. We are popped back above the purple box for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 time. 6 time. Changing everything now. Thing going up, down, up, down, up, down, I guess. The market has been popped up. I need to have Tesla open in the one chart, so I'm going to do that. Yeah, look at that. I literally told you Tesla got popped up on the market, and then now it's deciding what to do, right? So it's exactly what the fuck I meant. Popped up with everything and now deciding what to do. And all I ask is no matter what happens here, the 15, 10, 20 people don't ever come back. Please tell them if they come back. If they ever come back. I swear it's so damn annoying, and I don't want to ruin my own vibes and ruin shit for anyone else. So candle traders, I call them. Not serious people, I call them. And also top trading candle over there on the other side of the pond, scamming shit. I ain't know about none of that. Don't give a fuck about none of that, but stay out of my community. You know I'm so negative, dude. They sent some Australian kid to literally try to record me when I first started my channel to bait me to spread some bullshit, or I don't even know, but at the end of the day he got kind of made fun of and left. But nasty working. I want none of that. Right, clearly we gotta watch this one because people are not ready for this one right here.
On AI investing and cryptocurrency, plus regulation, and also investing in the private credit space. We also talked about socialism coming to New York City, but we began by AI and jobs. Watch this. Jamie, what's your sense of jobs? Because here I think there's a little more nuance to the story. It's not just about the macro story. Now you've got to look at artificial intelligence and the fact that AI is creating efficiencies to the extent that it is cutting jobs. What is your plan to ensure that Americans are ready for this new revolution that's underway with AI?
Yeah. So I think before you do AI, jobs have gotten a little weaker, wages have gotten a little weaker. And when you talk to businesses, they're going to be a little more cautious hiring. That's not because of AI. That's just because they want to do more with less, and they look at their order books, et cetera. And look, I don't think AI is going to dramatically reduce jobs like unbelievably next year. I think AI is real. We've been doing it since 2012. We have 2,000 people doing it, 500 use cases. We have large language models inside the company that we're using our own documents, our own processing and stuff like that. We use it for risk, fraud, marketing, design, note-taking, idea generation, error management. Agents are coming. And for the most part, AI is going to do great stuff for mankind, like tractors did, like fertilizers did, like vaccines did. It'll save lives. We'll be working, maybe one day we'll be working less hard, but having wonderful lives. So it'll cure a lot of cancers. It'll have composite materials. Now, of course, it needs to be properly regulated.
I think this is the most important thing still.
To AI, just like there are to airplanes,
along with NVIDIA now too, but
cars, all things
Tesla has been
used by bad people.
long.
So
I don't think anything's going to change.
Assuming that the government figured out some way to put guardrails around AI,
all day long
but it will eliminate jobs. That doesn't mean that people won't have other jobs. My advice to people would be, critical thinking, learn skills, learn your EQ, learn how to be good at a meeting, how to communicate, how to write. You'll have plenty of jobs. And if it does happen too fast for society, which is possible, we can't assimilate all those people that quickly. Like if you look at, what happened in farms and the internet and electricity.
I wish it snowed where I was.
This may be a little bit longer.
It's always so cold. So cold. It never snows.
Government and we the companies, society should look at how do we phase it in a way that we don't
like
damage a lot of
crazy.
people.
Let's get some
snow
break.
We should have done a little bit more on trade assistance years ago when you had a town that got damaged by the closure of a plant. And that you can do. You can, retrain people, relocate people, income assistance, early retirement. And the next job may be a better job, but they have to learn how to do the job. And as you know, skills are, you can earn quite a bit of money with skills. And so, and then companies like us, we've been doing this a long time. We have what we call redeployment programs. We lose people because we close down. We go in, we look at a process. We go from 1,000 people to 400 people in a process. Almost always the 600 people are offered other jobs. They've got skills we like. They want to go. They could go and try other things. So. I'm not afraid of it. We just maybe you're right. We should get ahead of it and maybe have some programs in place that can handle this if it starts happening too fast. I also don't think you're going to see it all happen this year. It isn't going to be like it's this year. Like if you look at this year, you have a huge amount of construction that needs to take place, and to do that construction, you need roads and trucks and drivers. You need servers, you need fiber, you need all that. So it's going to cost probably more jobs in the short run.
All right, guys, we're going to do a poll.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about the fact that we're going to need more electricians and plumbers, and like you said, those trade schools. But Jamie, I guess what I'm asking is, are we going to see any return on investment on all this money anytime soon? I mean, Jensen Huang told me that we're talking about trillions of dollars every year.
This is the last poll of the day
data centers. I mean, look at all these data centers that we have actually seen built in America. I mean, at this point, we've got about 5,000 data centers that have built for AI. When you add up all this money, all this trillions of dollars, where's the return on investment, Jamie? And when are we going to see it?
Yeah. So I think I heard, I haven't read it yet, but I heard we did a research report about how much. It's $5 trillion, and that includes everything: the data centers, the servers, the chips, the fiber. It doesn't necessarily include the power plant or the transmission lines.
Everybody
and then we were going through today, like where's the money going to come from? Public, private credit,
no candle.
Specialized type of finance, asset-backed securities.
We'll do it before.
And there's another report that does talk about what's the income that has to be paid to those units to make it worthwhile. So I look back at the internet a little bit. A lot went into it. There was a lot of success. A lot of people didn't make it. It turned out differently than people thought when it started. And I think you probably get some of that here. There will be big winners. You remember out of the internet, you got Google and Facebook and Amazon and tons of others and whole new technologies. But it took a while for some other things to come in, like the iPhone or something. Man. So here, it will eventually pay off.
I really want to vote lower.
Who the winners are, who the losers are.
This shit looks like it's about to flip too.
Which new chips,
all right, let's see.
I'm not talking about the
9
chip today,
people
but the chips
voted flip
in 5 years.
up.
We don't know how it's all going to play
4
out.
people voted
L.
10 people voted flip up.
And it gets.
4
you actually look at the
people
price
voted
of AI almost
near
by the minute now
near
because
LOD.
you can actually buy a chip on time, like by the hour if you have to. So we'll see. We'll try to see how it plays out, but I think in total it will pay for itself.
Just fascinating. I know the hyperscalers have spent trillions already, but Jamie, how much are you spending on AI? Analysts tell me you spend about $18 billion a year on technology. Can you break it down and tell us how you spend that money?
Yeah. So the 18 billion is, we call it 9 billion to run the bank. Think of the data centers, applications, networks, cyber, all the things we do just to run the bank. And maybe some number, not quite 9 billion, but like 9 billion is the future. That's new applications, new security protocols,
IWM is
new
going
data
lower.
centers, public cloud, private cloud. We use both the public cloud and the private cloud.
This shit makes sense.
We're reformatting all our data. You have to change the format of the data so it's usable by machine learning, generative AI, and other AI techniques, et cetera. That's all being done.
One of them faking out
huge. We spend quite a bit of money doing AI. We get, and it's not quite $1 billion. I said publicly somewhere too. But we think we have at least $2.5 billion benefit from that.
Is faking.
And that's on costs, speed, lower fraud, higher prospecting, more efficient marketing, fewer customer errors. So it's really is a very broad-based thing. We try to analyze. We don't analyze all of it because you can't tell in some categories. And whenever we meet as a company, at any business, we sit around a table, we go through, and this has always been true. What are you doing to do a better job for your clients and the company in the future? And that's operations, technology, AI, process, procedures. Obviously, look at competitors.
There's no way this shit drops
all
like
these various
this, right?
things, but we're always trying to assess that. We also watch a lot of
Holy
other people
fuck,
do. It's pretty extraordinary.
13 people
come
are
up with
saying
some
VWAP
fabulous
flip.
ways of doing things,
Right?
and
4
we're
people
not
are saying
timid about looking at that and then saying we need to do that too.
The candles were
Really
green
exciting.
into
And I was
110.
with Paul Atkins the other day, the chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, who told me that financial services
I don't
as
even
an
know.
industry
IWM,
is moving
perfect
further
rejection
and
at
further toward
0.5 though. That is
tokenization.
disgusting.
Jamie,
I'm not going to lie. That's really,
tokenization?
really crazy to see,
Is
but I mean,
JP
also
Morgan
I see it all the
moving
time.
there as well? And how is financial services changing with regard to tokenization and digital
top
assets?
of the gray box. Everything is just
First,
gray.
I want to applaud the SEC commissioner for getting on top of this
If
issue.
IWM goes red somehow
markets,
today, I'll tell you.
Markets.
Then,
so we've gone from 8,000
then we'll
public
see some
companies
red
in
again,
1996 to 4,000 today.
We are
I'm not
kind of
against private
somehow
credit or anything like that, but a lot of things are moving out of the banking system. We got to look at what we did. We overdid it with rules, regulations, ISS and Glass Lewis, and it damaged some of the vibrancy of our capital markets.
Showing
we
bearish,
sold the best
that's
in
for
the
sure,
world. And
with
so,
the candles.
now, if you look at our capital markets, it's been adopting technology nonstop. I mean, for years,
you want to reset this shit or something, but they ain't showing bearish. That's for sure with these candles.
Virtually nothing to process trades. We moved $16 trillion the other day. In one day, $16 trillion. It goes through our AML systems, our risk systems, sanction systems, fraud systems, OFAC systems. It's
I don't
cheap,
know
it's
what,
fast.
but it's something's
so
faking
we've
it.
always been using technology to do a better job for the client. And we're going to do the same thing in tokenization. So tokenization, blockchain is real. It's been around for quite a while, but now it's becoming more effective, more efficient because people are finding ways to do it faster and cheaper, permissioned or not permissioned. Smart contracts, I think, will probably be real. We're working on stable coin and a JP Morgan. We have a JP Morgan deposit already, and think of it as a token, which is a deposit.
Whitehouse
we
coming
pay interest
live
on it.
in
and
1 hour.
As a payment system and a network, we're involved. If we can use things like that to do something better, faster, cheaper for clients, we're going to. And it's just kind of the next generation of things that might do that. It should work for international payments better. There are other things that won't work well for, like, in big wholesale payments, I would say, why would, if I'm sending money to Fox and I send them a stable coin, they're going to say to me, just give me my money. Don't give me your stable coin. And so we'll work it through. To me, technology goes to morph over time. And we will kind of want to be in the mix so we understand it, we utilize it. There may be industry or groups that do it like DTCC, where it needs to be interoperable. And it is also important for you and the people to understand that we need some kind of guardrails around it. Because when we do a lot of things, we have to follow rules and regulations and pricing and best price and best effort. And
NVIDIA is so fucked up right now. There's so many people watching the video.
This needs to have some of that too. So I think regulators and governments, they're all over the place in this. But at one point, hopefully, they'll come up with rules and regulations that make it a rational, usable, fair product.
Well, I mean, it takes me to regulation, which, of course, we're seeing rolled back in a number of areas, whether it's the Federal Reserve and what you hear Mickey Bowman talking about. Or, I mean, even today, there was a rule
I voted new LOD with 3 people. There's 4 people that voted new LOD
from a 2013 regulation that severely impacted leveraged lending. And I'm wondering, now that that rule is being changed, does that help you get more
anywhere near
aggressive against the
682
private credit market
is
to
near
better
LOD.
compete against some of these non-banks that have been taking market share, like the Apollos of the world, Jamie?
IWA.
So I think in the big picture, we massively overdid stuff. We all want a strong system. and I've said this to regulators for years, we can have a safer,
There's a 1 minute
better
gap here
system,
in
but
IWM.
it's more flexible, it's more reliant, it's more resistant, it has,
I'm too
lend
tired
more,
to draw
it'll create
everything,
more
so I'm gonna
liquidity.
fucking just
What we did in some cases was completely asinine. I won't go through all that stuff. I've made that clear elsewhere. So I applaud the fact that there's going to be deregulation. And deregulation, or think of good policy, is free. So you go around the world, go to Europe, et cetera. I say, if you do things right, you'll grow your economy, and you don't have to borrow more money or spend more money. Just fix the stupid process you have in place, which is kind of how you look at a company. And so you're mentioning one. We've always had competition. So we have this mosaic of a financial system. We've got private equity and hedge funds and private credit, and among banks, and among
Someone
all
said,
those,
what
there are
price
good
do you
players and
think
bad
it's
players.
possible for
So it isn't
NVIDIA
really
hit
just us
HOD
versus them
today?
or something
I
like
don't
that.
really do
But I
things
do
like
think
that,
some of
nor
these
do I really
regulatory stuff,
chase
including
shit,
the leveraged lending
nor do I
rules,
really
push
think
some
about
stuff
shit
out of the
like that,
banking
so
system that you may get
I
more
don't really give a fuck.
competition. When it comes to
I'm just
direct
gonna
lending,
watch
some of these
NVIDIA.
people are very good at what they do. There are reasons why people are using it, because the client wants it, and that's a pretty
There's
good
like
reason
more
sometimes.
important things
We're
that I'm
agnostic. We will
interested
offer
about here
client
than NVIDIA.
syndicated lending, direct lending, preferred stuff. We'll do
HOD
anything
price or
that we
not,
think is
or
reasonable
whatever.
and makes sense, that's in the client's interest, and the risk that we're bearing is reasonable. So
Smart
I
money
do
is
think
deciding
changing
what
these
to
rules
do
will do
with the
some of that
market.
around
Right here,
market making,
SPX,
the
QQQ.
speed of issuance,
All
disclosures,
paint
the
a
cost
different
of doing some of these
picture.
things. So I do think it is a really good time for regulators, not in anger, not in sorrow, not in anything. Step back, look what we did, analyze it, talk about what you want to accomplish, and make a set of coordinated changes. And we haven't done that for 10 years.
Unbelievable. Jamie, how's the consumer doing? How would you characterize the banking backdrop? And do you foresee
No direction
credit problems?
still. Look at this
I
shit
mean, we
going
talked
up,
about that
down,
in the third
up, down.
quarter
It's fucking
a
retarded,
bit.
bro.
Do you see any further evidence of deterioration there?
No volume up.
Yeah, maybe just a
down.
little bit. So the consumer, I'd say, is fine. If you look at credit law stuff, they've kind of normalized. They've gone back to where they should be, kind of. Delinquency rates are normal. They're spending money. But what's going to drive future stuff is jobs. We do see a little weakness in subprime auto. You can analyze it. It's hard to tell whether more than you should have under this level of unemployment.
Yogurt. That's what I want.
And the wholesale credit side, which is the one I was referring to.
I want some Chobani.
I wasn't referring to private credit. In credit writ large, underwriting standards have loosened. That's true. People are getting aggressive. We're walking away from stuff. We just think it's just unreasonable.
I got
and
motherfucking
underlying standards,
JP
you look
Diamond
at
with
like
me.
PIK loans or certain covenants or
Moan.
the aggressiveness or assumptions that people have on whether their deal will work out. They were aggressive, in my opinion. So if we enter a cycle, I would expect credit losses will be worse than people think. I'm not sure of that, but I just suspect that, and we've seen a few elements of that. Again, I have to point out,
of course he fucking
it's
knows
not,
more.
I don't like when people say private credit. It's not everybody in private credit. Just like it wasn't everybody in mortgages. There were bad actors and there were good actors. And the ones who usually create all the problems are the bad actors.
Look at the
Jamie,
video.
let me end
Look at all the
on
fucking
what
chasers
we're
thinking about what's the
seeing across
HOD,
the
what's the
country right now in
HOD,
this sort of
190,
pivot
oh
in
what,
some areas
what,
towards socialism.
look what's gonna happen to them, right?
You've just built this
I give no
incredible
fucks about
building
that
in
shit
New
because
York.
I don't give a fuck.
Are you
I'm not
the
a retail.
largest, employer in New York right now? And you've got Zoran Mamdani talking about socialist policies. What are you expecting when he takes office in the new year?
Oh my wow, no new year.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari.
Look at the energy, and look at that bias, and look at that fucking.
Yeah. So my experience in life has been that some people who don't really have a lot of experience running a huge bureaucracy, and I think the New York City.
I want to listen to what he's saying.
300,000 people.
It's very, very interesting.
And some learn how to do it and some don't. A lot of running it has not a damn thing to do with
Maybe what he's saying is very, very important.
Capital, something like that. It's the police,
very,
the
very
fire,
smart man.
it's
This guy
hospitals,
is.
hotels,
I actually
streets,
respect
crime,
JP Morgan.
subways, and that's management. And so the first thing is, and here we have a common interest. We hope he does that well. And whether he learns to or not, I don't know. I do think that very often ideology blinds someone to reason. And if he's too ideological for whatever reason, it can blind the reason. So his policies are well known. I don't know what he really believes, doesn't believe. We're going to find out. And we're going to try to be a good citizen in New York and try to help him run a good city. We have a common interest in doing that.
It creates a bear cycle here.
Our president said the other day. But we'll react. If we think he's doing terrible stuff, we'll make it clear and get involved in the fight to stop it.
Well, I'll tell you, you've seen an exodus out of New York as a result of the expectations. And is it true that you have more employees right now in Texas than you do in New York, Jamie?
Yeah. Yeah. So since I've been at J.P. Morgan, we've gone from 35,000 in New York to, I think, 26,000, and 11,000 in Texas to 33,000. And I just want to make the point, and this is true for companies, but when I started working, a lot of cities out there weren't competitive. I put Nashville in that category, and Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. I'd also put in that category Singapore, Hong Kong, London. Now they're all competitive. They all have schools and universities and subways and operas and food and all these wonderful things. Cities compete. And anyone who's running a city or a state has to look at it and say, I have to compete too. How can I do the best for the citizens of my state? And that is
I said
investment,
I do not hope
jobs,
on
growth,
things
security.
like NVIDIA
And so
190
you've
plus
seen a
and
lot of states,
care
they're
about
doing
things like
terrible,
that,
and they're
but
going
you
to put
literally
themselves in a
just
worse and worse
completely-
position. You've seen it with certain countries, you've seen it with certain states, and you've seen it with certain cities. And so, yeah, you can drive
Forgot
more
what I
people out.
said
Now, we've got
the other
great
way
people
around.
there. It's not all going to happen overnight. I'm not going to panic over it. I got plenty of other things to worry about. And we'll try to make it as best we can in this particular
Desi
phase.
Vanilla says, Grandma interrogating.
And my thanks to JP
talking
Morgan
about-
Chase, Chairman and CEO
you talking
JP
about her
Morgan
or how
for
he
that
sounds?
extended
Grandma
interview there. Jamie told me when we did the interview that he would
Yo,
have
you're
some
so
breaking
funny,
news,
bro.
and we've got the
You're so
news
funny,
this
guys.
morning. JP Morgan Chase
Oh
has
my
hired
God. She
Todd
said,
Combs of Berkshire
Grandma
Hathaway
interrogating,
to
bro.
lead the
Oh
bank's security and
Tesla is
resiliency
down minus
initiative. That is why we did the
3.78%
story
right
to
now.
talk
Let's see
about
where
this
this goes.
$1.5 trillion 10-year plan to facilitate, finance, and invest in industries that are critical to national security and resiliency. Now, they put out a list of the other people who are going to be on this advisory board for this initiative. The names are big, heavy hitters on JP Morgan's new Security Council. And they include Jeff
1 p.m.
Bezos,
I'll go
Executive
range.
Chairman of Amazon, Michael Dell, Chairman and CEO of Dell Technologies, Jim Farley,
I'll go range here
CEO
at
of
the
Ford,
roof,
Alex
one.
Gorski, former CEO of Johnson & Johnson. You've got Bob Gates, former Secretary of Defense, Condi Rice, former Secretary of State, Paul Ryan, former Speaker of the House. JP Morgan announced this initiative in October, and they're talking about investing in things like supply chain, advanced manufacturing, defense and aerospace, energy independence and resilience, and frontier and strategic technologies.
Here's a brand new, better way to sell your house.
Yeah, what?
Monday morning with America's economic security is national security.
I can't with her, man. I can't with how she sounds sometimes.
Sure. So we're going to get the Fed decision. Bryn, nice to have you in the house on Wednesday. Oracle and Broadcom are important, as we said. Tony Pescarello, Goldman Sachs,
she
keeps
does
his
sound funny.
responsibly bullish stance, says looking forward, my baseline view is net positive. Why? The Fed's increasing liquidity into an upswing in growth.
We're looking forward to my baseline.
The flow of capital is supportive, and that's the core of my simple calculus. Other calculus today, Oppenheimer, 8,100 on the S&P. Next year, 7,500 for UBS. How are you feeling ahead of this pretty important week? Important enough that it brought you to town.
It was. I liked how Professor Siegel said on Closing Bell on Friday, a hawkish cut. I think that makes sense, right? Because you're going to have Mirren, Waller. I think ultimately Jay Powell is going to cut 25 basis points. But I think this really sets us up for 2026 that we have QT ending, so we have more of an accommodative Fed. We're getting rate cuts, helps the short end. We also have the fiscal impulse from the OBBB, which goes into effect. And I think that tax refunds are going to be above average. And so I think and earnings, don't forget earnings, are all in place. So I think we're setting up for a good backdrop, albeit I think it's probably going to be pretty choppy.
Joe, rates are already moving up, right? The long end's been moving up. You got the 10-year at 417. What does that mean for the market?
it means that as the calendar turns into 2026, it's something that you're definitely watching for. Right now, 84% of global central banks, their last policy action was a rate cut.
And if they go lower, they for sure are not showing lower. Like they do not want anybody to position lower.
In Japan, we heard from the ECB
they're showing
over the
so
weekend that they are
damn middle now,
potentially
or
ending their rate cutting cycle.
If they somehow go lower here on something, that's all I'm saying.
I think it is. I do, and I think what's going
That's
to be
what I'm
important
feeling
from
like.
the Fed meeting today is
Tomorrow
and I
is
understand Kevin Hassett
FOMC.
doesn't want to look
It's
into the next 6 months.
nothing
to see
small.
where
Tomorrow's
policy might be, but I
FOMC,
think
and these
the
people are getting
trading
positioned
community
out
wants
of
an understanding
IWM
when
to
the rate cutting cycle ultimately
Friday,
is going to end.
Thursday,
Is there going to be
today.
2 cuts in 26?
They're
Is there
not
gonna be
showing
no
lower
cuts in
right now. I
26?
don't know
Or are
why.
we
I
gonna
don't
be
know
cutting
how,
1 year
but
from today, which
something
means we
is
have a bigger problem in the market?
NVIDIA
Within the last
popped
hour,
up crazy,
FedWatch
right?
has come
Like they're
out,
not
said,
showing
given
lower
the
right
economy
now
is showing
using
signs of
NVIDIA.
strengthening,
That's what I
yields may
personally
retest the
think here.
425 area in the near
Or
term.
someone
That
could
be a
say
problem, Shannon,
up
for
here. I
stocks?
mean, someone's saying
I think
15-minute MACD says
425
up, but I
will be
swear something
digestible for
deeper than
stocks. I
something
think
going
that
on
if you
is
look at what they've been able
something's
to do
telling
over
me
the
that
course of
something
the
popped
last
up
couple of
something on
years in a
somewhere,
higher rate
and
environment,
Tesla popped up a
particularly,
little bit
Scott,
higher.
if the yield curve is
Something's
steepening
telling me
based
that
on
we're about to go
expectations for
lower. I
stronger
don't know
growth.
what,
We
but
also,
I'm feeling it.
to Bryn's point,
I swear,
if we're going
that's
into
what I'm feeling, to
2026,
be
we have that
honest.
stronger growth
I
tailwind.
think
We have
this
a lower
MACD
rate tailwind,
on
'cause
Tesla
I actually think
is
they
going to
will
go
cut a couple
lower
of times in
into
26 as
the
well.
end of the day. I think it's going to go
Because
lower,
the
and the
employment
price is
picture
going
is
to be
not going to
somewhere here.
strengthen
I don't
meaningfully
know
over
where,
the next couple
but
of months. There's no
I
indication
swear, that's what
of an
I'm thinking.
improvement
That's
there.
why I haven't fucking left.
Granted, not
I'm
an
still in
increased
SPY as well.
deterioration, but no
Or
real
SPX
improvement likely to
until
come over the
next-
next few months. And so I think what stocks
Tomorrow,
are really going to
literally,
be watching
with 3K,
is,
but yeah.
does this upset, does higher rates potentially upset
Things
some
are
of the momentum of the tech trade, for
theta
instance?
burning,
And
things
will
are-
the rest of this broadening out trade continue into 2026 and provide enough of a support
Tesla's
for the market
going now,
to
but
overcome some
SPX is
near-term volatility?
I mean, we have people talking about the fear of missing out.
Oh, man.
Between now and the
Time
end of
is
the year.
1:25.
You have people who are chasing performance between now and the end of the year. Is a backup in rates further the
time is
only thing
1:25.
standing in the way of
just
this
literally-
market having a nice little move?
I don't even know what
between
it's doing
now
to
and
my
the end of the
1DT.
year?
It's like zero
typically
DT
in December,
cycling
people
crazy,
don't want to
but
sell,
also
especially
my
after a
1DT
good year,
is
because we
kind
just had
of.
so many gains.
I feel like they
that
might
why
be
not
gaming with it,
push
but
it
also
into
the wind
next year?
direction
So I
could
do
be so
think
sound. This is all
we're okay
faking
for
out,
the next
but
few weeks. But I do think there's
I
a
don't wanna have- I
concern
don't
if
wanna
the
leave this
Fed
shit
can't
up
get the
either.
long end down. If that's what the market concludes, then I do think you have a problem. Because the stimulus from Fed cutting is really in the housing sector, it's in those capital-intensive sectors, and that means you're not going to get mortgage rates down, and that is a problem in my mind.
IWM helping
there's
to
the
go
idea
lower right
of
now.
a hawkish cut sending rates higher, and it's pretty obvious.
Breaking the purple box
But
lower.
the counterintuitive play is one that Michael Hartnett, Bank of America, was talking about last week, that a dovish cut could also do the same thing because it could stoke inflation fears. It is interesting today that you do have the New York Fed 1, 3, and 5-year inflation expectations were unchanged. You're going to get a forecast too,
going down so little,
which is even more important because as Steve Leisman is going to tell us right now, you're going to get a forecast, Steve, based on.
We have all seen the devastating images in the news. Homes destroyed.
Data that the Fed hasn't gotten because of the government
LOD
shutdown.
testing.
To which,
LOD
for the
hoping.
first time, I think
there's
I
our
heard you
try.
suggest
Off the NVIDIA pop.
maybe we shouldn't even have a
Again.
meeting. You did that on social media.
Yeah, I've said that a couple weeks ago, Scott, when I realized that the data was going to be as
Turning
late as it's
into
going
a
to be.
little knife
There's
pop
my,
out and
blue
drop.
sky,
It
tweet,
is
I guess
a
you call
bull
it.
trap. Bull trap.
And there's two
bull
reasons,
trap.
Scott. One
Trying
is that
to
the Fed is making the current
today
decision with the
tomorrow.
delayed, without the data. But it's also putting those forecasts together. And maybe what people don't understand is that when you put a forecast together, a good chunk
we gotta
of what
watch
you think is going
IWM.
to happen is based
I want to
upon
watch
what you
NVIDIA.
think
Tesla
happened
going
or
here.
what the prior data say. So
There's
I don't
our
understand
heavy.
these
There's our
models that are
heavier
gonna
today.
spit out the
There's
Fed's
our
forecast
obese.
for unemployment,
Right.
CPI,
Obesity
and growth.
bears.
It strikes me they're going to be kind of worthless, and the market's going to have to really take a key part of the Fed's forward
Fuck the
guidance,
NVIDIA report.
which does come in these forecasts, with a
Fake
huge
news.
grain of salt. And that's going to stick around, by the way, Scott, until March. It's not until March they come out with another set of data. So
thanks for the
all
pop
of this
cycle.
strikes me
Zero
that the
DT
Fed is
is
data
used.
independent. I don't see what it would have hurt them to wait a week. If you look at what comes out next week, the jobs numbers come out and inflation data come out. And it's not just 1 month's worth of data.
Bears.
It's 2 months worth of data because you get October and November payrolls. No October unemployment. You'll get retail
Tesla
sales
going
and
lower.
you'll get a November CPI. So I think I'm just
SPX dropping like a motherfucker. IWM dumping like a motherfucker. Alright. Bears are crazy right now. QQQ dumping like a motherfucker. Tesla dumping like a motherfucker. IWM bull trapping like a motherfucker. Sorry, NVIDIA. I could already tell. 187. I literally said right. Bull trapping like a motherfucker. It's just gonna drop down if the market's really bearish into tomorrow. And it's gonna be the finale bull trap.
Because they have proven
Pop
to
crazy
be
on NVIDIA.
A little bit
drop
of that
crazy on
NVIDIA. Guess where things are going.
Is
But if I told
LOD
you
testing,
that according to the New York Fed inflation expectations 1, 3,
4
and
people
5,
that voted on new LOD, LOD test, LOD hope in the last poll of the day at 1:08 p.m.
environment to cut.
The majority of the people voted. 17 people voted VWAP flip. So this is what I mean. The market literally on candles alone can do calculations off of market sentiment alone, and it's basically whole times 100,000 sometimes. Everybody in the world is looking at the same thing live. They're just coming to different conclusions at different times, and different thoughts, and different theses, and different whatever the fuck they want to do. Right? Bull or bear, I don't give a shit, but it's literally what they want to do, right? And I don't really give a shit. Because the setup says it doesn't even matter if the candle's green or red or whatever the fuck. What really matters is the setup. The setup is always the setup. The setup was 3/3 being extended. If the low of 1220 breaks, the bulls are fucked. The bears are going to come in and they're going to kill off the calls into tomorrow. They're going to kill off the calls into today. I have no idea. Let's see. But the calls are fucked here already.
On the day
the bounce has been destroyed out there in that within minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. The bounce has been destroyed.
Why do you think rates have backed up?
Well,
time is 12:30. It's only midday. They're so goddamn bearish. They're gonna go way lower. Why? Because they stopped midday and bull trapped everybody off this NVIDIA pop.
There are those who
a lot of retail traders just go off candles alone, and they only care about candles. And the moment they see green candles, they're like, oh, it's bullish, yeah. And they look at red candle, oh, bearish, yeah. And then they just forget, and they don't care. And 20 minutes later, they wake up and they're like, oh, fuck. This is what it is. But I mean, literally, that's what the market does.
It's a concern that the market ought to, in the normal course of business, exact some compensation for. If indeed it's going to be a chair who is not going to be as concerned about inflation, every chair comes along, every new chair comes along,
floor hope or a test, or let's see if this is a new floor coming.
Scott, about inflation, that they're willing to risk recession in order to
SPY
stop
was
inflation.
Bullish.
And I think
IWM is 0.005% green. It's about to turn red.
More to prove than others have in the past.
That's what I said 20 minutes ago. I said if IWM turns red, it's going to turn bloody red, right? So now that it is 0.005% green.
He was fired just 3 weeks before he was set to retire.
And now he's becoming an industry whistleblower.
Jesus. My computer is so laggy. This is a problem. This is green.
Today, Bitcoin falls below the 90,000.
All right, now IWM is red by 0.01%. It's going to be bloody red, right? IWM is red, right? I expect bloody red. On SPY and QQQ more now. All right, they bull trapped crazy off this NVIDIA news. I'm expecting Tesla. Fucking crazy. They're going crazy on everything now. Crazy. Okay, I'm leaving Tesla right now. Crazy. Tesla is down 4.1% for the day today. God fucking bless. God fucking bless. I'm out of Tesla for 7.4K. God fucking bless. SPX, I have 2 SPX puts into tomorrow. I'm gonna leave soon. I'm expecting, I don't even give a fuck. I'm not expecting jack shit. I want a little nice red candle here. Tesla going. I have my 427s dog shit on Tesla. I'm gonna hold them into Friday. Crazy work. I'm at 3.7K SPX now. Fucking crazy work. That's what happens. Candle traders are liquidity. Candle traders are done. Right? I literally said this from the beginning of my channel. This is the roaring 20s, right? Speculators, candle traders, retail, all liquidity, all done so. And they will be used every fucking other day.
Uber.
Liquidity
The
sweep.
target gets cut by $5 at Morgan Stanley. Joe, you
Going
have
lower.
this both in the T
Bears are
and
crazy here.
personally.
I do.
And the
I
target
expect
also, I should say,
LOD
got
on
raised
SPY.
at Loop.
Tesla
by
fucking
$5.
crazy.
So it went from
I am
115
all
to
out of
110
Tesla
at Morgan
except
Stanley.
for
It goes to 115 from
27.5 into
110 at
Friday.
Loop.
It's
I am
kind
fucking
of
out
in
on
this
big
range
contracts
between
on Tesla.
80 and 100.
I got in
think
here.
You said you
I
sold
literally
out
got
of
in
some
here.
of them. Right.
And
Good
I'm pretty sure I got in
sale.
here
It
and
looks like
here.
it's pushing
Just
back
waited and waited.
towards the upper end of
holy
the
fuck.
range. I think you kind of just have to sit and wait with this stock as we move through
I fucking
2026.
love it.
$80 is a
Love
really
it.
critical swing area. That was previous resistance. We went down and tested it in November, and we held, and that's why you're getting this little bit of a rebound right now. So I think it's more of a 2026 story, and you just have to bide your time patiently.
Give me something real quick
Tesla's
on Carvana.
minus
I bring it up because it's being added
4.2%
to
for
the
the day.
S&P. The target goes to 455 from 385 at Bank of America. What do you think?
I'm out 80% on Tesla.
A few years ago,
80%
if you would
on
have
Tesla.
told somebody that Carvana was going to be added to the S&P as the short interest in that name
SPX
was
puts still
like
into
I feel
tomorrow.
like it was among the largest on the street, or certainly in the ball game, and now they're being added to the S&P 500. You own it in the T.
So in 2022, we were talking about
IWM.
debt defaults and potential bankruptcy.
Yeah, back this up, guys.
Minus
Longer. I want to see.
0.02%.
I don't know. Let's look at like a 3-year maybe.
So
I'm not sure if that's going to do the job.
It was a very, very difficult environment in 2022. And look, I'm going to be candid. I was wrong. When we
Let's do a 5-year. Go ahead, George.
That is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 grind lower. They destroyed the call today.
Skepticism. I spoke about it on air with you.
They destroyed the call today with this breakout.
It's
Touched
up
the level.
43% since we
And then
made the
dumped it
purchase.
back off
Now,
too.
a lot of the reasons behind is the profitability. It is a company that is gathering significant market share. They have the relationship with Ally. They're now diversifying that where they're less reliant on that overall. And the argument has always been, okay, the macro environment is going to be the challenges. Rates are going to be the challenges for this company. But I think they're executing. And I think there's something about the company that actual specific execution is the reason why you're seeing the appreciation and the revenue growth, and now congratulations to them, the inclusion in the S&P.
That has to be one of the best looking stock turnaround stories that we could think about in recent history, for certain, where in the depths of late 22 to 23 to getting into the S&P 500 at the
what is this on IWM, man?
That's something.
What is this on
August
IWM,
22nd,
man?
I told viewers
Look at
that
how
the
hard
road-
IWM is too. They're literally bull trapping it, but like, look at how fucking hard they made it look. What is this shit, man? Oh my god.
Talked about the September PCE report came in line with expectations,
Why
showing
the
inflation
market
rose
is pricing in a
2.8%
Fed
from
rate
a
cut
year
for
earlier. That is, by the way, the fastest pace that we had seen since spring of 2024. It's also the last major piece of economic data to be released before the Federal Reserve's December meeting. Investors still expect the Fed to cut rates on December 10th. My next guest says the U.S. economy could be heading for a code red affordability moment. I want to bring in Ed Yardeni Research President. Ed, it's great to see you. I love
Thank
that.
you.
Love that blue there today, Ed.
Thank you.
So let's talk about the PCE that we just got. Obviously, it is dated, but I'm curious more broadly how you're thinking about the pace of inflation right now, you know, reading the tea leaves between September and now.
Well, I think the data clearly suggests that we probably would have been down to 2% on a year-over-year basis by now. But for the tariffs did have an impact on inflation in durable goods. Durable goods inflation was actually falling on a year-over-year basis at the beginning of the year, and then it started increasing a bit, reflecting the tariffs. But that's probably a one-shot deal, and I think that looking into next year, inflation will come down from close to 3% to closer to 2%. So that's looking promising.
So that implies that you do think the Fed has ample room to cut then next week and beyond?
I think that's going to be their perception. I don't think they really need to. I think the economy is doing fine without rate cuts, and rate cuts increase the possibility of financial instability, particularly a melt-up in the stock market, which are fun on the way up, but you have to remember to get out at the top. But look, the inflation news, I think, is going to increase the odds that the Fed will go ahead and do a quarter point. But it may be a hawkish cut. We may have more dissenters saying, what's the rush? We have more dissenters saying that maybe they should wait until next year for another rate cut.
And Ed, if you do get that hawkish dissent, obviously the market broadly expects the cut to happen. But if you get that hawkish dissent, if you get some of that, what then do stocks do?
Well, I think we could have a day or two where there's downward pressure to the extent that the markets are expecting that there will be another rate cut after December 10th. That there might be another rate cut, maybe even as early as January at the next meeting. So I don't think it's going to be anything particularly earth-shattering one way or the other. I think the market's going to kind of continue to deal with some of the issues we have now with the horse race going on in the entire AI world, and trying to figure out
4% Tesla downgrades.
Today.
Whitehouse
so
live at 2
kind
p.m.
of complicates that trade.
Wow.
And I think the market is going to increasingly focus on the likelihood that next year is going to be a good year for the economy again. We've got a lot of stimulus coming into the economy between some tax cuts, between the World Soccer, and then there's the 250th birthday of the United States. So there's going to be a lot of spending going on next year, and the market may be starting to anticipate that. It could be another really good year. I mean, I think we could have another double-digit increase in the S&P next year of maybe 10%. I think we'll end the year around 7,000.
And this year around 7,000?
This year, 7,700 by the end of next year.
And Ed, what about the affordability question, right? I mean, it sounds like you're a little bit more optimistic on inflation coming down. And if that stimulus is coming in, does that become less of a discussion next year?
Measured move.
Not necessarily. The affordability issue is a little bit complex. It's also a little bit psychological. We have clearly had a huge increase in prices since the beginning of the pandemic, over 20%. The thing is, average hourly earnings, which is a measure of wages, has actually increased a bit more than that. The problem is it's comparing apples to oranges. The reality is average hourly earnings is exactly that. It's an average, and there's plenty of people below the average that haven't kept up with those big price increases. And then on top of all that, you've got young people coming out of colleges,
very bearish, and then bounce, and then
people 20 to 24. Their unemployment rate has really almost doubled since last year. And so the code red is really the code red for the administration. They clearly have become very concerned that the affordability issue is the one that could sink their majority in the House.
How much room do they have to address it?
Look at this shit. So much bearishness right now. And Tesla is leading everything. Right? It should have went bullish after the NVIDIA news. Let's not lie. And then why the fuck?
It's really,
did it just stop? Yeah, we're not watching this 30-minute video. What the fuck? I just noticed. It's a 30-minute video. That is absolute.
Bring it up because the target gets cut today. Strategy. Bring it up because the target gets cut today to 450 from 600 at Bernstein. They reiterate their outperform.
Morgan Stanley.
Joe owns it. He's talking about it a lot. You own it in the ETF. You can't do anything, so it is what it is. Bryn, you don't own it, but you probably have the most Bitcoin-related or crypto exposure on the show. So crypto's been a mess. Obviously, Bitcoin's been a mess. Today, it's fractionally higher.
Look at this shit, dude. Look at the cycle since 1 to 135 too. Absolutely
are all related to crypto,
crazy,
that's
but
been
it's
a
like
carry trade forever.
moving. It's like
that
account
moving.
moving.
Pressure. I also think
Why?
the
Because
Fed
this is pivot
stopping
point trading
QT is going to
in
be
a bump
positive.
up.
I think
Everybody gets
MicroStrategy has
bullish
a
on the Nvidia
complicated
news, and
balance
then they
sheet,
use that to go
and
lower
so
too, and then they
I've
test the
never
floor.
owned
They
it.
don't even
I
break
think
the floor. So
BMNR from a
bears are
Ethereum
stuck
treasury,
down
they have
here.
a clean balance sheet.
They're
Obviously,
just
they're
using
issuing
all this
shares, but they're
bullishness
not
to
doing
go lower and
preferreds
lower
or
today,
converts.
but
And
not
so I
that
think
much.
that
But
this
we're
is an
just
opportunity.
literally
I bought Ethereum more
682
last
again.
week. I just think, especially with Ethereum, which is down
This
quite
is
a bit off its highs,
destroying
this is when
calls,
you add to
every
these
single one of them.
positions,
That's
right? You're supposed to buy low, sell high. But most people feel
6882,
comfortable buying crypto at
6830.
the
That's
all-time
50
highs,
points.
not when there's actually an event
40 points
occurring.
where?
Whether MSCI fleshes out, I have no idea.
There's no way Tesla going back up today.
No,
I don't fucking
Ethereum.
see
I was
it.
like, I don't
It's 4%.
understand.
It's already fucking down 4%.
MicroStrategy's
It
balance
was
sheet is
literally
way
at
too
2% earlier. It was
complicated
at
for me to parse
2.7 when I was like, it's gonna go lower and lower into the gray box. And here we are in the gray box, 4% down. So
on it because I didn't know what else to
this
say.
bitch is
No,
not.
I mean, what else is there to say?
It's
Let me give you something else.
gonna take some
There's
massive
15 buys
moves
on
to
the
bring
stock.
it back up.
There's
Is what I'm
3
trying to
holds.
say.
There's 1 sell. The 12-month price target for this stock that trades 182 right now is $473. That's ridiculous.
Man. Let's bring in economist Stephen Moore. Stephen, the administration has already rolled back some, or many, of Biden's regulations. Why haven't prices come down yet?
Why aren't
Well,
candles
sure,
flying yet?
We
Because
don't
there's
want
something
prices to
higher
actually
that's
come
stopping
down.
it
We
from.
want to stabilize them. Actually, disinflation can be even
It's not
worse
my
than
fault,
inflation for an
but it
economy.
is.
So we have, and by the way, we
IWM
have
is
seen reductions of
0.07%
inflation. The
green now.
latest report has inflation running at closer to 2.5%, which is a big, big improvement over what we saw
it's
under
playing
Biden,
with
where
the 4
the
p.m.
average
level,
inflation
basically,
rate over 4 years
it's
was
close.
twice that high. So I have to say I'm a little confounded by this because, number one, inflation is coming down, and number two, it is pretty clear from the data that people's incomes are rising faster than the inflation rate, which is a reversal of what happened under Biden, where the inflation was rising faster than incomes. So people are feeling, I can't quite explain it, although I was reading a report by a psychologist saying that what people are doing is they're looking at the things that are going up in price, and they're not focusing on the things that are going down in price. We talked last week on your show about the fact that we have a
It's like
lower
50-50
gas price
now.
than we've seen in 5
there's a
years.
risk.
That used
Zero
to be
DT
you
long,
know,
but there's
the
also a
lead
risk. Zero
indicator about
DT
what's
short,
happening with
so.
inflation. But I'm here to tell you, I think next year will be a very good year for financial,
Guys, just
for
wait until
Americans' middle class
the
finances.
pivot point trading clears.
Because don't forget,
LOD
the
breaks
average
or
family
VWAP
starting
flips
in
or something at
January
this
is going
point.
to see
It
less
is too
money
choppy.
withheld from their paycheck because of the
trapped.
big, beautiful
Bulls
tax
and
bill.
bears are
Yep,
all
and
trapped.
that arrives
They're
in
all
January,
hoping right
right
now.
there.
That's the
That's
most
good.
important thing to
Here's
know.
another one for you, Stephen.
Bears
China's
are trapped
trade
off at
surplus just
12.25.
climbed
Bulls are
past
trapped
$1
off at
trillion
1.
for the
All
first
sides are
time.
hoping. All
What do you
sides are
make of that?
dreaming
It seems
until
like their
one side
industrial
gets
power just
deleted and then the
rolls
other
on
side gets
unchecked.
relieved a little bit.
Well,
And
first of all, Trump is
then
going to
the
have
move
to
happens for a little bit,
require that China, and he's been
maybe, right? It's not even
negotiating
like
them
it's
now
guaranteed,
for
but
almost a year to
probability and
force them
chances
to buy more of American
change.
products and stop discriminating.
As
They
time
discriminate
changes,
against
not
American
all times are the
products,
best
whether
moments.
it's our
Not all
dairy,
times
our
are
farm
guaranteed
products, or
momentum
manufacturing
moves.
products.
Right?
But look,
Sometimes,
the fact that China sends to
sometimes
us
are
a
the
lot of
fucking most
low-priced
trappiest
things that
times.
Americans want is
How do you
something
know
that
what
actually,
times are the most
we were just
trappiest?
talking
How
about
do you know what
affordability.
times are the
When
most
China brings in a
deductible
lot of
times?
goods and services that are
That's
very
up to the
cheap, that
individual.
actually makes
That's
things
literally up
more
to somebody
affordable in the United
to
States. So
put them.
you
You
know
know, it's
me, I'm a
literally
free
up to
trader.
how
I
much
think we
they
both
wanted
benefit
themselves
from
to
trade.
put themselves in,
And
what
Trump
they
is
want to
really
put
working
themselves
to
in,
try
to
to
experience
reduce
what
that
they feel,
massive
to literally
trade
know what they
deficit
know.
we have with China.
That's the only
Got
way.
it.
Ain't nobody
Steve,
gonna fucking feel
we
that
look
for you.
forward to
Ain't
Trump's
nobody gonna
meeting
fucking
with Xi
do that
Jinping.
for
I
you. Ain't nobody
believe
can
it's
feel that
scheduled
for
for
you. So
April in Beijing.
at
That's
the end
good.
Oh,
of the day,
I'm sure this $1 trillion trade deficit is going to come up in that meeting.
Yeah, yeah, I'll bet it does. Stephen,
but the
thanks for joining
message
us.
is to
See
be
you
your
again
own
soon.
man and a woman in
If you're
life.
thinking
That's
of
all
selling
I'm
your
saying,
house,
right? That's
want
the
to
best
know how
message I could say. To be your own man or woman, to learn how to become a self-educated, self-loving, self-empowering doctor for yourself. Hypothetically speaking here, for no one else but yourself. Ain't nothing gonna change no matter what you hear from me, no matter what you hear from someone else. Ain't nothing gonna change literally what I'm saying though, I swear. Why am I saying what I'm saying though? Because I literally live like this now, so I don't care. I'm okay with it for myself. But I literally live like this, so don't waste time. Time is not to be wasted. All right, Trump is coming. President Trump is coming live in 30 minutes.
Goldman Sachs today making a big bet on ETFs. Let's get to Dom Chu, who has today's ETF edge. Hey, Dom.
All right, so Scott, Goldman Sachs announced last Monday that it has agreed to buy Innovator Capital Management, a provider of defined outcome ETFs for roughly $2 billion. So joining me now is Brian Lake. He's the co-head of third-party wealth over at Goldman Sachs Asset Management. Brian, this was a very big deal, and it just kind of expands the product offerings that Goldman Sachs Asset Management GSAM has in terms of ETFs and specifically actively managed ETFs. Why this deal and why these defined outcome/income-oriented ETFs?
That's right, Tom. So as I've been traveling around the world for the last number of years, in almost every client conversation I'm having, they're asking me about buffer ETF, defined outcome ETFs, because investors are always looking for ways to deliver great outcomes for their clients. And so as we, Goldman Sachs, looked at this opportunity, we saw that it fit well within our identity as an asset manager. We do direct indexing, we do evergreen alternatives, and of course we do active ETFs. And so we have a great organic strategy on our...
Says Trump is talking. Let's go see. I don't see no Trump talking. It actually says it's delayed. Is this real? Maybe it is.
So many different songs, and I mean, look, Lee Greenwood really hit big with that. It was from day one. We put it on the first rally, and we never took it off, and he's great. But I have a lot of favorites, and I can tell you that we both love Elton John, special man, special guy, and he's really talented. We like a lot of different. I like a lot of different songs, a lot of different types of music. I have a good playlist. Great. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, what would you like to see for America 250 here at the Kennedy Center? What would you like to see?
Well, we're going to have a lot of events. You know, one of the things you're going to have here is some of the UFC.
IWM red now by
press.
-7%.
Fighters coming over talking about the fights. It's a big deal. The UFC on June 14th. It's going to be June 14th next year. And they're building an arena. The great Dana White's building an arena. And they're going to have 8 or 9 championship fights, the biggest fights they've ever had. Everyone's a championship fight, and everyone's a legendary type of fight. He's actually holding back fights right now for 6 months so he can do it for this, the 250. I think 250 is going to be amazing. I think the arena is going to be 5,000 or 6,000 seats right in front of the front door of the White House, and 100,000 people in the back where they're putting up 8 or 10 very big screens. That's going to be an exciting night. So many people are asking for tickets, the UFC.
I'm at 3.3K.
Some of your favorite songs?
I did. I met with Ted. I think he's fantastic. I think he's, in the history of Hollywood, there's really been almost, you could say, nothing like what he's done.
Big red candle
Louis
here.
B. Mayer, maybe, Metro Goldwyn Mayer, MGM. Ted has done an incredible job. I mean, he had a company that was very troubled 7 or 8 years ago, and he took it over, and he's
big ass red
really
candle
done a
here.
legendary job.
Should they be allowed to buy Warner Brothers?
SPY is now
Well,
down
that's a question. They have a very big market share.
-0.45% red. Testing
And when
the
they have
LOD
Warner Brothers, you know, that share
on
goes up a
SPY.
lot. So I don't know. That's going to be for some economists to tell, and also, and I'll be involved in that decision too.
Q2.
But they have a very big market share.
Did he make any guarantees to you about the merger if they do merge?
No, not at all. He came up. He was in the Oval Office last week. I have a lot of respect for him. He's a great person, but he's done one of the greatest jobs in the history of movies and other things. He's got a lot of interesting
Time is
things
2
happening
p.m. soon.
aside from what you're talking about. But it is a big market share. There's no question about that. It could be a problem.
Mr.
Yes.
President, you mentioned some of your favorite songs. In your opinion, what makes a song great?
Well, it's something that has to be soft and soothing to your ear. I like some songs that other people don't like, you know. That's why they have, you ever hear the expression? That's why they have menus in restaurants. We're all different. We all order different things. Otherwise, you just serve one meal and that would be it.
Are you a country music fan?
But I love country music. And we have the king of country music tonight. So that's another one.
President Trump, will you rename the Kennedy Center the Trump Center?
It's not up to me. We have a board of 40 people that are really the most prestigious people in the United States. We have the honorary chairwoman on the board, right? As the First Lady, she's honorary chairwoman. But it's a really prestigious board, and that's up to them. I don't know what they're doing about that.
And can you tell us about
We named the Opera House? Look, we are saving the Kennedy Center.
And can you tell us how did you choose the nominees today, the winners today?
Yeah, we went through probably 50 different names. We were politicked by a lot of people, some of them the stars themselves. But we went through 50 names and we picked the 5, and we're very happy with it. They're really very different audiences. But as I said just down the line, they're different audiences, but when you add them up, it's 100% of the public. Thank you.
Should the Opera House be renamed after Melania? What did you talk about with Prime Minister Carney and Mexican President Sheinbaum when you were here just a few days earlier?
Mexico and Canada, we met.
All right, I'm about to leave. I don't care about no LOD. LOD is breaking right now.
Well, a lot of people were here. Right here we met. And the Prime Minister of Canada, President of Mexico. And we spoke for a half hour. Very good, very productive. Talked mostly trade.
Will you restart negotiations with Canada?
Oh, look, I have a great relationship with Canada. They're very tough traders, but I have a very good relationship with the Prime Minister and with Canada.
And you had said you would halt those negotiations earlier after the tariff.
Well, I have halted them.
And so will you restart them?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, you know, the problem is Canada makes a lot of things that we
I'm out right now.
because we make them also.
Woo! Oh my God! Oh my God! 4.1K.
They really are good at ice hockey, aren't they?
Mr. President, what is more difficult, Mr. President, hosting the Kennedy Center honors or preparing for the State of the Union?
Well, could I answer that question after the show's over?
If you give it to me, absolutely.
I'll give
Mr.
it to you
President.
after the show's
Thanks.
over.
Holy fuck.
What's more difficult?
This is a little bit different.
Yeah.
But you know, I hosted The Apprentice when it was the #1 show on television. We did 42.5 million people that night. It was a little different television.
Holy fuck.
What are more people watching in those days?
What are you expecting, Mr. President?
1K, 1 DT. Holy fuck. Since 12.
I think it's going to be.
Wow.
Ratings are
Holy
complicated
fuck.
because
Since
of
12,
streaming
somewhere here.
later on and everything else, but I think it'll
Holy
be
fuck.
very big. I mean, just look. I mean, just based on what you see right here. If you came here last year, you saw a line that was about 1/10 this size.
Tesla down 4.3% now.
Mr. President, how did you prepare for hosting this year's Kennedy Center?
4.3% now.
You have so much on
They
your
want to
plate.
go break the bottom of the box.
And I didn't really prepare very much. I read a little bit. I have a good memory, so I can remember things, which is very fortunate. But
IWM
just
down
I wanted to just be
0.2% now.
myself. You have to be yourself. Johnny Carson. he was
Bottom of the
himself.
purple box
Thank
being
you,
broken
everybody.
down and going.
From politicization, do you think the Kennedy Center is now better serving all Americans?
I think it is. I think it's been
6,
really
8, 3, 2.
enhanced very greatly over the last 10 years.
6, 8, 3, 2. New LOD. New
New
LOD. They're about to go a little bit more assumption, but new LOD. The floor broke. Look at the poll, man. 14 people versus fucking 4, bro. 6 or 7 people were saying
And President Trump, First Lady Melania Trump at his side on the red carpet over the weekend. That was Sunday night.
In the
at
WhatsApp,
Kennedy
in the
Center
fucking
Honors.
YouTube
The
chat,
first
bro.
president of the United
Holy crap. Look at that. They used the video to dump and they're going more. Wow. Wow. Yeah, whatever. Wow. Let's go. Tesla. Dump on Tesla. Hope that thing opens at 419 tomorrow. Tesla. Man. Wow, on SPX. What the shit? Someone said President Trump is speaking. that was thank you for saying that. That was a presidential live stream. If I've ever seen one. Wow. Thank you for saying that. I thought you were literally lying because I thought we were waiting for it. The round table thing, but not. Wow. He was speaking at the Kennedy Center. Oh my god, 4.22% today. Tesla, can you believe it? Yes, I believe it. From 450, 447 to 436. We were at 450 in the morning, and we were at 450 at market open. That's the most unbelievable thing of this shit on Tesla today. It was at fucking 450. What the fuck kind of squeeze was that? Oh my god. What the fuck kind of squeeze was that, man? That was crazy. Holy crap. Oh, that was beautiful, dude. Alright, LOD at 2 p.m. now. Perfectly, the live stream finale at 2 p.m. Unbelievable. Let's look at SPX. It dropped to the knife down. We were channeling here, and then we broke out above the channel. And now we came back into this downward trend that we were in all day long. Holy Hey, it's your first live stream here, Jax. Calm down a little bit, brother. Alright. Holy crap. It's not how we do things here. When things are the most wet, when things already happened, we tend to chill out. I don't really care what really happens here. Move has already happened. Let's see what happens. We are at 681.82. I don't care about no price targets. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I don't give a fuck. Time is 2 p.m. This is the wrong channel, man. This is your first live stream here, so trust me. You might hate me, you might love me, but you gotta get to know me a little bit here before any of that. So time is 2 p.m. We will see what happens. Just give it 2 minutes, man. Everything will be okay. Tesla. Great American tigers and whales, and see what they do. The 2 hour was so damn bearish. The move was south, south, south. They just popped it and held it, and then dropped it, faking out at the tippity fucking top. Disgusting. Look at this great American slide before FOMC. Literally 2 days before literally 1 day before FOMC. 2 days before we were at 450, and I had so much confidence because of FOMC. That's the only reason why I didn't leave into last week on Friday, but wow, here we are. Tomorrow is FOMC. It's unbelievable drop today. IWM faked out, going south as the most it possibly could. You cannot lie, right? The most it possibly could. Why? What do we mean? It went to the point 50 Fibonacci once. It went to the point 50 Fibonacci twice. It went to the point 50 Fibonacci 3 times. It went to the point 50 Fibonacci 3 times. That is once. That is 2 times. That is 3 times. That is at the minimum giving people the ability to see what's going on. 50 point. Oh shit, drop again. Oh, 0.50. Oh, drop again. Oh, go, like the wind direction is so damn south, but it's giving it cycles. It's giving it, market is creating cycles while it's doing shit, right? Using the purple box. Top, drop, middle, break, come back in, drop. QQQ is now 0.6% red. It was 0.34% red earlier in the day. It was faking out. It was trapping. It was holding. It was waiting, right? In NVIDIA, the candle boomed up and it faked out everybody because why? The majority of the retail traders are all candle traders, and that's okay. And that's something you need to understand. What the fuck do we mean by this? At 187, right? Somebody was asking, oh, what's going to come after HOD? 190 or more? You're not the only person in the world. It's actually everybody in the world. What really matters to me is setup. Nothing ever changes, no matter no matter what. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I don't give a fuck about big boom, I don't care. I literally care about setup. Nothing ever changes in my mind other than the setup that I see for myself. So I am gonna. The video froze. You guys saw that big drop off, right? Fuck, it's frozen. I'm gonna send the SPX split to call ratio one more time here. I please implore you, if you are watching this live stream, and if you have not hit the live stream like already, that's about half of us, please hit the thumbs up on this live stream. We do this every single day. So if you are looking to become a deductor by looking at the reality in the chart for what it is, and you want to see real facts instead of fake bullshit that people make up here and there, and they're like, oh, this is none of that. You're at the right place. And please hit the thumbs up on the video, but please do realize what kind of community this is, and also, yeah, not really candle trading type of chart deducting on this channel. So there's a lot of YouTubers and a lot of communities out there that provide many things like that. So please realize that before you make any decisions regarding further what you want to do in life, please, I implore you to understand what I'm saying so that everybody has a good experience and a good time. You have to understand there's going to be people coming new every day, right? Finding the channel, joining the WhatsApp, no matter what. We just, as a community and community members, I mean, community, whatever, right? We're just going to be our own. We're going to be good in our own community. So we're going to, what I'm trying to say is I'm going to keep it good and defend ourselves. So, you know what I mean? I don't want no bad, nothing. It is what it is. And it is what it is, to be honest. Yeah. Everything will be okay. Tesla is minus 4.09% for the day. I have no idea what it's going to do into Lotto, but it has literally played into the gray box. It is playing in the gray box, and tomorrow is FOMC. Wild. We gotta look at NVIDIA, bro. Look at this shit. Right? What did I say at the tippity top of the video? I said if they're truly bearish, they're gonna pull back on everything and bull trap everybody on the top of the right purple box, right? And look at this. Like this is slow. This is not even 1 day shit. You have to realize this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of bulls and bears fighting it. Are we bullish? I don't know. Are we bearish? I don't know. Are we bullish? I don't know. Are we bearish? I don't know. Are we bullish? Oh, I don't know. Are we bearish? I don't know. Oh, we're bullish? Oh no. Are we bearish? Oh, I don't know. Oh, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, right? Before people started piling in or whatever, before this candle and before this candle. So you have to realize the shit was moving hands already to begin with, like nothing. Red light, green light, red light, green light, red light, green light. And like the shit is just literally switching hands because people do not realize there's higher shit going on than just NVIDIA pop or like, you know, candle green or like, oh, VWAP flip or like, oh, price level. Anyone can do any of that. Anyone can be like, oh, VWAP flip. Anyone can be like, oh, candle mega green. Oh, bullish. Anyone can literally look at NVIDIA pop and be like, oh, NVIDIA popped. Oh, things changed. Oh, haha, you're late. Anyone can do all that shit. What's different is some people are out there in the world dedicating their lives to see the important things for what they are so that they could see things when they matter, and when they happen they can be a part of it, not hoping on it, not speculating, not guessing on it, not waiting on it, but like probability based, like, you know, when it does happen you're in the more likelihood and it happening. But I mean, that is literally manifesting, and that is dreaming it and doing it, but also it's deducting. It's nothing but deducting. Ain't no fucking speculation, fucking no base visualization, no fucking base, none of that bullshit other than mental hard work, belief and actually doing and dedication. And literally, the reason why it is like this is because it will always be like this, and it's okay. So, on that note, I'm calling it for the day. I was gonna add something into SPY, but I'm gonna do that on my private time. I think I am hungry as shit. I'm tired as shit. I'm green as shit. I'm done as shit. On SPX, SPY, and Tesla. I'm fucking done for the day. I'm so tired of the bullshit. You feel me? He knows. I swear, bro. I'm so tired of it. So, you know, at the end of the day, I gotta get some rest. I gotta go to sleep. I gotta go to work. I gotta eat and all that good shit. Take care of myself too. So, everything will be okay. Just don't be so full of negativity for no reason, and don't, you know, fucking be scamming on online because it's online and all that shit. And I won't have to expose, and I won't have to make fun of none of that. But at the end of the day, everything will be okay, bro. I don't care. Everything will be okay. I don't care. I'll see you guys tomorrow. FOMC tomorrow. Right, let's see. I might be here for like 10, 15 more minutes while I get ready, but like, that's my vibe. You feel me? That's my vibe, bro. Like, I move fucking fast. I don't give a shit. Like, I do what I want. Right? People make fun of me. Perma bear, perma bear. I really don't give a shit, dude. Right? I literally make fun of myself too for thinking like that. So, it helps me actually. Unless it's like so one-sided, then I can't do anything. Then I mean, it's just like, I feel bad too when the shit runs up and I'm not a part of it and I'm going short or some shit and the shit goes down and I'm trying to guess on the balance or something. Obviously it feels terrible, but I mean, what really matters to me is the probability and the chances tells me, and for me, I'm a lot more wrong. I mean, I'm a lot more right than fucking wrong. So that's what really matters to me because it's scary as fuck.
Let's ask David Wetzel. He's a senior fellow in economic studies at Brookings. David, it's great to see you.
Man.
Good to see you, Kelly.
Market flips crazy. Look at 1 p.m. You can
the
do
rate
it.
cut itself,
I think 90% of the people thought bullish here,
for a half-point cut. But when you look at the backup in bond yields, you think this is probably not going to be the moment for that, right?
Tesla.
I think that's right. He'll make his stand.
What happened on the 5
maybe
minute?
he's still running for chair or something.
It got bumped up and bumped lower,
right?
And I literally said bumped up. The 5 minute being bought back. Something might be happening. It might get dropped off, and that's literally what they're doing. All these bulls are now trapped on that bounce.
So it'll be an unusual meeting.
Right? Probability and bounce literally tells me something deeper going on than just fucking candles. So
then we have the question of who becomes the
I
next
literally
Fed
called
chair.
out this purple box being used all day, every day at
next Fed chair who was on our air this morning, Kevin Hassett. Here's what he told Squawk Box this morning about why he's one of many qualified candidates.
I'm just mentally prepared so that I can accept things for what they are.
The point is that the president doesn't have a tough choice. He's got a guaranteed good choice. And if I happen to be that choice, I'll be pleased to help him serve.
How much does speculation, David, over Powell's successor kind of overshadow the meeting, or does it?
I think it does a little bit. I think it gives Fed Chair Jay Powell just a little less clout than he would have had 6 months or a year ago. I think you see he'll probably be able to get some people who are uneasy about a rate cut to go along just to stand behind him. But I do think the Fed Bank presidents are trying to send a signal that they're not going to be a pushover for Kevin Hassett or Scott Bessent or whoever else takes Powell's job.
Yeah, and you say you wouldn't count Bessent out?
I don't count Bessent out. I think it's a long shot, but you never know. And, you know, we're talking about Donald Trump here, and I'm pretty confident about predicting what the FOMC is going to do. Predicting what Donald Trump's going to be, that's way beyond my capacity.
Man. He likes to do the most out of consensus thing a lot of times.
We gotta look at this shit
think that the fact that they've encouraged people to think that Hassett is the choice and the bond markets haven't rebelled is one thing in Kevin Hassett's favor. There are all these whispers that some people in the bond market don't like him, but the yields don't suggest there's any panic of a Fed chair Kevin Hassett.
Absolutely. And I think that brings us to the balance sheet. You know who I hear the most about balance sheet from is the crypto crowd. And I wonder if it's because they, you know, and I hear this narrative going around where it says, you know, kind of don't let them fool you. The Fed's about to start easing again. They're going to expand the balance sheet. QE is back, and it's kind of this surreptitious argument for liquidity coming into a system that really, you know, can't handle its withdrawal. Whether or not that supports crypto, who knows?
What is going on in the video?
Likely to start expanding
the setup
again?
box.
Yeah, I think the Fed has indicated that the period of QT is over, and the balance sheet will expand as the economy and the supply of currency expands. I don't think it'll be QE in hundreds of billions of dollars, but I think, and it probably won't grow as a share of GDP, But in
Today
nominal
has been
terms,
so
yes, it's likely to grow, probably begin again
one
sometime
direction,
next year
and
from
the
what
only
they said.
direction has
Do you
been
have any
south.
intellectual problem with that?
Me personally, no. I mean,
So
look,
damn
they're
laggy,
running
the
a
computer, man.
regime of what they call ample reserves. They're gonna try and run the system with interest on
Just pop on the video and
reserves
drop.
as their
That is
primary
so disgusting.
mechanism for
Bull
controlling
trap,
the Fed
bull
funds
trap,
rate.
bull trap, bull
I
trap,
think it's
bull
complete.
trap,
There's
bull
some
trap,
downsides
bear
to
trap,
it,
bear
and we
trap,
see
bear trap. The
tensions from
range
time
is
to
so
time.
tight.
But I'm not one of these people
Range
who's
is
worried that
so
somehow
tight.
the Fed is the Bigfoot that's
On
destroying the
on
economy
the video.
because they have a big
They're
balance
doing all
sheet.
this shit.
After all, this regime is quite similar to what other central banks around the world do.
Yeah, and Zervos has reminded us around 20% of GDP, which is kind of where we are now, is not that unusual from historical means. It's just that all the numbers are so big these days, you know?
What is coming?
David,
that's right.
We'll leave it there. We'll see what they come down with on Wednesday. Appreciate your time.
We're going to do some pre-FOMC research before FOMC comes tomorrow. All right. Oh, shit. What is coming on QQQ? There is a humongous gap that filled. Never mind. The gap filled. I think this is an important level to watch. The spike up candle. I was going to make a market update video and say, watch that important candle on SPY or SPX, but let's see if we hit it. Or let's see how far we are from it. 613. I think is an important level to watch. I don't know if it's gonna come into fucking tomorrow. That would be fucking crazy. I don't think it's going to, but SPY. Spike up candle at 675 as well. Yeah, this is definitely possible. Somewhere 675. Let's push up. Today made the top. I mean, the thing could go higher too if we read tomorrow on the FOMC, but yeah, things are looking crazy. Still bearish as fuck today because of Tesla, man. This shit led, I'm telling you. You gotta appreciate the market when they do what they do. Monday, Tesla dumped. Imagine if Tesla held. You know what would have happened to the market? IWM at the top. The thing would have opened somewhere here at 690 all-time highs, probably. If Tesla really wanted to go bullish. But what did they do? If Tesla really wanted to open at 460s. But they came out with the Goldman Sachs, not the Goldman Sachs, the Morgan Stanley news, right? At midnight. And they dumped it literally at 4 a.m., not even midnight. They dumped it at 4 a.m. Left that gap as a hope, 455. And then literally in one day. The biggest fucking red candle that we've seen since 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days. The biggest fucking red candle on Tesla we've seen in 8 days. So the market ran up for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I literally said what, right? As I was going in here and I was here, I said, hey, the fucking Tesla thing is literally popping up and squeezing and market going higher and higher, testing all-time high. SPY and QQQ rallied, right, trying to catch up to IWM, and I was like, dude, this shit is fucking squeezing now, and I was fucking feeling it. This day, I was down 9%. This day, I was down like another 9% or some crazy shit. On literally 427 is cooked, but I'm talking about 445s. 445s I got in on this day. 450s I got in on this day, and it was cooking into this day, and I literally did not leave on Friday. Look at this fucking bitch, man. You cannot even make this shit up like 440. This is why I was waiting fucking crazy on Tesla. I literally left so fucking low on Tesla today. I was waiting and waiting and waiting. I was waiting since the morning, right? I was literally waiting since the fucking mornings. 438s. The last batch here, 435. So holy shit. But I was waiting and 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 waiting, being so goddamn patient. Look at this shit. 438s, 435s, and I barely got the fuck out because of that fucking pop. Like shit. Market crazy. Market crazy. I don't even care what happens into the fucking end of the day anymore into FOMC. I'm just gonna fucking take FOMC tomorrow, chill. Unless I do something wildin'. Alright. I might say it in the WhatsApp group, but yeah, I'm just gonna chill. Time is 2:20. 20 minutes. Bounce from the little wow. Alright, I don't know, guys. Alright, GG's. Bye-bye. I'm done. I'm heading out. I don't even want to look at the chart. Unbelievable today. It's like everything fucking worked out, but like fucking unbelievable today. I'm trying to see if there's any cool things we could. Oh, the presidential live stream, right? Oh shit, I forgot. Oh yeah, maybe we could watch this presidential live stream before we have 45 minutes of leeway here, so it says Trump hosts round table on $12 billion farm aid package. A boost to farmers who have struggled to sell their crops while getting hit by rising costs after the president raised tariffs on China as part of the broader trade war. Huh. You guys think that will be economy helping? Oh. It's a Trump farm aid apparently. The 2 hour has a lot of room. If this shit wants to drop, it'll go to like 410s tomorrow with FOMC. Oh, yeah. Look at the 2 hour MACD RSI and look at how high it is right now. Like it's not even in bearish territory. This is literally what happened to gold when it literally pulled back from the tippity top. The MACD RSI was super bearish and then it pulled back like this and then it let go, and that's literally what happened today on the 5-minute MACD. It's super bearish, pull back and then drop off. It's not even like it's dropping off right now, but I mean that's what it did. This weak ass J hook. J hooking though, yeah, wild. Chop, look at this, chop, pump up and then drop. And that's the reason why people got hurt today. Because of this shit right here. Last week from Thursday to Friday, it had a crazy bullish pop, and they tried to do the same thing today, and they faked it out crazy. 345. That low is lower than that on SPY for some reason, but it is, yeah. Holy crap. Warring close.
guest says, be careful what you wish for. Let's bring in Rich Bernstein. He's the CEO and Chief Investment Officer at Richard Bernstein Advisors. What do you mean by that, Rich? Welcome.
Well, Kelly, good to see you. Welcome back. I think, look, I think people have forgotten why the Fed cuts rates to begin with and how the Fed is the central bank. And, you know, when they cut rates, they do so to lower the cost of funding to the banking system because the banking system isn't lending. And the Fed hopes that by cutting rates, lending will pick up. And they hope in turn that pickup in lending will stimulate the economy.
Not green,
so the question
not
we should
red.
all be asking right now is where's the hiccup in the financial sector that is stymieing lending, which in turn is stymieing growth? And I think it'd be very hard pressed to find that right now.
Are high rates themselves the stymie? You know, I've heard others, I think if I'm saying it correctly, Barry Knapp's case on this is that they should have cut much more a long time ago. And that's why we're resulting in this K-shaped economy where money is too expensive.
The moment
kind of for the
person gets into green,
that broad lending,
one of the
and it's
best
really only because of the strong stock
ever.
market that people have done well.
Well, Kelly, look, if the K-shaped economy is a reality, and I get that, and I'm not being cold at all. Please don't misunderstand what I'm about to say. But lower rates will not encourage lending to riskier entities if rates come down. If their cost of funding comes down, they will keep lending rates the same to entities that are riskier. To automatically assume that rates throughout the economy will come down, that just doesn't make any sense. We already have credit spreads about the most narrow in my career. How much more narrow are they going to get? So that's an issue for the fiscal side more than the monetary side, which of course nobody wants to talk about these days because of the deficit and everything else. But realistically, the Fed is very limited in what they can actually do. And the question, look, even today, your big story today is about a big merger. Are those entities having any trouble getting financing for this merger?
Right,
no.
But that's exactly the point, is that, you know, big business, those who are using corporate bond markets, they're all doing, they have cheaper capital, that's fine. But what about those who are relying,
direction is still
they look
south
at the
on
falling
SPY.
behind car loans or the cost of car loans. Obviously, the mortgage is the big one hanging out there. So in that sense, I think you and I would agree that the goal is to bring those rates down.
A lot of people watch the live stream and never hit the like button.
The market is kind
no matter how much I say what I say.
Sorry for the choice of words.
Yeah, but you see, the risk is, Kelly, that if you just lower rates and there's no hiccup in the financial sector, that ultimately that spurs inflation, right? You get the misallocation of capital, the hurdle rates in the economy are too low, and you get this misappropriation of capital in the economy. We could argue that that's actually happening already, right? When you think about the K-shaped economy, maybe the investment isn't going where it's supposed to be. I'm not sure lowering rates is going to encourage lending to riskier entities that's going to close that K-shape. I don't think that's the way you want to handle this. I think that's a fiscal issue, not a monetary issue.
Well, I appreciate the 2 cents because, you know, obviously this is the debate of the week, and I'm curious how this fits in with your overall view on the markets, Rich. You know, a lot of people have come out with very bullish price targets for next year. You know, bottoms-up earnings estimates of 13%, you know, and rising. So it's looking positive, and even like we could get some broadening. But I note that you're kind of saying maybe it's time to stick with, you know, consumer staples are down for the third year in four, so I don't know if you'd go there. But that you're saying maybe next year is a year to go with more of the boring parts of the market.
Right. I think our theme for 2026 is boring is beautiful. And it's not a bearish comment. You know, these days, if you're not the biggest bull on the Mag 7, everybody says you're bearish. And I'm not sure I understand that.
You're a bear. You're a perma bear. You're a bear.
Stocks and you don't like 7. Why are you so bearish? That doesn't make any sense to me. Rather, what we're saying is that there's a broad spectrum out there of opportunities. What's boring? How many people come on your show these days and talk about dividends? Probably not very many. But dividends are one of the key parts to building wealth through time.
But you're a bear. You're a bear.
Is amazingly important. And when you get speculative kind of heady periods like we're in right now, people forget that.
I know, speculator.
Kelly, I think is the biggest bargain out there. It's now got a growth rate that is faster
worse,
than
a
that
bear
of the
or
Mag
a
7.
speculator?
Faster than the Mag 7.
Non-US
7 to 8
quality.
times the dividend
If you just
yield
said a bear,
30 to 40% cheaper.
Then there's something wrong with you.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile. One of the perks about having 4 kids that you know about is actually getting a direct line to the big man up north.
All right. I'm literally trolling, but I'm low-key not at the same time.
While Tiger Global is announcing
not a joke
the
here.
launch of its 17th venture capital fund to raise about $2 billion. Deirdre Bosa has the details in Tech Check. What are the targets now, Deirdre?
So, Kelly, this is essentially a strategic reset. You could think of it like that. Tiger has been one of the biggest forces in the startup ecosystem over the last half decade, but the last few years have been marked by heavy markdowns and slower deployment. Now, according to the letter and an investor call audio that I obtained, the new strategy is fewer investments, bigger bets, much more concentration. In the letter, Tiger says that its most recent fund, PIT 16, put 70% of its capital into just 25 companies, and that the top 10 holdings make up more than 3/4 of the fund. Two of them, Waymo and OpenAI, have become the anchor positions, and that is really a contrast to what we saw in 2020 and 21, where it was the spray and pray strategy, as many bets across as many different fields as you could do. Now, the larger context here is a shift across all of venture investing. In the age of AI megacaps like Microsoft, NVIDIA, Google, Amazon, they're now writing the billion-dollar rounds that traditionally would have been led by firms like Tiger. And that has really forced VCs to refine their edge. And what we're seeing is that speed matters less and proximity to winners matters more. In many cases, the more powerful lever is doubling down on, as Tiger puts it in the letter, the ones in a consumer tech market that is winner take most.
They keep talking about this Tiger hedge fund. Nobody knows. Oh, you want to see the bull case?
Alicia Levine says don't throw the semis out with the bathwater, but you know what? Sprinkle in some financial and healthcare names to the portfolio. Hi, Alicia.
Hi, Liz. Great to be on, and you're singing our song this afternoon. So look, we just published our 2026 outlook. We think that the S&P is going to rise about 10 to 12% next year on the base of earnings that are up 13 to 14% next year.
Okay, wait, the S&P's at 6860, so your outlook would bring it to?
Our high rate on the range is 7,600 right now. We tend to do a range because typically it's on the multiple side. We do pretty well on the earnings estimate. So we put a 21 times multiple on the market. That'll get you to a 7,600.
You know, the news about to be auto Tesla leads at the market close.
And as a result, this year we had a great time with tech. We see healthcare, we see financials and industrials, and you have to, of course, keep tech in your portfolio as well. So we see earnings broadening out this year.
Tech is very, very interesting here, especially considering that it is also a political lever in a way between the U.S. and China. We had just heard from Jensen Huang. Grady Trimble talked to him about these exports, and who knows what's going to happen, but still there are curbs on exports of chips at the moment from the U.S. to China. But that doesn't seem to be stopping the sector.
Yesterday.
It's not stopping the sector because many of these companies are actually trading at
on that China news, and then they what?
So, so in some of these companies, they're growing twice what their multiple is because there are export controls specifically to China.
Rising.
I think we have to assume that stays on just as a base case scenario because you always want to model the most conservative case for where this is going. But the interesting thing here, of course, there is room to raise estimates if that changes as well. But you really want to take both sides of the risk spectrum into account when you do an outlook for the next year.
Well, we heard from Macy's and they said, you know what, okay, a choiceful consumer doesn't mean a consumer that is simply shutting their wallet. How do you view the sort of consumer picture here? They are the ones that hold up this economy.
Look, consumption is 70% of U.S. GDP. I think what's been astounding with all the talk of the K-shaped economy, actually, if you look at earnings that came out in the third quarter, many of the discretionary companies did much better than expected. And we're seeing with Macy's today as well. So it's kind of confounding this doom and gloom, but it's a real issue. And that's why the Fed needs to cut. And you saw from the jobs numbers earlier this morning that it's driving the probability of a Fed cut in December to close to 100% because it is that lower end consumer. It is the households that do not have financial assets that really need the rate cut because they borrow to spend. And if borrowing is cheaper we would expect consumption to do better. So we like discretionary for next year as well, because we see rates lower and the one big beautiful bill, consumer stimulus coming out of $160 billion by tax day in April.
Well, that is going to be a huge bump as well. And listen, Alicia just made a really good point about those who borrow, and that goes for the Russell 2000. Small and mid caps, they're the ones who need to borrow to grow, and boy, is the Russell jumping right now. Russell is up 43 points, or 1 3/4%. So great to have you. Happy holidays.
Great.
We're Phoenix Energy, a family-owned oil company focused.
Damn. It's so crazy. I think I'm about to short Nvidia instead of shorting the market. I will take Galado on Nvidia into Friday. Holy fuck, that looks terrifying. That also looks insane. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I'm in for 3K on 182.5 Nvidia now. Into Friday. Holy fuck. I don't think Tesla's gonna come back. 427. I think those are done zo. Done zoed. But still a good day. I am done. I gotta go to work, so I'm not gonna stay here and watch this shit, guys. But boy, it's the Associated Press on YouTube. You telling me he's fucking on now? Oh my fuck. Ah. Yes.
He's the worst president in the history.
Holy shit.
In case anybody has any questions. China committed to over $40 billion of soybean purchases.
Soybean.
And that's a commitment. And I asked President Xi if he could even up it. And
soybean.
I think he'll do that. I mean, not a commitment. The $40 billion is a commitment. But the soybean farmers are quite happy.
Farmers.
Since my successful meeting in South Korea with President Xi, purchases have been made and soybeans are being exported out of the United States to China as we speak. And I say that our soybeans, I told this to President Xi, our soybeans are more nutritious than competitors. Somebody said, is that a Trump statement or is that real? In fact, you know who asked me that question? President Xi asked me that question. He said, really, I had never heard of it. And he was a food purchaser for a long time. But that's what I hear. And Japan agreed to $8 billion in purchases of corn, soybeans, ethanol, fertilizer, aviation, biofuel, and rice. You know, Japan never bought rice from anybody else. It's like a very important thing to them. And they agreed to buy Rice, okay?
Absolutely.
So I also proudly signed into law the largest tax cuts in history, and the one big, beautiful bill, the monumental tax relief bill that is benefiting very, very strongly, benefiting the American farmer. And I think also for farmers, we have, as you know, and we got this, the estate tax, or the death tax, as they call it, on farmers, on small businesses. You don't have to pay it anymore. A lot of farms would you love your children, and your children are great, and they want to be farmers, and
Look at that purple. Look at that gray box being played on Tesla today, man.
Sort of cash poor, land rich, cash poor.
An amazing, unbelievable day.
What a fucking day. Bank or to any bank, and they'd borrow money to pay the estate tax, and they'd end up losing the farm to go bankrupt.
Amazing day.
You know, literally, because they love their farm, and they love their business, and they love that way of life, they end up committing suicide. A lot of suicides.
Can't fucking be better than this shit. I don't even know how.
We have no more estate tax. How about that? Do you have children?
Fuck.
Huh?
I do.
Well, let them know. Now, if you love your children,
4% on Tesla,
then,
best
it's
day.
good. If you don't love your children, you don't have to leave them anything. It doesn't matter what I just said.
They're still young. I still
I have
love
a
them.
feeling you love your
I
children.
still love them.
I have a feeling you love your children. But the estate tax is a very big thing, so you don't have estate tax. You die, you leave your farm or whatever, or small business to your children, you don't have to pay estate tax. It seems to affect the farmer more than anybody else, because you can have a farm that's very valuable, and therefore you have to pay a big tax, but it's not a big value in terms of cash. Maximizing domestic farm production is a big part of how we will make America affordable again, and bring down grocery prices for American families.
Affordable
and
again.
These are prices that we inherited. When I left, we were doing incredible. In 4 years, what they've done to this country in so many, and not even mentioning the border and the criminals allowed into our country and all of the other. So I just want to say it's a tremendous honor being with you. I'd now like to ask Secretary Rollins to provide some of the details.
God
by
damn.
Secretary Bessent, Director of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett, Senator Bozeman, Representative Scott, and then we go to a couple of the farmers' representatives, but we'll all get involved a little bit. You can speak. Anybody is shy to speak in front of the press, and I don't blame you if that's the case, but farmers, Court Holub and Merrill Kennedy will say a few words also, and then we'll have a little discussion, okay? Madam Secretary.
Thank you to the greatest boss in the world for a long time now. It's just an honor to be here. I'm going to keep my comments very short because I really want to make sure that you and the world gets to hear from our farmers. So a couple of quick points. Number one, this country and our farm economy is facing a crisis that we inherited that most of these farmers have not seen in their lifetime. Profitability is down. It's just one crisis after another. When we came into office, sir, when you did and you were sworn in on January the 20th, as you mentioned, not one new trade deal had been struck in 4 years. The cost of inputs for our farmers, fertilizer up
Today was dangerous, man. I literally said in the pre-market, right?
47%.
There's a massive trap, some crazy shit going on, right? I'm pretty sure everybody was super bullish into this shit. So
married to no new trade deals, and then you're facing an administration whose priorities were DEI, climate change, putting the farmer aside. I mean, it was an absolute war on agriculture and on our rural communities. That all changed on January 20th. So as, sir, we are working.
When you walk into a Burlington, you're walking into low prices.
Look at the WhatsApp
The
group.
American dream for the next 250
WhatsApp group
years
at
is
9:15. It's about to be a massive fake one way. QQQ is not helping IWM. IWM wants to go up. SPY and QQQ wants to go dump. Tesla big auto news might take lead. No one remembers, but this technically started with that Ford Whitehouse live stream 3 days ago. That was literally at 9:15 in the morning, 9:17 in the morning, 9:18 in the morning. Not a lot of people not a lot of people understood and were able to understand what was going on live, but I mean that is literally what was going on live. Right. 9:17, 9:20 was right here. 9:17, 9:20 on QQQ. I said QQQ is not helping IWM. IWM wants to go up. SPY and QQQ wants to dump. Tesla, big auto news might take lead. No one remembers, but this started with a forward Whitehouse live stream 3 days ago. And then the market opened. But yeah. Every day there's something crazy. Every day there's something that changes up. And wow, that IWM is literally back to on some bullshit. It literally was at minus 0.2%. It is positive 0.2% now. Chopping till the end of times. Why? Because that's literally the environment of the day. They want to call it a choppy down day. Choppy, whatever day. And it is that day. And at the end of the day, I really need to
26, but by the end of this month, so just in the next couple of weeks,
in 5 minutes I'll be gone. I love you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow.
Will know exactly what that number looks like. So as you are going to your lender, as you are working to ensure and understanding what you can plan for next year, you will have that number in hand. And we will continue to talk to our farmers, continue to understand exactly what this looks like and what is necessary. The final thing I'll say is
12 billion.
Well, we're holding $1 billion back. So today we are announcing $11 billion. We are holding $1 billion back just to ensure that we are covering. So today's announcement covers all of our row crops.
Might go lower tomorrow.
But some specialty crops and others that we are still working with to best understand where they are in the farm economy and ensure that we're making
all things on Tesla pointing lower in the next couple of days.
And then finally,
we are about to see tomorrow is FOMC, so there will be major volatility tomorrow as well.
As we continue to fight
but
for these farmers and ranchers, their way
the environment is not that bullish. I have no idea why Tesla is bouncing from 435 to 436. I have no idea. Maybe because of IWM, but does anybody fucking know? I have no idea. But maybe after it happens, after things have happened, I can come to a more reasonable deduction than not. That's all it is, right? I don't fucking know.
Thank you. And this money would not be possible without tariffs. The tariffs are taking in, hundreds of billions of dollars, and we're giving.
I'm at 3.3K on NVIDIA.
They were mistreated by other countries for, I don't know, maybe right
Let's
reasons,
get the thumbs up on the live stream. Please. Thumbs up.
It's really worked out really well.
On the live stream, please.
This is possible.
FOMC rate cut decision is tomorrow.
I think it's very important. We're going to also give the tractor companies, John Deere and all of the companies that make the equipment.
Maybe it might be Wednesday. You might be right.
The environmental restrictions that they have.
Is it Wednesday?
It's ridiculous. I know.
Oh, great! It's Wednesday. All right, cool. I gotta change my plans for tomorrow then.
Hundreds, thousands of acres, and I buy a lot of stuff, and you buy it. It's got so much equipment on it for the environmental. It doesn't do anything, except it makes the equipment much more expensive and much more complicated to work, and it's not as good as
it's actually Wednesday.
And we're going to take a lot
Maziar says FOMC is on Wednesday. Thank you for saying that, because I made some changes to some plans yesterday. But it seems like
because farming equipment has gotten
plans are being unchanged. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much, my kind Maziar, sir.
Don't do a damn thing except make it complicated, make it impractical, and you really have to.
Should we do a final secret poll with the people that are here? Right. Tomorrow is not FOMC, right? Should we do a secret final poll with the rest of the people here, guys?
And we're going to take.
All right. The poll is on the video.
That'll bring down the equipment prices a lot.
That's right.
And we're going to do that immediately. You're going to work with Lee Zeldin, who's not here. He's doing a fantastic job. And
the poll is.
And that would
who the fuck is trapped right here?
It's crazy. The machines.
The Bulls or the Bears?
Under repair. They're so complicated.
I'm short on the video now, but I really don't fucking know. I'm taking a chance on this purple box, just like Tesla. But I thought FOMC tomorrow, to be honest, but it is not.
Scott, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the farmers for joining us today. And I will tell all of you here that when either in person or when we are on a call with President Xi, the first thing the president asking for is more soybean purchases.
That's right.
We don't talk about geopolitics. We don't.
Oh shit! Someone just sent a bunch of piggies in chat, guys. I think we are in the bacon piglet farmhouse right now, bro. Someone just sent the goddamn piggies in chat.
I think President Xi is
piggies.
President Trump. This group
Oink
represents
oinks,
an
he
American
said.
way of life that has fed our nation.
He said, "I don't even need an answer. It's oink oink time for all fucking sides."
Agricultural country on earth. You drive
Okay.
hundreds of billions
Then
of
just said, "I
dollars
think
in
bears are
exports,
trapped."
support
Captain
millions
says
of jobs,
bears are
and keep
trapped.
America's economy running strong. And this administration.
Yep, Zach says Fed talk starts tomorrow. Yes, it does.
Farmers first. President Trump is ushering in a new golden age for agriculture. The president's $11 billion relief package for America's farmers comes at a critical time. These direct payments will give producers the breathing room they need to market this year's harvest and plan for next season. This serves as a liquidity bridge during a period of adjustment, supporting the strongest agricultural sector in the world. Add this to President's success in reining in Biden-era inflation, thanks to the administration's pro-growth policies. Input costs like fuel and fertilizer are easing, and credit conditions are improving. Interest rates are coming down, helping farmers prepare for the next harvest. President Trump scored a massive victory for America's farmers when he secured an arrangement with President Xi in Busan to reopen China's markets to U.S. agricultural exports, especially soybeans, sorghum, and other commodities. Under this framework, China committed to purchase at least 12 million metric tons of U.S. soybeans this growing season, followed by a minimum of 25 million tons annually for the next 3 years. And it's not just China. At the President's direction, Treasury, USTR, and the Department of Commerce have
What a spike
supplemental
up
purchases
and then
of
down,
U.S.
man.
agricultural goods and major trade agreements across the world to open new markets to America's farmers. The One Big Beautiful Bill also delivered transformative benefits for America's small farmers. It locked in full expensing for farm equipment and 100% expensing for farm structures built during the President's term. I believe Representative Scott and a group in the House, we were originally just going to do factories, and they called us and said, you need to do farm structures too, and the President said, we're all in. And it extended and enhanced much needed relief from the punishing death tax, giving family farms greater certainty as they plan for the next generation. Mr. President, thank you for putting America first by putting your farmers first. Through pro-growth, pro-farm agenda, you are ushering in a new golden age of American agriculture, and Treasury is proud to help in this.
Thank you, Scott. You know what we'll do? We're going to go a little faster because the last meeting we had was 3 hours. We're the most transparent group, so if we can go faster, it'll be great. And then we'll take some questions from the fake news. Is that okay? Kevin, go real fast, Kevin.
Yeah, I could go really fast, sir. Yeah. Sir, the farm economy, you always ask me to just get a few numbers to put it in perspective. And as I've looked through the incredible performance of these people that work so hard and are such important people for keeping communities alive, the thing that struck me the most, because you and I were here in the White House during COVID, is that during those terrible COVID times, farm production didn't go down. Like, these farmers, they went to work every day and they produced so much. But then Joe Biden came in, so we had COVID, and farm production didn't go down. And then Joe Biden came in and he really wrecked the farm economy. And so during Biden's term, 150,000 farms closed, sir. 150,000 farms closed after we went through COVID and we didn't have a problem. Now, why did we do it? Why were we able to do that? I'm going fast. The first is that, do you know that expenses for farms fell 5% while we were here because of all the things that we did, expensing and everything else? But under Joe Biden, they went up 13% because of all, the regulations, energy, everything else. But the thing that really jumped out at me the most is because you had high growth and low inflation. Interest expense for the farm economy fell $120 million per year while you were there in the White House. But under Joe Biden, it increased by $8 billion per year. And so you wonder why it is that we need this $11 billion.
That 1 p.m. NVIDIA pump was
to
epic.
America's farmers. It's because we know how to fix it. but there really was a hole that was dug in the previous administration. Thank you. Hope it's
Thank
fast
you
enough.
very much. Good. That was quick. That's good. Appreciate it. Senator, please.
Yes, sir. No, thank you so much. Thank you for convening us this great announcement and all your hard work for farmers. I think I was reading the clips. I think yesterday you talked about, Mr. Secretary, about farmers needing certainty, and which is so true. This bridge note is one of those things that provides certainty. I also, as I was reading that, thought to myself, the one thing that farmers can be certain of is the fact that you've got their back, and you proved that through the years in the last administration and now this. I was giving a presentation to the Senate a while back, and I was talking about us having the cheapest, safest food supply of any place in the world. It's not just about the farmers in rural America. And so Marco Rubio was sitting by me prior to coming over here and becoming the great Secretary of State. But he punched me and said, John, always remind him, he was head of the Committee on Intelligence. He punched me, he said, always remind him, food security is national security. So this is important for so many different reasons. And again, I appreciate you for recognizing that, not only now,
oh my God.
In your first election, how you treated the farmers in that
so many pops today.
And now stepping up. So we look forward to helping you. If we need some additional help, looking to Congress, we'll be there for you. So
we're taking in so much money with the tariffs now that it's such a pleasure.
So many pops today to drop.
We wouldn't be able to help you. We're making our country, we're the richest country in the world now. And, we have a big decision. Hopefully we're going to get the right decision. It's such a big thing in the Supreme Court right now. We have a lot of bad people opposed to us, people that hate our country. Other countries are involved, some real sleazebags that I know, political sleazebags. And they're trying to take that away from us. And we have other methods, but they're not as powerful. They're not as quick. Some of the wars that I solved wouldn't have been solved using those methods. So it's a very important thing, the tariff. The decision of the Supreme Court's a very important
No, I think it's in the video.
And Scott, we can do it other ways, but it's slow and it's cumbersome, and it doesn't have the power. It doesn't have the national security power that we have. So I hope we're going to be successful. That's all I can tell you. Austin, please. Thank you, John.
Well, first of all, President, thank you for the selection of Brooke Rollins as Secretary of Agriculture. That was a big first step.
You want to keep her?
Absolutely.
Can I
absolutely
butt in and second that? She's not only her, but her staff does a tremendous job.
And why are the Bears coming in so crazy every fucking time? Look at
people in the media. I'm going to be nice. People in the media were 3 days into offices, right? They're saying egg prices are up like 90% more than that. And I said, I just got here. I didn't know about it. I just anyway,
5 minute looks terrible here.
Down to below what they were before.
No volume, barely any volume. Bullish going bearish now. Terrible.
And some other things are starting to come down. Again, we inherited these problems, but we're getting them down. Go ahead, please.
He's a fact-based decision maker, and
they want to go lower more than higher. That's terrible for long trying. Look at this shit, terrible. Look at this fucking shit coming in crazy. QQQ coming in fucking scary now too.
The trade issues, I want to thank you for exposing.
If LOD breaks,
I want to mention one specifically for the
IWM going LOD again. If it fucking breaks.
The European Union
look at that pop up on IWM.
Where, they are imposing on our landowners rules that were established for Brazil.
Nasty working. It's 3 p.m.
Can't do on their own land through this
it's
European
literally
Union
3 already.
regulation.
What does that tell? Explain that.
They are telling the American farmer that if their timber is cut,
Power hour
they
started.
are going to use that land for pasture land or for production agriculture, that they will not take the timber or the byproducts
we are
from the
almost
sale of that timber.
Barcoding.
I have talked with James a little earlier about we need to make it clear to Europe, Mr. President.
If you could give me a 2-paragraph statement on that, I will give that to them.
Crazy. Dog.
Yes, sir.
We're always helping them, and they do this kind of stuff. And
crazy for longs.
Regulations
Right.
that
It's really bearish here.
It costs billions of dollars. It takes them 2 minutes to do it. They do it. Very tough.
Damn.
Good. You
Sorry to hear that, Oliver.
A couple of paragraphs. That's all. We don't have to do a lengthy.
I don't even know there's a fucking 10x for Tesla though. I'm not gonna lie, bro. There's a fucking 10x. Like, I thought it was like most is 3 times. Like, what the fuck?
Every day it's something else.
That is disgusting.
A country that can't feed itself doesn't know what freedom is. And so thank you for making sure that our farmers have the tools that they need so that we.
What the fuck is a Tesla 10x?
Just what you said to me about, the European Union.
I only know a TZLA or some shit. TZSA.
We have to be able to act quickly with tariffs. We can't just, go to a committee, go to a study that takes 7 months.
TSLS.
We got to be able to act quickly. So thank you.
I don't even know.
John?
Acronym is.
Thank you.
Oh,
I think
okay.
that's the message from Farm Country is thank you very much. In the
Crap.
working
I don't think the
family
U.S.
tax
even
relief
allows
act,
10
or as
times.
my
It only
young
allows
staffers
3
call
times.
it,
Yeah.
OB3. There is a tremendous amount for farmers and ranchers. You mentioned the
Man, how is this rancher
as
shit
far as
bearish?
SD tax, which is so important. You analyzed it just.
I don't understand.
But also in there, we enhanced
Environment
our PLC,
is
which is a countercyclical
everything
safety
frozen.
net.
They don't want me to look at anything. Done.
Leadership of Senator Bozeman and our colleagues in the House. We also included the Farmer Act, which was my bill to make crop insurance more affordable. These tools will kick in next year, Mr. President, in a big, big way for our farmers. Big time. And people aren't even really looking at it yet. But it's going to be a very big deal. So today is all about bridging to get there. And I want to thank Secretary Bassett and Jameson Greer. They're tremendous. And they're negotiating hard out there for farmers and ranchers. And I know it's because you're setting the tone. But this is that bridge. And so we need to come back to
They're
Secretary
freezing me
Rollins.
up.
Thank you. Your leadership on this was vital. And Mr. President, you're right, they love you in farm country out there. All you have to do is drive out and see the flags and
the signs all over the fields.
On the hay bales, right?
Brain dead, bro.
They're great people, the best people.
This is really important. Really important for our farmers and ranchers. Thank you very much.
You're doing a great job too, John. Thank you. And whatever we need, we get through the Senate, we get through the House, we'll get it done. I think we'll start maybe with Court Hollop, and you come from that place that I'm very happy with.
I hail from the great state of Iowa. I'm surrounded here by some of the greatest farmers in the area.
Oh my God, it's just fucking
from across
frozen.
The country. Anything from rice farmers, we've got all sorts of cotton farmers, everything. Everything is here represented so well. And first off, from me, I want to say thank you for this bridge payment. It's Christmas early for farmers. And just to kind of have an icebreaker here for the story, I've got a 2-year-old little boy at home. 2-year-old little boy and a 4-month-old little girl. And the other day I was reading my little boy a story at night, putting him to bed, and he said, "Daddy, I don't want Santa Claus to come to our house for Christmas. I want President Trump." and I think, Mr. Trump, I think you brought Christmas to farmers. With this bridge payment, we'll be able to farm another year, help us get by. It's such an honor to be here with you. I lost my grandfather, and
Remember that spike down from Thursday?
And he instilled in me at an early age to love the land, to take pride in what we do.
Is that a machine accident?
It was a machine accident. And it gets in your blood. It's in our blood. Despite what happened, I want my 2-year-old to farm. I want my 4-month-old daughter to have an opportunity. And what you're doing here in DC is working. You have a backbone to stand up to other countries for trade. You're getting things done. Tax provisions. I'll be able to potentially pass on a farm to my children because of you. Ethanol. You're working for ethanol. Trying to get E15 year-round. We're dealing with California. Prop 12. Let's continue to work on that. I think we can have a lot of domestic product used here in the country. and we can keep America first, and you're good at that. That is who you are. And if we keep that E15, you could have the biggest.
E15 is a big deal?
E15 is a great deal, year-round.
Okay.
You could have the biggest stamp. I did that. Trump did that, and we would thank you. Farmers would love you more than anything if we could continue that. Continue to use domestic product, use the byproducts, and even be able to export to other countries.
Wow, 50-50 on the video, guys. 5 people are saying bulls are trapped. 5 people are saying bears are trapped on the video.
And all these other great individuals here. What a true honor.
So everybody's trapped.
I will take pride in this meeting, and I will take this home for many generations to come. And because of what you're doing, hopefully them generations can stay on the whole Bland farm.
Well, we're going to bring you into the Oval Office when we're finished, okay? The farmers, nobody else, just the farmers. And we'll take some pictures. Our representatives also. We have to let them come, because they're doing a great job, John and Austin. We appreciate it. You're doing a great job. Meryl, go ahead, please. Tell us about rice.
Rice.
You're doing a great
thank you,
job.
First of all, for inviting me here, and my friend, the secretary. You have an incredible lady right here. She really is. Along with being a mother of 3 and a wife, I run my family's agribusiness, Kennedy Rice Mill, in a little town.
We're getting weaker and weaker.
About 1,000 people in the northern part of the state. We employ around 150 people taking rice from the field to a finished product, supplying some of the largest food companies that many of you would know here domestically, but also abroad. And my sisters and I, because there is 4 of us, right? I'm the youngest of 4 daughters. Started our own rice brand a few years ago to just tell the story of American agriculture that hadn't really been told before. But I wish I was here under better terms. I'll tell you, I think the rice industry thanks you sincerely for what you have done for the California rice market and to Japan.
God bless President Trump.
For our industry. But us in the South are really struggling. I mean, this is not just a crisis. I would say it's almost a market dynamics that really are true
Hey, make sure we hit the thumbs up if you have not before you head out. Thank you.
Which you sent out this weekend. And we do believe that countries are dumping rice into this country today. We've never seen imports this great.
Which countries?
India, Thailand, even China into Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico used to be one of the largest markets for U.S. rice. We haven't shipped rice into Puerto Rico in years. So this has been happening for years. This didn't start during your administration, but unfortunately, we're seeing it in a much bigger way now. The tariffs are working, but we need to double down because
you want more. I mean,
well, they're cheating, right? They're they're just subsidizing and then
India. Tell me about India. Why is India allowed to do that?
There's never a candle that was as big as that. Says we're talking about India now.
There's a WTO case against India
now.
Give
me the countries if you could. Go ahead. India. Who else?
So India.
Mark it down. Which is good.
Yes, sir.
India, Thailand, China into Puerto Rico, not into the continental U.S., but into Puerto Rico. Those are the main culprits.
So Puerto Rico used to do a lot of business, and now you're
100%. Puerto Rico was U.S. based.
All right.
And
so
now
easy to settle. Okay.
But there's others too, and I can get you a full list.
Give me a full list. Yeah.
Of course I can.
All right.
So.
Go ahead.
So truly, this is a national security issue. I think you put it just perfectly. And so I want for all of us in the room to know that rice is more than just a commodity. It's a currency in many of these countries.
And you love rice, right?
I love rice. Yes.
I love rice.
Too. The next time you're not going to have a button for a Coke. You're going to have a button for rice.
It's a big difference, though. American rice.
I love what they do.
Yeah, it's true. Well, our farmers can feed this nation and many nations abroad, but we need fair trade, not free trade. And so we appreciate what you've done today. We appreciate what you did in the big, beautiful bill. I mean, my word, you really changed reference prices, and we're hopeful that we can even move that further. I know that rice prices right now are the lowest they've been in over 40 years, so we're going to struggle. We're going to max out on our payments probably. So that's something that I know those in Congress can potentially help us with to change. But again, we appreciate everything you're doing.
That solved so quickly with tariffs to these countries that are illegally shipping. It's solved, your problem is solved in one day. That's why we have to win the Supreme Court case. In one day, that problem's solved. It's so unfair. They go out of business. They put everyone out of business. That's what they did to our car industry. We lost more than 50% of our car industry because of that. We lost our chip industry. Went to Taiwan because of that. If you had a president that said, no, you can't do that, it's 100% or 200% tariff on chips if you make them outside of the United. We would have.
What are we doing here?
But we're going to have 40 or 50% of it back very shortly.
Oh my God!
Because they're all coming in now from Taiwan. They're building chip companies, but it's the same thing with rice. Thank you, darling, very much.
Thank
really
you.
Nice. It'll be good. We'll get it solved very quickly. We just need the countries. We just give us the names of the countries.
Yeah.
Tariffs
They
again.
own the
It solves the problem in 2 minutes.
Yeah, they've bought the largest
Wild.
brands at retail too, right? So they have an incentive to subsidize their products so that they can keep it on the shelf.
Who did that?
The Indians own the 2 largest brands.
Then we'll take care of it.
Thank
It's so easy. So, do you have any questions?
Yes, President Trump. How are
How
you?
about keeping it on farming?
Your team answered all of my questions on farming, but I do.
Do you have a farm?
Mr. President, in the interest of affordability.
Hey guys, can we have like 5 or 10 people hit the like button? There must be like 5 or 10 people here, please.
Consumers to see before midterms next year. How quickly
Like
will that
going
affect
below
prices?
100, above 100, someone's trolling.
Going down already. I mean, the prices are way down. We brought prices way down from what it was. We inherited high prices. We inherited the biggest inflation.
I'm gonna get my
in the
snack
history
real
of our
quick.
country.
I'm eating now, watching this shit.
Prices going up, and we brought it down very substantially. Now inflation is essentially gone. We have it normalized, and it'll go down even a little bit further. You don't want it to be deflation either. You have to be careful. But we brought it way down. We had inflation that was the highest in the history of our country. They say 48 years, but I say the history. 48 years is pretty bad too, right? So we're solving those problems.
President Trump,
We're bringing them way down. Yeah.
Would you consider MAHA incentives for farmers that go by MAHA guidelines?
Well, a lot of the farmers like those MAHA guidelines. Yeah. So I mean, they do. We like MAHA. How do you feel about that?
Let me answer that. So this is another reason, I didn't mention it, but this is another reason I think that what we're moving into is a golden age for agriculture. As Secretary Kennedy and I, and across our cabinet with the president's leadership, focusing on making America healthy again, the undergirding foundational effort in that is our agriculture industry. It is our farmers and our ranchers. So as the new dietary guidelines come out in early January, where USDA alone spends $400 million a day on nutrition programs, that's a whole other SNAP, fraud, et cetera. But when you think about what a market mover that is, as we begin to move the market toward more locally produced, American-made, healthier products, closer to the schools, the hospitals, et cetera, you again begin to open up so much of the market for the great products produced by these farmers instead of ultra-processed foods out of a box. So there's a lot that's going to be coming on that as well. I'm really excited.
I have one more question. It's not related to farming, but if you'll entertain, I'm Kara from Lindell TV, Kara Kashnov, and I'm not.
Thank you so much, folks. I'm eating my delicious mozzarella sticks as we
the weekend, the suspect that was taken into custody.
watch this
I reported on
foreign
Biden's Kangaroo Court for 4
farm
years.
aid
And
live stream
this is an important
from
question
our
to me.
president.
Everyone knows that J6 was a Fed's direction to set you and your supporters up. So my question is, what's your gut instinct about the new pipe bomber suspect taken into custody? Does your instinct tell you that he acted alone? And also, Mr. President, how do you feel about the lead prosecutor on the pipe bomber case? Jocelyn Ballantine is the same prosecutor that allegedly
There's
asked
no
the
way they're
J6
still
to
talking about the
lie,
J6.
bringing
Oh
you
my
the
God.
J6 when you did nothing wrong.
Bruh.
What are your thoughts?
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that question. It's sort of a statement, and I appreciate it very much. Jocelyn is being looked at. They all have to be looked at. What they're doing is so bad. This was a whole Democrat hoax. The whole thing was a Democrat hoax, and it's all being looked at. I appreciate that.
Is this the final aid package, Mr. President?
What an irrelevant question.
Is this the final aid package, farm aid package?
It depends on where we go. China's buying a lot. Other countries are buying a lot. And, you know, the interesting thing about the farm, they don't want aid. They want to just have a level playing field.
No, please.
I've seen that more with farmers than anybody else, any other industry, right, Deb?
Right.
We've seen it more with farmers where I've had meetings like this, and primarily in the first term, and we did a great job. We turned it around. This is going to be the golden age. But the farmers don't want aid. They want to have a level playing field, because if they have a level playing field, they'll do better than anybody else. They're better than anybody else. Our product is incredible. Our machinery is incredible, right? I mean, we do have the best machines. It's a very big statement I made, though. The environmental excess that we have put onto our tractors and all of our machinery. Do you all agree with that, by the way? You don't know.
It's got to go.
It doesn't do anything except make the machines break all the time.
Yeah.
And I must say, I like to buy old machinery. I said, buy old, because it's better. The new stuff is terrible. It never works. Never works.
Mr. President, you said that you would have no. Mr. President, you said you would have no problem with releasing the full video of that strike on September 2nd off the coast of Venezuela. Secretary Hegseth now says.
IWM is the only thing that's green by 0.20 points.
Well, Secretary Hegseth.
Whatever Hegseth wants to do is okay.
QQQ and SPY is red by 0.55%.
Secretary to release that full video.
Whatever he decides is okay with me. So every boat we knock out of the water, every boat, we save 25,000 American lives. That was a boat loaded up with drugs. I saw the video. They were trying to turn the boat back to where it could float. And we didn't want to see that, because that boat was loaded up with drugs just like everything else. But every boat we shoot down, and I don't know if you know, we're 92 or 94% down in drugs coming in by the sea. And we're trying to find who are the 6%, because I don't know, people aren't liking to drive boats right now loaded up with drugs. But every single, think of that, every single boat we shoot out, on average, we save 25,000 American lives. Do you feel okay about that, Court?
Keep us safe.
Okay. I know my man. What about you? Are you okay with that?
I'm totally fine with that. Are you committed to releasing the full video?
Didn't I just tell you that?
You said that it was
You're
up to
the most
Secretary Hegseth.
obnoxious reporter in the whole place. Let me just tell you, you are an obnoxious, actually a terrible reporter, and it's always the same thing with you. I told you, whatever
what a
Pete
troll,
Hegseth
dude.
wants to do is okay with me.
Touch on the midterms, and I just have a quick question. There's at least
what a troll.
House Republicans who have either said they're going to retire or not run again. Do you
And
have any
Democrats
concerns
also.
about the
And Democrats
Right.
also.
Do you have
Well,
any?
why don't you mention them? How many Democrats are going to retire?
Well, what a rent.
Well, that's what I was
What a rent to
wondering.
nowhere.
Why don't you tell me the number of Democrats, too? You tell me
Are you
about...
concerned about the narrow margins? And
No, I'm not concerned. I think we're going to do well.
Is among them, and
We will have the
NASA
greatest
candidate
economy.
Bruce Blakeman, who you know as well, is considering running for
We're going to have the
governor.
greatest economy in history. How many Democrats are retiring? How come you only know the Republicans but not the
Because
Democrats?
I came prepared to ask you a question about.
No, you're unprepared, because you should know the Democrats. You're totally unprepared. Go ahead.
Well, can I ask a quick follow-up
you with?
about?
Who are you with?
I'm with New York Newsday, and I also have a quick follow-up. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik is among those who is running for New York
great.
governor.
She's great.
Bruce Blakeman, who you also know
He's
is now
also great.
Are you planning on making any
Well, I'll
endorsements?
think
or
about it, but
any
he's great and she's great. They're both great people. We have a lot of great people in the Republican Party. Go ahead.
Can I get back to farming?
Yeah.
So you talked about the profitability issue, the machinery playing a role in that.
Right.
Fertilizer plays another role. Now, a
Right.
lot of that, the way I understand it, it comes in from Canada, different countries like that. What are we doing to bolster domestic fertilizer production to help make that more affordable? And then I think that will transition
Well, one
down
of the
pipe.
things, a lot of it does come in from Canada. And so we'll end up putting very severe tariffs on that if we have to, because...
You may have a
so when
chance
you
on
are both
685 tomorrow.
and we
I don't
can
know
do it
about
here.
today.
We can all do that here, but I would say what you do,
There's no
you
volume
put
here
very
running.
severe tariffs on
Nothing's running.
from coming into other countries. You'll be making your own fertilizer very soon.
In fact, Secretary Burgum, this cabinet is so remarkable. Instead of just seeing each other every
The
month,
only
we're
thing
literally
going higher
talking
are
every day,
candles
multiples of
and
times a
hopes,
day. But
and
our
then they
Secretary
crush
of
it.
the Interior, I, and Secretary Bessent and others, we have a whole plan in place, including the reshoring of fertilizer and the opportunity to do it in America. Having said that, we've also, per the President's guidance, issued a directive. These fertilizer companies, the seed companies, the equipment companies, all of the above, as our farmers have struggled year over year, the meat packing companies continue to make, a lot of money hand over fist, a lot of foreign-owned companies. So that's why the President has been very unequivocal in saying we got to figure out why all these input costs
I mean, they're burning the bears too. I'm not gonna lie, but
struggling, which we're going to do. That is a great question.
When they take like fertilizer,
IWM is the only thing that's maybe running.
Then they start charging and sending
I don't know.
Very high prices from other countries, whether it's Canada or somebody else. We're not going to let that happen.
Does this look like it's running on SPY? Maybe. Definitely to some.
On the quality of foreign produce. You spoke about soybeans and how the quality here in the United States obviously is a lot better.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, is the default of this administration, because that's an issue I understand with root vegetables, citrus as well. Is the default of this administration that even if it's a little bit more expensive homegrown, you will choose homegrown over cheaper produce abroad?
I like homegrown. You know, some things we can't grow because we don't have the heat. There are some things, you know, little delicacies, or maybe not such delicacies, but they grow better in warmer climates, very warm climates actually. But for the most part, I like homegrown.
Mr. President, thank you. One on this announcement and then one on foreign policy, if I may. Are you open to tapping into tariff revenue again, should farmers...
You know who will be saying bullish right here.
Yeah, if we're going to make the farmers...
Dude with no setup.
So strong. And I'm not even talking about...
It does look bullish on candle and the immediate MACD alone, yes, but like...
And we're going to make them so strong...
You know who would be saying bullish right here based on no fucking setup, no fucking whatsoever, logical deduction whatsoever, based on candle alone, so...
Biden came in and ruined everything. They had no idea what they would. They did. I mean, I think they hated the farmer. I love the farmer. That's why I got 94% of the vote from the farmers. But they hated the farmers. I love the farmers. Go ahead.
And then on Russia and Ukraine, obviously your administration has been having talks with each side. Given that there is no peace deal at this point, will your administration stay engaged in those talks to effort a peace deal?
We just want to see people stop from being killed. You know, we don't, as you know, Joe Biden gave them $350 billion. You know, and I gave them nothing. I did give them javelins at the beginning and knocked out a hell of a lot of attacks. But, and Obama gave sheets. Remember, Obama gave sheets and I gave javelins. No,
the one time I'm going to joke about that shit, but seriously,
going over there, except for one problem. You got a lot of people dying, and I want to see that stop. So you have mostly Ukrainian soldiers and Russian soldiers. Last month, 27,000 soldiers died, mostly soldiers. A few people from the dropping of a missile in the middle of Kiev.
It's definitely hovering.
Which is a terrible thing. But mostly soldiers. 27,000 soldiers died last month.
Like, have some sort of deductible setup based on fucking something, you know what I mean? Like, it's just straight up candle.
We now sell equipment to NATO at full price. And NATO takes that
Any fucking dog can say up or down, dude, on a candle, man.
Too, but for the most part, give it to Ukraine. And they're working with Ukraine in terms of distribution of equipment, missiles, etc. But we aren't spending money.
I don't know if you guys noticed that. Any person can say up or down.
We want to see if we can stop the killing of 27. It would have never happened. This war would have never happened if the election
Just how brainless or how fucking dumb is that fucking saying, or how does it make sense is the question.
Can you talk about the soybean purchases? You talked a lot, obviously, about China's soybean purchases. Some lawmakers from North and South Carolina have raised concern that U.S. tobacco farmers were told that China would not purchase flu-cured tobacco this year. Has that come up in your conversations at all?
I haven't heard that, but we're doing well. The tobacco people, because of the deals I made, they're doing very well. But that could be, if it's the case, I can get it solved very quickly.
Do you let us know how you settled on this $12 billion or $11 billion plus one more billion dollar figure?
We looked at how they were hurt, to what extent they were hurt. We did a very, steady.
To be fair,
progression of charts, and we
I don't want to say it, but
a very exact number, and it was about $12 billion. I would say very simply, I go by.
I know who I am, bro.
When people ask that question, remember that question was asked to Ted Kennedy, and they said, "Well, what are you going to do to make America great?" And he couldn't answer the question. I have a very simple. We're going to make America greater than ever before, and we're going to do it through a series of tariffs, intelligent taxes, and incentives. And our country has never been stronger. We've never had anything like coming in. We have $18 trillion coming into our country right now. There's never been anything like it. And if you ask me that, I'll say I just want to keep doing.
Fuck, I really want to get off, but I can't with this presidential live stream going on, dude. I literally cannot.
The number ever in history was $2 trillion. And
so
we're at
fucking comedy and
18 trillion
entertaining and
dollars. This is
also
money pouring into our
life-changing
country
at the same
on
time.
building
Whenever
car
this
plants,
whenever
on
this shit
building
is
AI
happening,
plants.
whenever
We
this
just
live
wanna
stream
keep
always
doing
on
exactly
from
what we're doing because nothing like this has ever happened
the heart of
in
the
the history
nation.
of the world. Not just our country. There's never been, Scott, would you say that's right? There's
Oh, look
never
at that
been
candle, guys! Oh, look at that
anything
candle!
like the
Ah, look,
investments coming
green,
into
red,
America.
green, red, green, red. I literally said green on the third one, so I am right. Ha 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 ha.
22 million Americans are expected to see their healthcare insurance premiums start to rise by the beginning of next year.
You're talking about because
Oh my
Obamacare is so
fuck,
big?
man.
Yes, well, sir, because the Obamacare subsidies are expiring.
Ha 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 ha! I have no levels and no price targets and no. I have no price levels and 4 p.m. and 9:30 mark, and I literally have no cycle analysis and no confirmation deduction. Ha 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 ha.
I want the money to be paid to the people to go out and buy
Goofy
their own
ass,
insurance
Goofy
instead of
does.
paying to the- You know, the insurance companies, their stock has gone up
Retail, man. That's the fucking retail right there.
100% in a short period of time.
You can't
Did
fucking
know
fake
that?
me. You can't troll me. You can't
You
lie
wish
on me,
your
fool.
corn went up, Red. But the insurance companies, stock has gone up by 1,700%, 1,800%. They're taking in trillions of dollars. I don't want to pay the insurance companies anything, and I know a lot of them, but they're owned by the Democrats, and the Democrats have. Obamacare is a setup to make insurance companies rich, and I want to pay the people, and I want the people to go out and buy their own health
In my
care.
personal opinion,
And
it's
that's
just
what
an
we wanna
opinion.
do,
We're
and that's
either
what
about
the
to chop or
Republicans
about to
wanna
use this
do,
Mac to go
because
down a little
Obamacare
bit.
is
I
a
don't know.
disaster, and I said it 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago. It was always a disaster. It's bad health care that's too expensive for people. And now your premiums, and you said it better than I said it. You said the Obamacare premiums are going to go up. They're going way up. And what I want to do is have the money. And you know who's getting that money? A lot of it is the insurance companies. I want the people to get the money and go out and buy their own health care. And everybody wants that, right? Okay.
When Mr. President put that bill on the floor, sir.
Do you have any reaction on the fine that was imposed to X by the European
For what?
Union? To X.
Yup.
to the platform
Obamacare is over.
that the European Union-
Obamacare is
You're
over,
talking about-
folks.
Is that European Union or is it?
That's why he's
Who
saying
did
this.
that? European
Get your
Union or
own
Commission?
healthcare.
Oh, that's a nasty one. Elon has not called me to ask for help on that one.
Whoa,
But no, that's
Elon?
a tough thing.
Elon?
I don't think it's right. No, I don't think it's right. I
Elon?
don't
What about
see,
Elon?
You know, how they can do that. No. I'm not. I'll speak about it later. I'm gonna get a
Dr. Burry, President
Look,
Trump!
Europe has to be
Dr. Burry versus President Trump!
We want to keep Europe. Europe is going in some bad directions.
I'm sorry,
very
dude.
bad
You
for
got.
the
I'm
people.
fucking feeling it on
We don't
Tesla
want Europe
today.
to change so much. You're going in some very bad directions. That was a big.
Dr. Burry!
Dr.
Burry versus
What is on par with peer nations in Europe. Would you support ending federal mandates and just making those recommendations for schools?
I'm fucking feeling it on Tesla today. Today is my day, Tesla.
As far as the vaccine schedule for children, would you
I go so goddamn. I literally go 2 days early on Tesla. That's always a problem with me. So when I see it, I think I'm about to wait a day or two. Like I can't believe it. But every fucking time I'm early by a day or two. Literally a day or two. It's crazy. Every fucking time a day or two. Something wrong with me. I'm a little impatient. I'm not gonna lie. Every fucking
we're going
time.
to be reducing it very substantially.
Do you support the Paramount
It'll be safe,
bid, Ms.
but we're going to be reducing it very
Do you
substantially.
support the Paramount bid for Warner Brothers? That
I
came
don't
this
know enough
morning?
about it.
You spoke
I don't know
about
enough
Netflix
about
last
it.
night
That's a
saying
good
you have
answer. That's a
concerns
good
about,
answer.
them
I know the companies very well. I know what they're doing, but I have to see. I have to see what percentage of market they have. We have to see the Netflix percentage of market, Paramount.
That's a good answer.
The percentage of market. I mean, none of them are particularly great friends of mine.
The point is down here now.
I want to do what's right. It's so very important to do what's
The
right.
Paramount deal is supported by Jared Kushner, Mr. President. Would that impact your decision?
If Paramount is, I don't know. I've never spoken to him about it. He's really trying to work on Gaza. I think his primary thing is Gaza.
If you're making house visits on Christmas Eve, as he suggested, does the Beast need to be fitted with sleigh rails?
Oh, it's pissing me off. Alright, it's like this stuff.
Absolutely. We should put sleigh rails on the Beast, yes.
Madam Secretary, would you support that?
Go ahead.
That Republican plan that you just talked about when it comes to health care, when do you expect Republicans to put that
We're
on?
looking at it very strongly, and we're also going to the Democrats and asking them to do it. The Democrats want to make the insurance companies rich. They're all paid off by the insurance companies. A tremendous
Still bearish on
amount
the
of
30-minute.
insurance company funding goes to Democrats. Why don't you ask that question of the Democrats? Because I would love to do it. I'd love all the money to go to the people. They go to the people. You know, I put that out 2 weeks ago. It became #1
It's
viral.
disgusting. Sorry, guys.
People love it. I want the money to go for healthcare, to go to the people and let the people buy their own healthcare through an account. They can buy their own healthcare. And everybody loves it, except for the Democrats. And you know why they don't? Because they're paid off by the insurance companies. Okay, what else?
Yeah, Alina Habba says she's
Hit him
stepping
with
down
that.
as U.S. Attorney for the District of New Jersey after the courts disqualified her. Do you have any comment on that?
Well, she's not disqualified. You've got a blue slip thing that's horrible. It's a horrible thing. It makes it impossible
by
to
the
appoint a
Democrats.
judge or a U.S. attorney, and it's a shame. And the Republicans should be ashamed of themselves that they allow this to go on, because I can't appoint a U.S. attorney that's not a Democrat.
Democrat.
Because they put a block on it. So if you appoint in Virginia or in New Jersey or in California a U.S. attorney or a judge, I mean,
Yeah, at one point he was a
judge
Democrat.
Situation is ridiculous. The only people that you
2
can
p.m.
get by
low.
are Democrats, because they will put a hold
2
on
p.m.
it.
low. No
If I
diversions
put
at
up
the
George
floor.
Washington and Abraham Lincoln to be U.S. attorney in New Jersey or to be U.S. attorney in Virginia, we have Democrat senators. They will not approve them. And this is a gentleman's agreement that's lasted for too long, and it doesn't make it, especially in light of what's going on today. It means you can't appoint a Republican U.S. attorney, and we don't play the same game with them, but they do. And I hope that somebody speaks to Senator Grassley about doing something about the blue slip, because I'm telling you,
330.
I put up great
Lotto
people,
is
top
pushing
people,
lower.
highest
Bears are pushing
education,
into Lotto.
the best lawyers to
Bearish
be
Lotto.
like U.S. attorney, and both senators. It only takes one, but if they're Democrat senators, they say we're not going to approve it. I had a couple of them.
No, I don't want to look.
Erica, used car shopping doesn't have to be scary.
I don't want to overpay.
With his blue slip stuff, will not let anybody go by. By the way, the Democrats have violated the blue slip provision
Democrats.
on numerous occasions, but we don't do it. And what it means is, I guess I just have to keep appointing people for 3 months and then just appoint another one. And it's a very sad situation. We're losing a lot of great people. We have about 7 U.S. attorneys who are not going to be able to keep their jobs much longer because of the blue slip. Because unless, I think I know why they did that, to protect their ass. Okay, that's why they did that. But it should be done away with. I want to be able to
IWM
appoint great,
in 1 minute.
the most highly educated, the most
We are
respected
chopping here.
people
We are
that
not
can
running.
keep their jobs.
I literally said
Because of the blue
chopping.
Terrible. Okay.
We're
Thank you
chopping.
very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, President
Farmers,
Trump.
let's come into the Oval Office, all right, Deb? Come on.
Thank you,
We're
President
gonna go into
Trump.
the Oval Office. You're going to see what a real office is. Keep your
That's
little,
my president. That's my president. That's my president.
Let's go, thank you. Thank you, press.
Thank you. Thank you, press.
Hey, Deb,
Thank you, press.
Thank you, press. Love to see it. Thank you, press. Time is 3:35. We're still above 680. Wow. Is today's entire bullish move gonna be used to go lower? It really looks like it. That is crazy. Time is 3:30 and they're showing not really on SPY, but IWM is showing. We go break 2 real quick and pop into or revert at 355, maybe into 4, maybe. Bears are saying thank you, press, and they are going lower since 3:30. It's been 3 minutes since 3:31. So now it's been 4 minutes. Time is 3:35. They're going lower into from 3:30. Thank you, press. But they already started going at 3:15, so IWME dropping now. Bears are in full power here. LOD break is coming, most likely. They are so goddamn bearish right here. They're gonna cook this bitch into 355 or sometime down there, and they're gonna revert it up into 4 p.m., calling it a entire day southward. Or this is the ultimate bear trap here. But the MACD volume is coming in. The candles are fucking flying here. Thank you, press. Everybody fucking say it with me. Appreciate it.
It's time for the big folio. What are the technicals telling us?
Yeah. What the shit?
Let's talk about it all with Kate Moore, Chief Investment Officer at Citi Wealth. Kate, good to see you again. How relevant?
335 is bounce trying or what? Let's see. For 1 minute it's green. That doesn't mean anything. MACD still bearish.
Look, it's super relevant. I think we can agree that everyone in the market is watching this.
The video in between the two purple boxes.
Whether you're equity investors or multi-asset investors or rates investors are really concerned with the tone of the Fed coming out of this rate decision. Not so much the action itself, but whether or not we get a hawkish tone or more of a dovish tone. And look, I firmly believe that when looking at the economic data and the third-party macro data that we have in front of us right now, it is a little bit of a choose-your-own adventure. You can pick the data points and the story that you want to tell. You can data fit your narrative. And we're interested to see how the Fed does that and how they weave through what are often conflicting bits of data on both prices as well as labor to make their assessment for what future moves may or may not look like.
So what, are we paying more attention to the decision itself? 80-some, 90% chance of a rate cut according to the CME's FedWatch tool, Kate. Or are we paying more attention to what the Fed may say about the future, especially given that Chair Jerome Powell,
things are getting tighter and tighter.
For another couple of meetings and another couple of months. Is there one
Bears are
way
hoping
to
on the
handicap which one
floor.
might be more
Bulls are
valuable or
hoping
important
on a
than the other?
fly,
think
but the
without
fly
question
is a
that
dream.
the focus should be on the tone of
because
Powell's
of
pressure
IWM.
and then what happens after
Fly is
the
a
Fed
dream
meeting,
since
both in terms of
325
the
because
speakers that come out in the following
IWM.
weeks, as well as the inflation data that gets released, of course, after the FOMC decision this week. So it is not just the
But what do I
statement,
know,
it's not
right?
just the
What do I
action.
know?
I think we kind of understand
Jeff
the
is a
direction of
perma bear.
travel
Jeff is a
there,
perma
but
bear.
it is really the tone out of both Powell as
What do I
well
know,
as the
right?
rest of
What the
the Fed
fuck do I know?
speakers who will come out and talk to
Well,
us
at
as
least I do know
investors
that
and
we
talk
ain't
to the
flying here,
media
so shit.
following that when we get a real sense for where the debate was in the committee. And you've made this good point, right? Powell only has a few meetings in theory left. But we do know that there are a bunch of other voters who have had a variety of different
I'm
views.
just
We
saying
know this from
NVIDIA
the minutes, we know
ain't.
this from the comments over the last month or two. And we think the debate is going to be very strong into the first
This is
part
chopping
of
at
2026.
best. This
And that
is
people who are expecting a consistent pattern of rate
CHOPPING.
cut after rate
Chopping.
cut in
Chopping
each
who?
subsequent meeting are going
Chopping
to find
bacon.
themselves disappointed. In our view, nominal growth is going to be
Chopping
solid
the
in
pigs.
2026. Inflation is a little bit spicier, I think,
Are the
than
pigs
the
made
average
out of
person
bears?
may
No.
want to admit.
Are
And by the average person, I'm thinking
pigs
about
made out of
members the
bulls? No.
administration, not so much
The
consumers
pigs
who
are
feel
made
this
out of
in their day-to-day purchases.
psychologically
And
greedy ass
that the
motherfuckers
labor
that do not
market,
know
while
when the fuck to
frozen, is
call it
not
and that do not
deteriorating at a
know what the
massively
fuck is
rapid
happening and that do not know
rate,
what the hell is going on.
suggesting that we don't
And they
need a
just look
slash
at
and burn
candles
rate
and they're like,
rate cut
oh,
policy ahead of us.
green?
So I think
Oh,
it's going to be
red?
difficult
With no fucking
for the
risk
Fed,
analysis
over
whatsoever
the
at
next
any
couple
point
quarters to
in
make
time. And they
decisions,
think it's the same
and
thing
that the
over and over
debate is
again.
going to be very
And they're like,
important, not
oh,
just the signaling of
fake ass
decisions.
saying, oh, 100 SPX, oh, some bullshit ass shit where, you know, if you do that fucking shit in real life where you get fucking toasted and phenomenal. This, yeah, I'm talking about fucking piglets, right? Greedy piglets, bulls and bears alike. Why? They're directionless. They're showing nothing. And they're hovering and chopping, and all that's going on is data gaming, and the candles are coming up and down. So I guess somebody's winning here and there, but they're not going up crazy. So all the out of the money calls are burnt. All the out of the money puts are still burning with data. And NVIDIA is bugging with this pop. Nobody knows what's going to happen. The only thing that could be possible is to wait until the thing clears until tomorrow or the day after or until the moment it clears when you can see a possible deductible thing that you have an understanding of what's going on instead of looking at things and not knowing what's going on, looking at candles and looking at pops and being like, oh, NVIDIA this, and then, oh, I understand now. It's not. There's bigger things at play that are clearly hidden behind. So, you know, you have to understand that, a part of understanding, you know, bigger things and under, like, whatever it is, right? And the market is always constantly at an equilibrium of eating greedy bears and greedy bulls no matter what, because the thing always fucking cycles no matter what. And that's actually a good thing, not a bad thing. So technically, all I can say is, statistically speaking, the market gets the majority, and at some point in our life, we're gonna get hit. Hypothetically speaking, it's just when I do get hit in my life, I don't want to get hit crazy in my life, and I want to be able to risk analyze to the degree that I can, like, not get hit crazy, if that makes sense, because I have gotten hit crazy in my life back in you know, the past. And like, I know that if I do not change something, and if I do not change my ways, and I do not change how I think, and I do not change who I am, nothing's gonna ever change. Meaning your mentality, meaning your strategy, meaning your mental mindset, meaning anything, meaning your visual, meaning your bias, meaning your bear, your boldness, whatever the hell you want to call it in this thing, right? All it is you have to catch yourself from being a speculator, assumer, or a guesser, and you need to constantly strive to become a something more. I'm not gonna use the word over and over again so people get pissed off, right? The D word, but it is literally, I don't know what else is similar to the word deduct, but I mean, hey, someone gotta come up with some word at some point somewhere. So literally yesterday or Friday was a great example, right? Thursday was a great example. Before Wednesday was a great example. Blah 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 blah. Every day I say this shit. Every day is a great example. But today is a fucking great example too. But I mean, hey, every day there is. Every day there isn't. It's just what is and what isn't is fucking, I don't know. Okay, let's see. Time is 3:45. As we're talking, market is. Now it's power hours, so if they really want to nuke it here, it's not even looking bearish, right? It's looking literally burning everything. Nvidia looks okay, but yeah, SPY is chopping and chopping and chopping and chopping and everything. 6,878, 6,880. That's still 50 points down. We're still 45 points down, 50 points down. And yeah, that's fucked. Nothing changes the fact that today was a 3/3 bearish bullet bearish cycle continuing lower. Using Tesla, right? This one day dupe, right? Let's look at SPX. This one day dupe shows up as continuation from Friday. So 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and we are hovering at the floor. That's all it is. We're hovering at the floor. Pivot point trading. Nobody knows. Pivot point trading is dangerous shit. Still chopping. Right? It's still market deciding whether to blow up or not. Right? The setup is there. Sure, the candles are there. The squeeze candle is there. It's just, is it gonna blow up? Is it not? Is market still deciding? I have no idea. Do you know? I don't fucking know. So market deciding. If I don't know and the market don't know, then why is it to call anything other than I don't know? You don't know? Does anybody know at 24/7? No. Anybody that thinks that is a fucking lying ass fucking fake two-face bullshitting, you know, bullshitter. That's all it is. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. I say that as in that's how it was for me too. That's how it is until you realize that there are certain things that, you know, say that reality may be, possibility may be, that both sides are possible, but they're always both sides, never one side. But being one-sided is the death of.
Breaking news on NVIDIA. Let's bring in Christina
This is when
Partsenevelis
NVIDIA
with more
popped.
details on. We mentioned that breaking news on NVIDIA. Let's bring in Christina Partsenevelis with more details on the story. Christina?
Hi, Kelly. So I can confirm through a source that yes, indeed, the Commerce Department has approved the sale of H200 chips. These are NVIDIA chips going to China. But I have to say that perhaps the uptick in the stock price may be a little bit premature. Why do I say that? Because China has previously blocked H20 chips. These are, let's call them watered down versions of the ones just approved. China has said that there's been security issues with said H20 chips. They're concerned about.
Tomorrow's going to be NVIDIA Day, it seems like, huh, folks?
On CUDA software. So even though these H200 chips have been approved, the roadblock isn't Washington necessarily. The roadblock is Beijing.
Okay, tomorrow's going to be an everything day. IWM, Tesla,
even better in
NVIDIA,
terms of security. These
SPY,
chips
market,
shipped in
all-time high, indexes,
so
everything.
they're considered a little bit less cutting edge than the Blackwell architecture. And there are some Chinese media over the weekend and the end of last week commenting, saying that this is just a way for NVIDIA to get rid of excess inventory and that it's a sugar-coated bullet, was a quote from one of the media outlets. So perhaps this 2.5%, uptick is pointing to a market that has been closed for quite some time. With Jensen
Should we
Huang
do a
calling it roughly
positional
$50
bias
billion,
poll
but
right
I would
now?
like to remind our audience that Beijing can still block the sale of these H200 chips, even though they've been approved
Into
on the American
FOMC,
side.
into this week, into next week, into something, on something. You are hypothetically speaking long, you are hypothetically short. Or you don't care. Let's see the poll. Market is tanking. Market is diarrhea pooping. Or market is flying. Market is eating. Let's see in chat, man. I don't care about no speculation. If you're not in anything, you don't have to say nothing. Right? Just because people say, or just because people talk about something doesn't mean you gotta be a part of it or that you are in it, right? Let's just keep it what it is. The answer in the WhatsApp group is you are personally long, you are personally short, you are nothing. FOMC. Elon Musk.
Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. Elon Musk calling for the European Union to be abolished. This after the block fined his social media company X $140 million. That followed Friday's decision by the European Commission.
Everybody loves
to
Tesla,
hit
bro.
X with the
Tesla
fine
is
after a
a
two-year
brainchild
investigation into the
lover
company
of all
under the
people
EU's
all
Digital
around the
Services
world.
Act. Now, last week, the
Look at how
European Commission had
whoa,
said that
green or red,
infractions by
green or
X,
what?
which included what it called the deceptive
Tesla.
design of X's blue
Green
check mark
spike
for
candle coming
verification,
350.
a lack of advertising transparency, and
Tesla
they say the
is
failure to
loved
provide
all
access
around the world. Let's
to
see if the
public
spike
data
candle
for
is coming to
researchers.
boom up or not.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio
Or
calling
to
the
boom
fine
lower.
an attack by
Spike
foreign
candle
governments
liquidity is
on
here for
all
what?
American tech platforms. So we'll see whether there is backlash from the U.S. government
Oh,
about
1 second.
that.
All right, coming up, we've seen this movie before. Saw on Twitter that said, ask a person if they know Europe's leading tech company. Ask a person on the street. Some people, very small minority, can come up with ASML, and then that's it.
ASML is the top. Spotify.
Spotify's number 2.
But you're a leading financial journalist. You're able to come up with that
loud and proud.
Yeah, you're able to say that on the tip of your tongue. But most people would be like,
Arm holdings.
be like cricket.
Arm holdings. Come on,
okay.
that's pretty big.
It is, but think of when they've got plenty of other problems. But I think Elon, never hyperbolic. This fine, we really should. The entire
When
EU.
did SAP
The entire EU should be gone. The EU should be gone.
Yeah, when did SAP fall from the top spot? Has that been a long?
Oh, I would think a bit. I mean, ASML, I do think is such an important sort of component part of the whole.
I wonder what's really behind it. What they're talking about, the blue check mark. I mean, you can go to jail for a meme.
Got some delicious.
In Germany.
Yeah, go to jail for a meme that they don't like.
We're going to take a look at some of the technical levels in the markets and to close the year and what we'll be watching next year. Joining us now, Gareth Soloway, Chief Market Strategist at Verified Investing. Gareth, thanks so much for being with us today. You know, we are seeing a bit of a pullback in the markets today ahead of the Fed meeting kicking off tomorrow. You know, any thoughts on the recent action and also what to expect coming into this week?
Yeah, so, I mean, it's very interesting that we saw that sell-off a few weeks ago, and then once we got into the Thanksgiving week where a lot of institutional money took vacations the entire week, we saw retail just coming right back in and buying the markets up and pushing it right back up. We did hit some key resistance levels on the S&P and the NASDAQ just in the last 2 days or since last Friday, and we're starting to see that pullback begin. And I continue to be concerned. You guys mentioned it just a little while ago. Japanese rates on the 10-year nearing 2%, the potential for an unwind in the carry trade, jitters in the bond market. I mean, these are all things that in general not a lot of people are talking about, but they are things on my radar or on my bingo card that could go wrong into year end. And really, I think everyone's assuming there's going to be this beautiful Santa Claus
Power
rally.
hour,
I am not
3:45
convinced
to
of
4
it, and the
p.m.
technicals are telling us it's
There is
not going to
350,
happen.
355. There's only 355
Gareth, you just
left
mentioned
right
that the potential for a carry trade unwind
mind is on your bingo card as something that could go wrong. It's interesting because here at the Schwab Network, we've been talking about it quite a lot, actually, because this is our bread and butter. And obviously, we've been talking about the international impact on our markets here. The team over at Charles Schwab don't seem to think that this is going to be a big risk. But we did have a guest on last week that we were talking to who thinks there's about $1 trillion tied up in this carry trade right now. And there is a potential for an unwind of a 10 to 20% correction in the AI trade. Do you think it's that severe?
I do, actually. I do. And I agree with your guest in that it is a bigger deal, not just because of the carry unwind aspect, which, again, could be around $1 trillion, but also from the aspect of what do rising yields in Japan do to U.S. rates. And what we saw today is the 10-year on the U.S. bond starting to push higher, hitting nearly 4.2%. Now, granted, I think some of that's due to a potential rate cut on Wednesday with a hawkish commentary from Jerome Powell, but I also think a rising tide in bond markets, right, and yields across.
It's literally not running because of IWM. Look at NVIDIA.
That here in the U.S. And if the 10-year yield in Japan continues to pop above 2%, it likely pushes the U.S. 10-year north of 4.2%. And at some point, that starts to concern investors.
This is literally greedy pig territory.
And Gareth, I want to talk about the rest of your bingo card here. You said you've got a couple risks on your bingo card that you're watching. What are some of the other things that you're keeping an eye on that have you saying the technicals are not indicating a Santa rally coming into the end of the year?
Yeah, and so number one, the charts, right? So we're stuck in this amazing parallel that goes back to the COVID lows. And if you take a trend line from the COVID lows and connect it through the bear market of 2021, it literally tags the bottom of the liberation sell-off low. Now, if you drag a parallel up to the bull market highs of 2021, guess what? We now have a level where the markets are hitting on the S&P 500. And so what that tells us is that historically the major lows were pinpointed by this trend line. The parallel line to that marks the bull market high of 2021. And we're now into it. We can surmise or use logic to deduct that we should see a big pullback off of this level. So that's just one of those. But I also think this round robin of money within AI continues to be a concern. We all have this lofty expectation that AI is going to essentially be this unlimited funding of the U.S. GDP, right? We know that about 90% of the GDP right now of the U.S. is due to CapEx spending.
4 minutes
while
left
the rest of the economy is really struggling. And I think, again, there's a high risk of a hiccup in that AI trade. I actually think it's going to come from the lack of energy, right? We're hearing more and more about these nuclear plants that are going to take 5 to 7 years to build. And most of these data centers, there's no place to pull that energy needed for them. And so all of a sudden, you could be pushing out these gains on these AI stocks or the revenue and profit out literally 5 to 10 years, and the market's not pricing that in at all. And I think, again, these are issues where a rotation of capital becomes the most likely scenario in the near term into 2026, where we see money flowing into PE ratio stocks trading 8 or 9 at this point, and ultimately the AI trade starting to stumble, bringing the stock market down.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that because even Jensen Huang has flagged some of the constraints around, this whole AI capex boom with the energy not being enough, and he says China's ahead of us. So, that's
I just doubled on the video.
Speaking of these hiccups,
5.6K now I'm in for it.
Because I think it ties back to the carry trade, doesn't it? Because when you start to see that unwind for a trade that had been very popular to kind of buy into some of these riskier assets like Bitcoin, obviously with the JGB yields higher and what's been going on with the yen, we've seen the steam coming out of Bitcoin. Talk us through what other factors are driving the price action for the cryptocurrency.
Yeah, absolutely. So it certainly is a sentiment and a little bit of de-risking going on. And you could look at as far as the altcoin market, and some of the altcoins that had these tremendous runs years ago are literally at multi-year lows. And that's what that's telling us, is that the risk appetite is starting to contract. And again, if we look at things on that card and say, okay, well, what's the highest risk factors? And altcoins would be at the top of the list, then Bitcoin after that. And so we've started to see a lot of money being pulled out of these high risk areas and moving into places like the stock market over the last 6 to 8 months.
All the
like
fucking
gold,
people that went
instance,
in on
which
the
has had a
video
tremendous
and then
run and continues to show relative strength. And so I think there's this money rotation away from the super high risk, still risky, but just at a lower level. But I generally think that's going to continue. One interesting note from the technicals, if you look at 2017, when the bull market high on Bitcoin occurred, the stock market topped about 6 weeks later. Right? So 6 weeks after the 2017 top in Bitcoin, the stock market topped. In 2021, Bitcoin topped out. And again, 6 weeks later, the stock market topped out. And what we've seen here is Bitcoin's topped out about 6 to 8 weeks ago. And it does make me concerned that it's a leading indicator for a bigger market rollover here. Plus, the technicals are signaling that.
And Gareth, you mentioned gold just there. You know, we have seen gold hit these all-time highs. They've pulled back some, but you know, it's still slightly down even today. They weren't able to eke out a win last week. We are starting to see some moderating prices there. As far as how you look at gold and the technicals, do you see that rally continuing to the upside, or are we starting to see things level out here?
Yeah, so I think it's taking a break, and that's normal for trades after these big moves to kind of take a breather. It's called digestion or consolidation, right? But the key is this, is right now over the last week or so, gold has a beautiful little sideways bull flag forming. As long as gold does not break below 4,100, the odds favor heavily a move back to all-time highs. And I think just looking at it in the fundamental sense, and I'm not a big fundamental guy, but ultimately when you look at the spending going on, when you look at all the extra factors out there, including central banks just continuing to buy, China continuing to buy, it really does lead towards a mid to longer term, much bigger upside move on gold. Near term, again, bull flag should favor it as long as we hold 4,100. If that were to break, I think we go to 35 to 36.
This nuclear close?
My best case buying opportunity for bulls is you buy at that 35, 36 level and then look for that next big up. So longer term, very bullish on gold, again, both fundamentally and technically.
Gareth, really insightful. Thanks so much for the technical help there and also for the more macro fundamental conversation as well. That's Gareth Soloway, Chief Market Strategist at Verified Investing.
Wow. That has to be the word. METHED. Methed up. Holy shit. Is that last minute pump? Can you believe it? Holy fuck. Last minute pump, man. Not gonna lie. That is incredible. They fucking knifed it nowhere and then knifed it at the end. Like, that is some fucking horseshit, though. Literally, just they throw everyone off. And then in the last 10 fucking minutes. Alright, well, see you guys. Bye-bye. Someone said, looks like all-time high tomorrow. That's funny as fuck. Varun says perm. Perm what? I'm a little confused. Like, you want to get blocked, bro? What the fuck is wrong with this fucking goddamn online shit, man? You know what? You're blocked, man. Fucking trolls, I'm done. You're not gonna suck and then hate and then suck and hate and suck and hate and suck and hate and suck and hate, man. You go over there and suck. You're not sucking on me either, so.